Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech.
Did you know that companies using SAP SuccessFactors RMK experience up to a 30% increase in the quality of hires? That's the power of effective recruitment marketing. Today, we're discussing SAP SuccessFactors RMK Recruitment Marketing, a leading solution for attracting and engaging top talent. This tool helps businesses create a powerful employer brand, connect with job seekers, and streamline the hiring process using data-driven strategies. Studies show that 75% of job seekers research a company's reputation before applying. This makes recruitment marketing not just beneficial but essential in today's competitive job market. SAP SuccessFactors RMK enables companies to stand out by building compelling candidate experiences that drive engagement and retention. In this course, we'll dive into the key features of SAP SuccessFactors RMK, explore how it enhances recruitment processes, and understand its role in creating a strong workforce. Whether you're an HR professional, a recruiter, or simply someone looking to upskill, this course is for you. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. 1. Introduction to SAP SuccessFactors. 2. RMK overview. 3. Job data mapping in RMK. 4. Overview of recruiting marketing integrations. Let's dive in.
Now I'm just opening this image, just to show you and talk about an overview about SuccessFactors. I understand a couple of you already come with the background, but just to give you an overview. So these are all the different modules that we have in SuccessFactors. Okay, the first section, recruiting and onboarding, comes into a package. This is where we are going to spend time, which is called as recruiting marketing. And then we also have some other talent modules like learning, performance management, compensation management, succession planning, and everything. So on top of it, if you observe, the core HR, which is Employee Central, is seamlessly connected with all the modules. So every new person, whoever wants to learn SuccessFactors, right, or maybe get into this particular stream, they would always have a question on where to start, how to start. The beauty of it is, you don't have to know any specific module to know the other module, but it's good to have. You can start with recruiting onboarding, you can start with performance, you can also start with succession planning, and then later you can go to the core HR. If you want to do the other way around, you can do that as well. Like you can learn Employee Central, start implementing, and then go to recruitment, learning, so on and so forth. So similarly, the customers also, if let's say if you get a customer tomorrow and then you are working on a proposal for them. So if they also have a question saying that, is it mandatory for me to have the Employee Central to start the recruiting implementation? The answer would be no, because the modules are independent. You can get started from wherever you want. But the only basic prerequisite is you need to have something called as an employee profile to load all your employees into the system. So that is the prerequisite. And then once we have that, you'll be able to configure everything for the modules. All right. So now in this piece, I will also talk about a little bit of licensing, how it works. So usually when SuccessFactors comes into picture, it's all about the number of users, number of employees who is going to access the system. It is all about the licensing that SAP provides. So if I want to take a scenario, okay, so we have the partner and customer concept, right? So we have these two things because right now you're working with TCS, it's a SAP partner, it's also a SuccessFactors partner, and it will have a lot of projects which are going on, okay? So you are partner, so in which TCS is the partner. Now you might be having a customer who needs SuccessFactors. So I'll just also give you an overview about how the pre-sales works, okay? So just to have that understanding, good to know information. It might be useful in a couple of your projects. It might be also giving you an idea on how this particular software as a service works, okay? So a couple of you already have knowledge on Employee Central, but you might not have heard about what are the things that happens in the backend, in the previous stage, like in whenever the customer is on board, how it is done and everything. So if I want to take a typical example, so we have a process called RFP, in which we can get the proposal from the customer, right? So this is for the request for proposal, in which they would present to us a couple of documents and some details about their existing system, and then they will also ask, what do I want, and how do they reach this particular stage? So this is with a series of evaluations, series of discussions with SAP, with other vendors as well, because you all know that we don't have, I mean, we just not have SuccessFactors as a HR system. We also have Oracle and then Workday, Salesforce, Zoho systems for our HR world, right? So similarly, if any customer is specifically looking for a recruiting solution, if they're looking for a core HR solution, which is like ESS and MSS, and if they're looking for any performance management system, they would have done some evaluation and then, finally come to SuccessFactors. So in which there are some teams which are involved, even from SAP side and also from the partner side, the pre-sales team, the sales team, and then, also the implementation, okay, and then the support team and everything. So this kind of details will be taken care by different teams within the organization. So usually what happens is when the proposal is released, it is just not directly sent to the SuccessFactors team or something. So usually how it works is, especially in big corporates like TCS, there would be a dedicated business development manager team, or maybe there will be some a team which is taking care of only the new leads that they are getting. Okay, so there are two ways. One, SAP will contact the customers and then try to explain their product, and then they will refer some partner, which might be TCS, Cognizant, Accenture, HP, KPIT. There are many other partners, right? So they will actually pitch in that way. Now, in addition to that, what we have to do as a partner is we will need to uh, uh, get on board with the customer with certain things. So in which we have to arrange for a demo where we do the end-to-end walkthrough of the solution. And once that is done, if the customers like the solution, we might have to have another discussion. Okay, and then we will be able to pass it on to our sales team to just convert that particular proposal into an actual sale, right? So this is the same way it works. For example, we have to build a house. We just go to the engineer and then tell them, these are the things which we need. They will give us a proposal to say that this will be the cost and timeline and everything, right? So similarly, as it is a software as a service, we make sure we talk about all of this, and then it has a proper methodology in place to implement the solution. Okay, so this is the backend. Now, what happens once the RFP is closed? Okay, once everything is done, that is when we get into a actual implementation mode. After agreeing for a few terms and conditions, like we have the timeline given saying that, okay, this will be your timeline, 3 to 3.5 months for the talent modules, and a minimum 6 months for the core HR module to implement. So these timelines are discussed. A detailed project plan is presented to the customer, and then we get started. So SuccessFactors goes with activate methodology. I will always call it as a PERD, just in a full form, which is prepare, explore, realize, and deploy. So these are the 4 phases, okay, which we follow. And the phase is designed in such a way that we go through the sequence of the methodology to make sure we get the success of the project. So we understand what needs to be done in the prepare phase. We explore what are the requirements from the customer, what are the type of details that you need in the system, versus we also tell that these are the best practices. And then we realize, which means we get into the configuration and the development phase, okay, which will also kind of include the testing, training, and the user acceptance test, which is a normal, typical way of doing it. And then we go to the deploy phase to make sure the migration is done from the test system to production system, and then we go live. So which is usual in all the implementations. Okay, and then it is slightly different in SuccessFactors, wherein every user who is going to test will already be having a user separately to log into the system. Okay, so that is how it works. And then we also make sure that the instance, the particular URL or whatever the cloud system which is given will have specific authorizations to allow them to log in and access their own tools and materials. Okay, so this is the kind of free thing, the initial thing that happens in any project. All right, now let's get into the post phase of the implementation, which is, after the lead is generated and then the sale is done, the customer, whoever it is, ABC, will agree now to go with SuccessFactors, and then they will decide on saying that, okay, right now, I don't want to migrate my core HR, the core HR system, into the SuccessFactors. So I will do it later, but I will go with the talent modules, which is recruitment, onboarding, and learning, performance, etc., etc. Okay. So if that is the case, we then get into some more details saying that, okay, what is your current system? Do you already have a system? Okay. Do you already use certain portal, or is it manual, or maybe do you use any third-party system only to do the recruitment? And is it connected to your core HR to plan the vacancies? Because recruiting is all about creating a vacancy, getting to know about the headcount and the approval for the budget, getting it approved and everything, right? So considering that, we are going to probe with certain questions, and this will be happening during the pre-sales itself, when we are getting to the customer and then going for the demo and etc. Okay, so for each and every module, the licensing works slightly different. So that is the reason we need to make sure we get the scope right before even we get into the implementation phase. So this usually is taken care by the pre-sales team and also the team which is actually getting involved in the customer side. But in companies like TCS, what happens is you might be having a lot of headcount wherein it is distributed into different teams. But if you are talking about a normal gold partner, wherein you have a limited number of consultants to working on it, so this entire process is taken care by a solution architect or maybe a delivery head, wherein everything will be done by one person. But in case of big corporates like this, I understand it might be break up, but end of the day, the concepts remain same. Okay. Now, the licensing, how it works, is also a key thing to know as a consultant, as an implementation consultant. So just giving you an idea about that as well. Recruiting is called as recruiting management, but now with the new name recently, it is called as recruiter experience. That is the certification kind of name also. Okay, then we come into the recruiting marketing, where you all are connected with me for the training sessions. So which is also called as the candidate experience. Now we have the onboarding, which is, I would say, after accepting the offer letter and before joining the organization. Whatever part is done is configured, developed in the onboarding solution. All right. So earlier we had a module which is called as onboarding 1.0, which was the old version. Now we have it as onboarding 2.0. So when the customer is selling the licenses, when they're purchasing the licenses, so SAP would give them a package kind of thing, saying that if you're going with recruiting, you also get recruiting marketing as a package of the license. But for the partner, the implementation cost and timeline is separate, because these two are two modules which comes under the same bucket. Okay, so hence many of the customers have this assumption, saying that if they go with recruitment, they also get recruiting marketing as free, that the implementation timeline is included with recruiting. That is not the case. So we have to split it across and then tell them that these two are separate. Okay, because earlier, I would say 2 years back, recruiting was sold as a separate license, marketing was sold as a separate license. But now SAP is kind of combining it and then selling it as one full licensing. Okay, so once we have this, there are certain questions that you might get in during the requirement gathering sessions as well. So they might ask you like, am I going to pay for all the users that are there in the system? Now what they have done is, SAP has come up with a new concept. It is on transactional based. Okay, the number of hires that you're going to do per year is going to be billed for that particular customer. Earlier, it was like, if you have 100 users in the organization, then all the 100 licenses should be consumed, and everybody, is considered as one employee and one user is given. But now they have done it as a transactional basis. When they talk to the customer in the initial stages for the licensing, they will say that, okay, this is what you're going to get as a part of the package. the number of hires that you're going to make will be only charged. And you might be wondering, how will SAP know that how many hirings have we done? Because a lot of candidates might apply, like hundreds, thousands might apply. But at the end of the day, what SAP considered is how many have got hired through the recruiting system, because there are some unique IDs which they can also monitor in the backend. And they will also consider the number of hirings that have been done, which means converted from a candidate to an employee with the employee code generation. So they'll be able to understand that. And based on that, they will send a report to the customer and then charge it accordingly. Okay. So these all information, whichever we are discussing so far, is common for all the modules. So I would always think that this will be beneficial for you down the line during the implementations, just to have as a good to know factor. And hence, we will always talk about the licensing concepts and everything. Okay. Moving forward, I would also talk about the customer engagement and how do we get them on board, and what are some of the unique identifiers that SAP will send it across to us. Okay.
I just wanted to understand like how this licensing is also renewed and
Yeah.
where it is being done.
Okay. Great. I will just explain you about that also. That is a good question, actually. So basically, what happens is the customer will sign up for 1, 2, 3 modules, right? So it is considered as annual. Some customers will go with annual licensing. Some will go with 3 years. Some will also go with 5 years. All right. So whenever the licensing near date will come, 3 months prior, so SAP is going to actually discuss with the customer again, because it's kind of a renewable license. Okay, so it is beneficial for the customers if they keep renewing it, because once the licensing is deactivated, then they have to go with a fresh implementation again. So it is simple. It's similar to our subscription of internet or whatever. We get an email, we get reminders asking us to renew. So in the same way, they will renew, and the customer will have option to upgrade it as well if the number of employees have been increased. So that's about it.
And where it is being done?
I mean, we don't have to worry about it because SAP will take care of it. But there is another option, like the licenses are also sold through partners, okay? Because every partner, they will have something called as a PE cell and then PE services licensing, reseller. So if they have the authorizations, the partner also can do it through SAP. So how it works is we are selling the services on behalf of SAP, right? So it's like whenever the date comes in, we can understand, and then when the partner renews it, they kind of get some share with the particular price and everything. So that's the concept. But
okay.
yeah,
What I remembered is in my past project, like every time when there was a expiry of the license or there was a renewal being done, and some documents were provided by the customer, so it was through the consultant. So that's what I wanted to be clear.
no, I mean, the license renewal is definitely not done by the consultant. Okay, it might be like an SSL certificate which is expired, or some of the certificates which are like expired or to be renewed in the system. So these things are done by consultants. But when it comes to the overall licensing of the module itself, is taken care of either by SAP or the partner, but not from the consultant for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, it has to be done in the backend because there is a master system in which they log in depending upon the data center. When I say data center, the location of the server. Okay, and then there are some procedures in which they have to enter, which only SAP has access to. But it can be done through the partner, which means the customer contacts the partner, and then the partner will contact SAP to get this done. That's the only thing. We as consultants don't have to worry about the license renewal. We have to consider only about the SFTP, renewal, maybe sometimes. And in certain periods, what happens is when there is a release done by SuccessFactors, there might be some patch upgrades that needs to be done, like an admin opt-in or maybe some enhancements to be done. So only in this case, the consultant is responsible. Otherwise, it's not there.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so now once the customer is on board, once they decide to go ahead with SuccessFactors, these modules, so what SAP is going to do is they'll have a dedicated account manager or maybe the product owner, product sponsor from the customer side. So now let's take an example of Google. All right, so let's say that Google wants to implement and they go with SuccessFactors, and they contact SAP. They identify TCS as a partner. Now you're going to work with them to collect the requirements, start the implementation, and go on accordingly. All right. So if that is the case, SAP will send some instance IDs, like we have it in SAP. They send some details, and then the logins, and all the server details, right? So similarly, SAP will actually send some instance details, which will look like this. Okay. So Google T1, Google D, and Google P. Okay, so these are the unique IDs, which is also called as instances. So this is a company ID, which is provided to each and every customer. So T1 stands for testing, okay, or preview. And D stands for development, as we all are from SAP background, we already know this. And this is production, okay. So SAP mandatorily had these three things, right? In which you have the development instance, preview instance, and also the production instance. But when it comes to SuccessFactors, it is optional. You can either have three, or you can just have two, which is test system and the production system. Unlike SAP, we do the development in the development system, and then we transport them into testing for releasing for the training and testing and all that. And then later we do the migration to production, right? But in SuccessFactors, it can be done directly, where all the configuration is done in the test system, and then it is moved into the production system. Okay, so who is going to send this in the initial stages? So in the initial stages, the customer will receive it directly from SAP, because based on the license start date, based on the number of modules that they have accepted, so these things will be actually released from them. Okay, and the partner account manager or the SPOC from the partner will actually take this details and then pass it on to the implementation consultants. So sometimes what happens is, we might get into the project, and then the project manager or the project sponsor, whoever is involved working with us, might not know what to collect. Then we as consultants will also tell them that, you might have received these particular emails, you have to send it to us. Why do we need this? Because every customer who is going for the implementation now, like fresh customer, like net new customer, they would need this particular details, and we have to collect them and submit a request for access. Okay, so this procedure is given by SAP, wherein we have a portal called as HXM Cloud Ops portal, in which we also need to log in and then put a request to SAP with certain approval emails, which we also are trying to see in the later point of stage. Okay, so this particular details are also important for us to know with respect to which location the customer is belonging to. Because SuccessFactors, you might have heard or seen, it is all data centers, right? I mean, we have many data centers available across the globe. So earlier, when SuccessFactors started, even before when SAP acquired, so it was only in the US, and then some of the locations in Australia and then Europe. But now what they have done is they have come into many countries after SAP took over. Recently, there is a data center in India as well, in Mumbai. Okay, and then there are some dedicated data centers in the Middle East and Canada, Australia, Europe, China, and many other things, many other locations. So why it is important for us to know? The URL will look like this: HCM22 or SAP.hr. Something like this, 22. So these are the URLs which will let you know which data center is the customer based into. So if you're working for a European customer, it might be somewhere like EU data center, European data center, HCM5, HCM10, all this. If you're working for a European American customer, it might be like HCM44 preview, HCM45, something like that. If you're working for a Middle Eastern customer, it would be like HCM23, 22, all this. So these are the unique identifiers for the data centers itself. Why should I know as a consultant? Is because whenever there is an issue or an upgrade released by SAP, there might be some specific data centers affected. Okay, hence we are going to know about this to understand and communicate to the customer, saying that okay, there might be some release or update which is going on. You might face some difficulties, something like that. It's good to know information. The second thing is, sometimes there are some issues in which we kind of are stuck, and then we will not be able to fix them, and we need to get in touch with the SAP support, all right, by raising a ticket. So it is also important for us to know the data center. This is not related to the customer, but it's for us internally as consultants. It's good to know information where we inform them that this is the data center, because there might be an issue only specific to this data center. All right. And it is also good to know information when the customer asks, where is my data saved? You can tell them that, your instance is hosted in this particular country in this data center, and it's completely maintained by SAP. You don't have to worry about the safety, security of it, because it's not stored anywhere physically in any of the offices or something like that. It's all cloud. Okay. Hence, you can give this information as for them when you start the project. And then usually what happens is whenever we are getting into the initial discussions with the customers, the IT people might have a couple of doubts, asking, where is my data saved? Is it safe? And, like when it comes to the renewals, when it comes to the authentication or something like that, is my data getting compromised? Because I'm dealing with a lot of employee data and some salary information, which I don't want to share anywhere. So if that is the case, you can also tell them that this is the location, this is the thing, and SAP completely manages this. So you don't have to worry about where is your data going into. Okay. So these are a few details which I would like to always discuss whenever there is a training, because it is good to know information, and then you will not be able to find this as a document anywhere. Okay, it comes as it when you work, right? Okay, now let's get into the actual success factors thing itself. Okay, before we start the introduction of the recruiting marketing itself, you might be seeing that there are some URLs which will start like this. Okay, jobs2web.com, something like that, going forward in our sessions. So this is nothing but the recruiting marketing, whichever we are calling now as candidate experience, was a module developed by jobs2web.com earlier. So SAP took over that module. I mean, SuccessFactors took over this company, and then they made it as SuccessFactors Recruiting Management, Recruiting Marketing, sorry, not management. All right. So this company was completely responsible, and they had some tools and resources for us to actually, access and develop. So earlier, how it was is before 3-4 years, Jobs2Web company was still in place, which was only talking to SAP, which means, whenever we get an implementation of recruiting and recruiting marketing, we have to get in touch with SAP. So they coordinate with Jobs2Web. They do certain configuration. We do some certain configuration as consultants, and then we make it live. But now it's not like that. The complete access is given to the consultants. So SAP has changed the policy. They have a new upgrade of the backend tools, which is also called as Command Center, which we will see a little later. But yeah, this is how the evaluation happened. So in fact, if I want to talk about some other modules, the onboarding 1.0 version was also taken over by some other company called KMS, and then it became onboarding. Okay, and then the recruiting module was homegrown. Performance was homegrown by SuccessFactors. But the learning module, again, it was acquired by a different company called Plateau. So like this, they acquired, I mean, all the small fishes, and then the big fish ate, and then it became big, wherein now they have an extensive HR suite solution in which all the modules are seamlessly integrated. And not only with that, it is seamlessly integrated with SAP modules as well. Like if they are using SAP on-premise system, it can be integrated. And some of the customers are still on-premise payroll because they believe that that's the best. And they go ahead with SuccessFactors implementation, and you might be needing some integrations through CPI or something like that. Okay, so this is the overview about the module, how the overall picture works when it comes to the licensing, and how is it released, what are the instance IDs, how do we get access to this, all of this stuff. Okay, now if you're okay with this, let's go ahead and have a proper introduction to the recruiting marketing and the tool which is used to develop that, which is called as Career Site Builder. Okay, before I want to go ahead, do you have any idea about how it is built? Do you think a lot of coding is required, or what do you think? And if you have any idea?
Yeah, I have a one doubt
Sure.
regarding that. You said now that data centers are according to the location. What if
Hmm.
the company is working in Europe as well as America? So the data center will be different or what?
Yes. Yeah, it will be different. Okay, I'll just show you very quickly as well. Okay, so there are a lot of data centers that you brought this point. So this is how it is. Okay, so data center 57. It's in Imshaven. So these are the URLs which are given by SAP. Okay, so 68. It's in Virginia. Okay, Sydney, Frankfurt, Europe. Okay, that you see. There's one for Dubai, one for Riyadh. Okay, which is in the Middle East, and then we have for Japan, Singapore. So this is how it works. Okay, whenever the partner is discussing with the customer for the first time, they would get 2 to 3 things to understand which is the data center, okay, and where is it hosted, and a unique ID, which is like this, the T1P or development, which will be received as an email from the customer because SAP would have sent it to them.
Is the data center again, it's picked up automatically or it has been fixed? Like I'm understanding like it's based on a location, yeah, but for example, I'm working in India now, tomorrow I work from Sydney, for example, right? So my data center for my user is changed, it's fixed for me.
Yeah, so basically how it works, it depends on the customer's base location. We might be working from any location, it doesn't matter. So if the customer is located in India, they would push for giving the data center in India itself, okay, because the data is stored locally, which is mobile data center. If the customer's headquarters is in US or Canada, then it is given like this. Okay, so it would be according to the customer's location. So the only difference is if there are customers located in multiple countries, but they always give the priority to the head office. Okay, so that's where they will pick the user. So if the customer is headquartered in US and they also have a office in India, maybe 99% the data center that is given by SAP will be given of US itself, not the Indian data center. But it can be accessible by anywhere. It's just a cloud system. Yeah.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, now let's get into this particular introduction of the recruiting marketing and the career site builder. Okay, so just to give you an overview, all that we talked about is, having the recruiting developed and everything, and we also talked about the combination of recruiting and onboarding, how it works, right? So every other organization that is available will have this requirement for sure, because end of the day, if someone wants to join, there is a stream of selection process that happens, and then during the selection process, we need a system, we need a portal, or we need some documents to be collected, and at the same time, to manage all of this, we might need a URL or a homegrown software, or maybe some application to save all this data. So there are some customers who are still on pen and paper to get the hiring done because they don't have a budget to implement a solution like this, because the licensing cost is involved, because the implementation cost is involved, and then the maintenance cost, all of this. Not every customer will be able to afford this. Hence, how SAP SuccessFactors divides the customers is, they will say that the mid-market companies are of one lot, okay, and there are corporates, conglomerates, and they have startups. So the main question is, does this solution help all of these particular categories, and what scale? So the answer would be like, yes, it will be suitable for all type of companies, because this solution is kind of a standard thing, which doesn't require a lot of customization, or which doesn't need a lot of coding and development. The reason being, SuccessFactors is always built as kind of a template-based system in which we do a configuration, and we don't do coding, we don't do development. Although in certain modules, we have XML and HTML, and in the Employee Central, we also have the business rule concept. But the thing is, we always go with the customer configuration and not any coding as such. Okay, so even in recruitment, we use XML concepts, but that XML can be learned with some support and guidance. So it's not a lot of issue. Okay. Now, with the SuccessFactors recruiting marketing, which is called as the candidate experience now. So there is a tool which is also given as Career Site Builder. Okay, so the Career Site Builder is nothing but an online portal which is integrated, which was developed and designed by Jobs to Web company itself. So now that SAP has taken over, they have called it as Command Center and Career Site Builder. So what is Command Center? What is Career Site Builder? How it is seen? We shall go ahead and do this. All right. So introduction to SuccessFactors recruiting. So what is a recruiting solution? What is it unique when it's compared with other third-party applications or maybe other applications that we have available in the market? Okay, so the only difference is it is kind of a standard best practice solution which is proven from long time, which is a good software, which is stable, and the advantages you will also get upgrades every 6 months, although it was 3 months earlier, but now SAP has done it for 6 months. So in which the upgrades will come automatically, and there are some important enhancements which SAP SuccessFactors keep doing. So if there are certain requests given by certain customers saying that I would need to have it as a good to know feature, good to have feature, so there is a voting mechanism which is done, and if SAP receives more than 10 votes, they're going to consider that enhancement. Okay, but in terms of the typical on-premise software, if there are any upgrades, we have to do it manually. It is not done automatically. Hence, these are some of the pitching points and the kind of selling points for the customers. So when it comes to SuccessFactors itself, earlier it didn't have a career site which was extensive, where it can be built with certain colors and themes and some of the brand guidelines. But now they have integrated this very well, so that with use of the Career Site Builder, we can have this developed seamlessly. Is it a win-win situation for both candidates and recruiters? Yes, obviously, because the candidates are going to have a seamless experience to understand where is my application pending, where is my status of the interview, is it going to happen today, tomorrow, and all that. So all these things are taken care in one single system. All right. And the left-hand side, which you see here, the Career Site Builder. So this builder is used to develop the pages. There are certain categories of the pages in which it is differentiated by SAP itself, where we configure that, enable them, and then launch it to the candidates. And on the right-hand side, whatever you see, so it is all about the candidate relationship management. So when we say the candidate relationship management, it's all about how do you get in touch with the candidate? How do you seamlessly keep them informed? So I'm just giving you the names on how it works. Okay, I have not gone to the detail of the Career Site Builder. I'm just telling you that the Career Site Builder is a tool which is used to develop sites. Okay, so it is not a very
kind of a site. It is.
Yes, exactly. It is a builder tool in which you can use it, which we also are going to see in real time how it works. Okay, how the access is given and all that. Okay, but now to understand, the Career Site Builder is nothing but a tool, a portal, which is used to build the sites, in which we are going to configure by putting the colors, the pages, the theme, all of this. Because whenever we are talking about the recruiting marketing, it's all about building a career site. So for which we are using the Career Site Builder. So that's it. It's straightforward. But down the line, going forward, like once we see the other concepts, you will get a hang of it, because the Career Site Builder concept itself, we are going to spend a lot of time to understand what are the different types of pages that we can do. What is that all about? Okay, so we have just started about it. Yeah. Okay. So yes, the right-hand side that we are having is the candidate relationship management, in which you are trying to understand what is the candidate status right now. And in most of the companies, what happens is whenever there is a job applied, after a few days there is no update. The candidate is not being informed on what is going on, and sometimes the hiring process will take uh, 2 to 3 months, and then the candidate is left without information. But here, what happens is, with use of the recruiting, marketing, and management, we are keeping in touch with the candidate to make sure what is the status that is going on. And it is not a lot of work for the recruiter also to inform the candidate always, because whenever the candidate joins and creates a portal, like creates a profile in the portal, so it is linked with the email address. And as and when there are some activities happening within the organization, like the movement of the candidate from new application, let's say, to some of the status like interview and everything, so that the candidate is notified about it. Okay, so in order to have that particular site, this is where we are going to build everything in the career site builder. How do we get access to this career site builder? What is it? And a little bit more details are going to follow now. Okay, so career site builder, which is an extensive tool, which is also called a CSB, which was developed and designed by JobsToWeb. Now it is taken over by SAP SuccessFactors. And after that, which they also kind of enhanced, okay, to make sure it is user-friendly. It is also kind of a plug and play, where it doesn't require a lot of technical uh, expertise in terms of designing. Okay, so we don't need a designer or a user UI UX expert for this. You and me, like with some training and guidance, we can get started, because we're not doing any coding, like I said. So basically, it simplifies our implementation methodology. It simplifies on how exactly we need to build something with certain templates which are given. All right. So every concept that is available in SuccessFactors is driven by some best practice. So hence, this is also available, because the thing is, when we go live, when we hand it over to the customer, it should not be like, for every small thing, they have to come back to us. Okay? Unlike other development tools, we can build the same website using Java, .NET, and some other extensive tools. But what happens is, if there is any technical change that needs to be done, the developer needs to be involved. So instead of that, having the backend of some other software and coding language, they have come up with a concept of career site builder, in which you are able to drag and drop certain components to make the site look beautiful, to make the site attractive and colorful, and also easily accessible by both the customer, internally the recruitment team and the talent acquisition team, and versus the candidate, so that it's available for them to understand. Okay, so all the configuration is now made available in the career site builder, because earlier we had two tools. One is the command center, in which we have to do certain configuration, and then we need to come to career site builder for certain configuration. But now it is made seamless, although we need to log into command center to access career site builder as a partner, as an implementation consultant. But yeah, it is made simple, wherein every other option that is available in career site builder itself. Okay, so here there are two things. One is the administrator, one is the normal end user. So the administrator will be able to give access to certain other people as well, to gain access to the career site builder, because now you and me is an administrator. Okay, so we are in the implementation phase. Let's assume we have taken the requirements, we take care of all of the details about career site, how it needs to be developed, and etc. And then we are going to build that on the tool by doing this. So that is where these components are available. So there are certain templates, like I said, some components in the system language, we call them as components. So those components are a text bar, an image, a search bar, and then some of the other concepts which will also follow. So there are certain templates which we can add to build a site one by one. Okay. So after this introduction, we are also going to see certain sample sites and understand how do we actually put everything together to build that particular site. Okay. So now there are certain options about the images, colors, and fonts and text and everything, which is also configurable. Where do we collect these details from? From the customer itself. So when we sit together for the requirement gathering, all of this comes into picture. Okay, and then the customer has to share it in a specific format. And what format do they need to share? And what are the content that is required for us to do is also discussed detailedly in the following sessions. Okay. So there's a last option which is mentioned here as professional services managed custom career sites can be still purchased for clients that require 100% customization. So this is kind of a note which is always given by SAP. So there are certain standard components which are built using the partner's help with the customer's requirement. Okay, but there are certain sites which are completely customization, in which they have used certain Java, CSS codes and some HTML scripts to make the site even more looking better. They also use certain Adobe Flash, all those enhancements to make the site look even more better. If that is required, the only people that they can do is and manages is the SAP professional services, because that requires a lot of customization. But based on my experience, I have seen that many of the customers are good with whatever is available as standard. But if they want certain customization, I can also show you a couple of examples on to what extent they need the customization. And if this doesn't like some of the component which is available there, then we can kind of use that customization and go through. Okay, so this is how it looks like, a sample in which you consider this as a home page of the career site. All right, so this is the header, which is common for almost all the websites. If it is a career site, if it is not a career site, the header will be there. All right, we have something called as a subscribe form, which is also available, in which it is given to candidates to enter their email and create their profile in the customer system. Okay, and then we have a search bar, which is used to search. Yes.
So what is command center, and how it is? I mean, is a command center is kind of a tool from where we will access CSV. Just wanted to understand, because we are actually having one of the object to complete from my side. So there we just obtained some time back in a command center access and all. Okay. But we just wanted to understand like what is command center and how it works.
Yeah, the command center is actually a tool, again, a portal, which is given access to all the certified consultants of the partner. Using command center, we'll be able to access the career.
So certified consultant is within the course, right? I mean, only certified consultants in RMK.
Yeah,
only
that's
those
right.
Gets the, right? Yeah,
correct,
okay.
Correct. Yeah, because we have to, I mean, there's a portal which I want to show you. So hence I was waiting for it, in which you put
no
a
worries,
request. Yeah. You have to put a request to gain access to the command center. Okay, so that is HXM Cloud Ops portal, which we have it separately for all the partners. And for that, we need an approval which is generated from the system. And you submit a request to SAP, step number 1. And once you get this command center access, which is only given to the certified consultants of a partner company, you will be able to access CSV. But that doesn't mean that the CSV is not accessible by anyone else. So there is another alternative, okay, where we can give permissions of the career site builder in SuccessFactors, so that the customer's administrator can also access the same. Okay, but this command center is only accessible by the partners, whoever has the access to that particular instance. And how it is done is because when we get the access from SAP, we also will get something called as a site ID, which we are also going to discuss in the coming days. Okay, so that it will be tagged to each of the site ID, and then we proceed further. Yeah. Okay. Now this particular back to this site. This is one of the sample screenshot that you have, wherein it is kind of built with certain components. So there's a header. This is called as a subscribe form. This is also called as a search bar. And here you have something called as 3-column images with caption. So you don't have to worry about this because we are going to see it in the live system itself by accessing Command Center, CSV in detail. This is just an overview to understand what are we going to talk about. All right. So career sites built with career site builder. Okay, so now there is something called as a unified data model in which you are seamlessly integrating with the recruiting solution. Okay, if I want to just give you a bit of background, we have the recruiting management, we have recruiting marketing. These are two different modules, but it's put together as one package because without a recruiting solution, you'll not be able to post the jobs in the marketing site, right? You'll not be able to have the vacancies advertised to the outside world. So the prerequisite is the SuccessFactors recruiting solution. Okay. So what I was assuming is before starting the training, you guys already have the recruiting knowledge, and then you want to enhance your knowledge into recruiting marketing. But what we have to do is slightly talk about the recruiting concepts as well. Okay, and then go to the recruiting marketing. Yeah.
We're still okay, right? Like without RCM, we can start in RMK. Is that is still okay? Or you see any fundamental problems?
Still okay. It is still okay, but there are two ways to look at it, because without having the recruiting knowledge, without having the recruiting management knowledge, if you just are getting into the recruiting marketing, you're going to learn only half of the full package, because you know how to develop the sites, but you don't know how to integrate it with that. And the navigation part will also might be a challenge. So what we'll do is cover a little bit of basics of recruitment as well, at least from the flow point of view, where the job is posted, how it is posted, just to connect the dots. Okay, and then the accessing of the tool from recruitment on how it is done. If I post the job here, how it is looking like in my career site, something like that. We'll talk about that, and then maybe it will be helpful for you. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So because what happens is when we request for access from SAP, right? They're going to check two things. Do you have certification in both recruiting and recruiting marketing? Then only I am eligible to get the access of recruiting marketing, the command center. So without which the customer, the access will not be granted. Similar to onboarding, if I want to get access to onboarding 2.0, I also need to be certified in Employee Central. If I'm not certified in Employee Central, when I put the request, it will be rejected, saying that you're not certified in EC. But the other way around is possible. If you want the access to be given to EC only, Employee Central, then onboarding certification is not required. But in order to implement onboarding, you need EC also, because the concepts are interrelated. That is the only thing. So SAP has done with these packages, like you need to be certified in recruiting and recruiting marketing to gain access to any of the instance. For onboarding and EC, if you want to get access to onboarding 2.0, you need to be certified in EC as well. So they have done this way. Okay, so unified data model. So this is basically a data which is integrated between recruiting and recruiting marketing. So let me give you an example. So for example, when we are creating a vacancy for any job in any organization, let's forget about SuccessFactors, just as a standard tool, we need certain details, right? The location of the job title, job description, and the skills and competencies required for that particular job, etc., etc. Now, in order to get this, we have certain simple mapping to be done between the recruiting solution, which is the recruiting management, to the recruiting marketing, which is the career site, so that the data flow happens. So it is not, very technical. It's just a mapping tool which is available for us. So let's assume if I post a job today by saying that, okay, this job is available in Bangalore, it's available in Mumbai. So the same location will be visible in recruiting marketing in the career site. And there is something called as a map component. If we enable that, it will also show us the map location. So just giving you an example. Similarly, if I'm putting the job title as SuccessFactors lead consultant in recruitment solution, the same has to be available in the career site, saying that, okay, this is your job title. So to have this data flown between the recruiting solution to the recruiting marketing, so this data model, the unified data model, comes into picture. Okay. So this is enabled again in the career site builder itself. It is not a different concept. It is within that itself. So that is the reason we are just talking about this unified data model. Now, there is something called as AI assisted skill matching within, which is available in career site builder itself. Okay, so although SuccessFactors says that it's AI, for me it is still not that advanced, because whenever we are trying to upload the CV into a career site, if there is something called as a resume parsing, for example, when we all applied for jobs, okay, in organizations, or when we try to go with a career site and then try to search for a job, when we upload a CV, there might be some data which will be flown into the portal automatically, like our name, our previous employment history, our email address, phone number, and everything, right? So these are some of the standard features which are available with respect to SuccessFactors career site builder. Okay, and there are some skill matching enhancements which are done, but for this there is a prerequisite in which we need to also maintain the skills in the recruiting solution. For example, you create a vacancy, you put the job description, but you need to also put the skills in the particular description so that it will pick up, and then it will match if the skill is there or not. Okay, so this feature is optional, okay, and it is not enabled by default for all the customers. It is just having an option wherein if it is matching the skills or not, it will show you in the recruiting screen and not the career side. It will be showing in the recruiting screen. Okay, so now talking about the recruiting marketing career site itself. So far we talked about the portal, the tool that is required for us to develop the site, but now we are actually talking about the career site itself. So now this is again optional, where the customer wants to go with the career site which is developed by SuccessFactors, or they can use a career site which is developed by some other software, or it might be a portal which is built on some HTML and then SharePoint as well within an organization. But the advantage of having the career site built on recruiting marketing is it is seamlessly integrated with the recruiting management solution. If I put some job description over there in the job requisition, it is taken care automatically so that it flows into the career site. That is one thing. The second thing is, if you want to advertise something which is related only to the candidate, for example, okay, then it can be put in the career site. And how it is done? It is not done with a lot of coding. It is done with certain configuration. So that is where we have these particular concepts in place. So there are something called as components which we talked about, like we can drag and drop a text. We'll be able to use, so a subscribe form, a search bar, something like that. There are more components to it, which I would also call it as a building blocks. Okay, so these building blocks are used for us to develop the site. And similarly, we have something called as home page, we have company page, we have job description page, strategy page, SEO page, and then the subscribe and business cards. So what are all of this? If I want to develop a site, we talked about the header, the search bar, and certain concepts. Within that, we might also have certain sub-navigation pages. So if we give an example, if any person is joining TCS, they want to go to the career site, search for the job, which is a primary criteria. In addition to that, if we also provide the information about what is TCS all about, where is this based, how many locations are they available into, and what would be my recruiting process looking like, and what are the benefits that I'm going to get, and what would be the career progression path, okay, and what are my key responsibilities in the organization, and as a company, as an organization, how big is it, what are the statistics, and what are the projects that they have, and what are the different particular companies or subcategories or departments that they have, so that it's all information. It might be available in our corporate page of TCS. However, we can customize that and then put certain candidate specific content in the career site. So how do you put that? What all information that we can make use of is comprising all of this. So in the home page, I'll have an overview about TCS. I'll have a job list pages, and then I will also maybe put some details about some URLs. But when we have the other pages, like a company page, this is about about TCS as one page, and the benefits and thing that you get in TCS, and the rewards and recognition in one of the organization, and our recruiting process as a page. Okay, so we create them as company pages, and then make it available. So how and where do we create all of this is nothing but the career site builder. So the tool which is used to build a career site is called the career site builder. That's it. Okay. Now we also see that it says up to 4 company pages, 10 strategy pages for all of this. So there are 4 type of pages available as part of the system. One is the home page, which is straightforward. Every customer, every site, every website will have a home page in which certain basic information is available, and then it also has certain details of the organization. Now, when it comes to the company page, like we discussed a couple of examples, it can be company-related information. Hence, it is called as company page. Now we have the strategy page. Why it is called a strategy page is because let's assume there is an organization that you're working for, and this organization is available in 10 different locations or 10 different departments. The departments might be like oil and gas, real estate, finance, marketing, IT, sales, for example. So they will come up with an example saying that every job that I post, every job that I make it available for the candidates should go and sit in a specific space so that whenever my candidates come into my site, I'll be able to give them an option saying that, okay, if I search for sales, the sales particular job should be available. If I go to the page of finance, I should be able to see the finance related page jobs. So if that is a requirement, we create something called as a strategy page, which is specific for the jobs to be listed, and we'll be able to make it visible for the candidates. Okay, so one kind of page is sales, one kind of page is HR, IT, marketing. We create them as a drop down, and we make it available for that particular customer. So we have the home page, strategy page, or it is also called as the category page. We have the company page, and we have another page which is called as a landing page. So if I want to give a URL which needs to be shown as click here to find out more, something like that, or for more information, click here. We might be seeing that in some of the websites that in order to purchase your tickets, click here, something like that, right? So it is a sub URL which is somewhere hidden, but when we click on it, it will just open. So that particular page is also possible to build in the career site. So putting together of all of these particular pages, it becomes a career site, and that is hosted and then developed in the development test system first. And then once we are done with it, we are going to move the configuration into production system. All right. So once that is done, now we are going to talk about the command center. So we understood the career site builder is to build the site by putting the components together, by creating the pages, and also by enhancing the site to whatever colors they want, by putting the branding guidelines in terms of logo, colors, and some of the fonts. All of this, we do that in the career site builder, which is also accessible by partner and customer. But now when we are talking about command center, this name is given because it was created by the jobs to web team itself. So hence it is called as command center. So whenever there is a new site assigned to a customer, it will have something called as a site ID. So the test system site ID might be looking like 3100. The production site might be looking like 3200. Just a random example. It is always numeric. This is also important for us to collect as an information when we request for command center access. How do we request for access? How do we navigate? We are going to look into it later. But now, why is command center required, and for whom it is given It's given to the certified consultants of a partner company. Is Command Center accessible by the customer? No. And Command Center will have two things, which is the test system Command Center and the production Command Center. So what all is taken care here? The new site setup, which means whenever the site is created, it is assigned over there. And when we request for access from SAP, it is linked to our Command Center. So now in generic, if I want to give you an example, you are working in TCS, you have 4 projects in different locations, but all of the 4 projects might be in different countries, right? So similar to the data center concept, Command Center also has the concept in which it will be hosted in different data centers. So if you're working for 2 Indian customers, and if you're working for 2 American customers, you will have 2 URLs with Command Center, but the 2 Indian customers will show up one after the other, and the 2 American customers will also show up in the other URL one after the other. Okay. When you click on it, then you know that this is the customer that you're going to work on. Similar to our provisioning access. If we have provisioning access, which we are also going to talk about in detail, what is that? Okay, so we'll have the different customers listed over there, right? So similarly, we'll have the Command Center also given to us for certified consultants of a partner. Okay, so we can set up the site. We'll be able to create the category pages, which is also called as strategy pages. We create it, from the scratch. And then rule writing, although it says rule writing, it's not very technical, very coding. It is just putting some conditions, like saying that, okay, if I post a job in sales, please go ahead and post the job in that particular page, which is sales page of the career site. So this particular rule, although it's called as a rule, it's just a condition that we are going to put. And we can put this condition based on location, department, the category, keyword, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. We're going to put a small condition and put it there. And then we have the email template configuration, although it's just for one email, which is the job alert email, which we are going to see directly in the system and not here. Widget configuration is nothing but a component configuration where we add the components or something like that. And there is one other thing which is not mentioned here. It is also talking about the analytics. So Recruiting Marketing has its own analytics tool in which we'll be able to enable that from the Command Center for the customer and map the recruiting statuses so that we get the data. For example, the application versus selection criteria. The application start, for example, so there are certain candidates who start the application, but they will never complete it because they might lose interest. So that data can be collected using recruiting analytics. Okay, and we also will talk about the recruiting dashboard. Like I mentioned, it is important for us to understand the number of data collected by applicants and all that. Okay, so this is also a part of recruiting as well as recruiting marketing, because it's a combination of both. When the candidates apply for the job, they are considered as one headcount, and then they are visible in the report, in the dashboard. And at the same time, it will also show that if it is sourced, if it is posted in different sites like LinkedIn, Naukri Gulf, Naukri.com, Indeed, Abate.com, there are more than like 4,000 job boards, I would say. So if the job is posted over there, it will also show you the source. To understand all of the source, it's configured and then mapped so that you get the data over here. Okay, this is again standard, which is a client admin role. When we say the client admin role, it's just that we create a role for the user in the customer. It's kind of a role which is given to them once we go live. Okay, and then what are the permissions? What are given to the client admin? Usually we give everything because the customer wants to manage it themselves after we go live, after the hypercare period is done. Okay, so if that is the case, we share the admin role. So this is very standard. Okay, now we are talking about the enablement of SuccessFactors recruiting in provisioning. So we will talk about the theory now, and then we will actually see the provisioning. So there is certain concept of instance and provisioning for all the customers. We talked about these 3 things, right? One is the Google T1 development and production. And we now talked about the Command Center, which is specific to the recruiting marketing. So similarly, there are certain terms that we will also use in the future. One such is instance, and one is provisioning. So what is the instance? It is the front-end tool for you and me, okay, and for also the customer. It is the user interface, the home page or the portal that the end users, it might be recruiting team, employees, if it is a manager, whoever it is going to log in, which will have linked to the email address and password or a username and password. Okay. There is something called as a provisioning, which is a backend tool, I would usually say, which is only accessible by partners. So when I refer to partners, it's nothing but consultants, the implementation consultants, support consultants, I'm generalizing it, but this is only given to the partners. So how it is given? When we are done with the certification, we kind of get a certification URL and everything, right? So we have a home page, which I was always saying that, which is HCM Cloud Ops. Okay, so using that portal, we put a request and get the access to provisioning. So this slide, which we talked about, is talking about the provisioning access. Okay, so it is talking about the provisioning access on how do you get it. Okay, and how do you log into that? Right? We need to log into provisioning using our corporate email address or something called as a S-user ID, which is given by SAP. And once we do that, there are certain things that we need to enable. Okay, so saying that, okay, tick mark, recruiting options. We also need to enable certain things which are related to the recruiting marketing. We also need to enable certain things which are required for us to make sure that is available in the front end. So which we're talking about the instance. So how it works is, as it is all configuration, it is enablement. So there is a tool which is given for the partners, which is called as provisioning. So based on the number of modules that the customer has bought, we have to enable them. Now the other question is, if I'm working with this customer only for recruiting and marketing, I will need to take care of the enablement of provisioning in my instance, like which is recruiting related options. Now, if one of my colleagues, one of you are working on EC implementation, employee central implementation for the same customer, then that particular consultant is going to enable all the required stuff for that module, which is employee central. In short, all the partners that they are going to get access to provisioning is tied to the instance, which is this one. Okay, hence you will understand. So similar to the command center that I talked about, India and USA, you have two customers in India, you have two customers in USA. The same thing happens here. So the URL of provisioning is given to you. And then if you have two Indian customers, both the IDs will be visible for you there. If you have only one customer, only one will be visible here. When you click on it, then you get into a lot of detailing options within the provisioning tool where you can start enabling stuff. Okay, so hence we keep on using the words which is instance, provisioning, command center, and CSB, career site builder, going forward to understand what is done where. Okay, so this is how the flow is going to look like. And this PPT that you had for today is just the overview of the overall module, the tools that you're going to use, and everything. So going forward, what we'll have is we'll have the other tools, other PPTs that we will have. And at the same time, on a parallel side, we will also talk about the basics of recruiting to get started and the overall flow. We can maybe see the options on how the candidate is moved from one status to other status. And then we kind of conclude that recruiting process to understand the recruiting marketing on how the job is posted. So once the job is posted, we see the candidate application and everything. And then once we have an idea of it, then we can get into the details about creating the pages, configuration stuff, all of that thing. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What does RMK stand for in SAP SuccessFactors? Option A, Recruiting Marketing Kickoff. Option B, Recruiting Marketing Kiosk. Option C, Recruiting Marketing Kinetics. Option D, Recruiting Marketing Kit. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to excel in attracting top talent? Our SAP SuccessFactors RMK course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP RMK. It's like a toolbox for creating great job campaigns and making recruitment marketing super effective. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's made by experts who know the ins and outs of recruitment. Your teachers are pros who've worked with SAP SuccessFactors for years. They're here to guide you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found it super helpful to boost their recruitment skills. Best part? It's super affordable. This amazing chance to learn won't cost you a fortune. Ready to master SAP RMK? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So now what I'll do is I'll just log into one of the demo instance just to go through the recruitment solution to just connect the dots. And at the same time, I'm also going to open a couple of recruiting marketing sites just to give you an idea how it looks like and everything. Okay, so let me open a few of them. So I'm just trying to use a couple of recruiting marketing websites just to see and show you how it is configured. I will open one of them here as well because I have saved them here. First, we'll review the sites, which I have opened it here. Okay, and then we can go through other examples, and then we go to the recruiting solution to give you an overview. Okay, so this is how a typical recruiting marketing site looks like. Okay, which is developed using SuccessFactors and which is a combination of various components which is being used in the system. So this is one of the university which I was talking about yesterday as well. Okay, so these are all external facing sites. So it's no harm in going through this, because as a candidate, if we go to Google and search for these careers, it will come up. So there is no worry to actually access it from anywhere. So you can also go through if you want. All right. So just to give you an idea, we are building this site with a header with some links over here. Okay. So what have they used is one of the home page, like we discussed yesterday. And there are a few other pages like professional life, living, and then elevate program and everything. So these are information only pages, which doesn't have jobs in it. But there are some pages which are created based on the department. So they are saying that academic and research jobs, innovation and entrepreneurship jobs, engineering and facilities administration. So these are the different examples that we were talking about. So it might be sales, IT, human resources. They have created, they wanted to have a job page which is created. They're giving some information about that particular area. And then once we scroll down, we should be able to find the jobs here. Although there are no jobs posted in this particular category, hence you're not able to see it. Otherwise, you would be seeing a list of jobs here. Okay. And in this entire site, there's only one custom component which is being used, is this video. Okay, they wanted to showcase their university to all the candidates who are going to apply for this job. So they wanted to have not a YouTube video, but they wanted to have a small flash video which is like moving around, right? So for this, their marketing team provided us one of the sample JavaScript code. Okay, so using that, we were able to achieve this, and this is just a flash video which keeps moving around. So this is one of the examples.
If you go back to that page, so there are multiple home pages, and one category, like career area, is the category pages. What do you mean to say?
Yeah, so this is one home page, all right, and 1, 2, and 3. These are like company pages. Okay, one of the type of the page, and here we have the category page, or it is also called as the strategy page.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is how they have, they wanted to have it, and that's why it is being designed like that. So like this, we are going to see a couple of examples for you to get an idea. That's all.
I have a question. Like
Sure.
these websites and all, we can develop by front end languages. Then why customer is need to use SuccessFactor only?
Yeah, that's correct. That's a valid question also. So basically, in order for us to develop a website, something like this, it will take a lot of effort from at least 2 to 3 people sitting together for 3-4 months minimum. Okay, and then when it comes to the colors and coding and testing, it is a lot of work. One thing. Second, once we hand over the site to them after go live, so if there is any change to be done, they always need to go back to the developer, right? So we can also do it using Java, .NET, and some of the other tools which are available in the market right now. But the only thing is, it's kind of a plug and play. You don't need any coding language for this. You just need to know the overall process on how it is done. So that is the advantage. After 3 months, okay, if some content needs to be changed, for example, they say that in one of the page, this particular image is kind of outdated. These employees are no longer working in the organization. So I want to update this. If it's a developer, they need to go back, and then you have to contact them, raise a change request, do all that stuff. But now with certain training provided, the HR team or whoever is responsible to take care of the site within the organization, right, can simply change it within less time. And on top of it, we have 2 systems, test system and production. So they can do all this trial and error in the test system to see how is the output. And then finally, they can upload the same image in the production system. So time taken is lesser. And then the maintenance after go live is easy. Okay, and then it's just plug and play where we don't want to invest a lot of time. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. Now we'll just review the site which is built for Decathlon. We all know Decathlon, but this site is specifically for the UK. Okay, so there are some jobs which are created. So the only difference that you see here is this page is kind of not full width, right? So this is the standard layout for the site. But here they chose to have the full width layout. Okay, so which we can also control using one button. I mean, it's not a lot of configuration, but it's just like selecting, do you want it as a full page or a standard one? Okay, where you have a large image in this particular site. And then we have the search bar. This is one of the building block, the component. And then we have something called as a map component, which will show you what are the jobs available in the location. And if I click on it, I'll be able to apply for this job instantly. Okay. And then we have certain other components, which is like the 3-column component, where we have 3 images and some of the details over there, and followed by some other pages. Now, if you see, they have made the home page very, very simple, where they have only discovered Decathlon, some of the company pages, and enter the field. These are the categories that they have. So if I click on work in logistics, so this is now considered as one of the category page or strategy page. So again, it says there are no open positions. If there was a position, it was listing up here. So what it's saying is there are other positions, not in this logistics, but there are other vacancies, which you can see here. Okay, so these are the vacancies. Now, when I just open one of them, whatever you see here, the job description that is available here, this is coming from the recruiting management solution. All right. So where you create a job requisition and you go through certain information about the job and the description and everything. So this is where you are going to map the job description from a recruiting solution to the career side. So it is appearing here. And if you also see one other thing, which is showing the location, it's showing all the different cities in the UK. So this is also mapped from the recruiting solution. Hence, we need to have a basic idea about the recruiting solution also, because when you get into a project, maybe a support project or an implementation project, if something is not flowing to the recruitment side, you need to understand what might be the issue. And it also helps you to understand the linkage between these 2 modules. All right. So this is one other website. So I'll show you a couple more and then we can go to the recruitment solution. So this is one of the oil and gas company in the Middle East, okay, which they are using, again, recruitment marketing solution for their site. And if you observe, all the sites which we are talking about will be similar to this, jobs.adnoc, something like that, or careers.pandora group, or maybe jobs.decathlon.uk. All right. So these people wanted to have these many tabs over here, and then they have some company pages. All right, and then they have search and apply. So when I click on this, it is going to come with all the pages. But if you observe this site and the others, there is a lot of customization done because this is one of the biggest large conglomerate in the region. So they have contacted SAP Professional Services to enhance this, okay, and make it even more better. So this is the comparison. So one last site which we will discuss. Again, we have some site which is for one of the retail company. They have also used some of the chatbots, some of the AI assistants to inbuild it. But overall, the base is built within the career site builder. So just want to let you know that these are the company pages. If I click on them, it will take me to a different tab, but it's just built within their website. So it's taking to their website, the corporate website. Okay, and then if I go to the job categories, when I click on view all, so they have made sure to be listed like this with block images. One line that we have here is called as 3-column component in this career site builder. So they have made use of it like this. And when I click on retail, it is taking me to another page where I have the jobs listed down for retail. Okay, so this is how it can be categorized based on the requirement of the customer. So by default, in the standard scope, what we say is you are eligible to get up to 4 company pages. You're eligible to get up to 10 strategy pages or the category pages as per the standard scope. Because in order to build this, we need at least 3 to 3.5 months, both including the test system and production system. But if the customer says, I'm located in multiple countries and the number of pages that I have is a lot, then accordingly we have to scope it and then include it in the timeline and accordingly discuss with them. So that is the only difference, but the system will not stop you to create how many ever pages that you want. Okay, you can create as many as you want. Okay, so that was the overview of a couple of sample recruiting marketing sites. I also have a huge list which will be frequently updated by SAP, where you can take them as a reference for your demos to show them this customer went with recruiting marketing. And even SAP themselves uses the recruiting marketing site, but with a lot of enhancements. Okay, so having said that, let's quickly review the recruiting solution for today. I mean, how is it linked with recruiting marketing, and what would be the prerequisite for us to post a job, all right, and everything. Before that, I want to understand if any of you have worked a little bit on recruitment with respect to SuccessFactors. Have you tried to see it or understand?
No, from our team, no one worked.
No one, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so this is a typical homepage of SuccessFactors. For a couple of them, if you have seen, it's fine. But if you have not seen, it's still fine. By now, you might be knowing that SuccessFactors is completely built on role-based permissions. Okay, a concept called as role-based permissions, in which you can assign whatever roles to a specific person. If I take a typical example of a recruitment solution in any organization, so basic things that are required are the number of people who is going to take care of the process. So is the recruiter going to post a job? All right. Is the hiring manager going to approve that job? And then the finance team might be taking care of the salary part and etc. etc. So now, if I want to create a vacancy, there are multiple ways. Okay. So first, I can go to the recruitment system, create it by scratch by putting all the details. If I have the employee central system, which is the core HR, I'll be able to convert a position from Employee Central to a vacancy, which is also called as requisition in SuccessFactors recruitment, to proceed further. Third scenario might be like the customer is now using SAP on-premise, the ECC solution, okay, and they are migrating for SuccessFactors only for talent modules, which is recruitment, marketing, performance and goals, LMS, so on and so forth. If that is the case, we can also use the recruitment solution to be integrated with the core HR, the ECC system, to convert the positions into requisitions. So how it is done? There is a standard setup which is given, and we would definitely need help of the CPI consultant, wherein we can convert, put some query, and then as a functional consultant, we need to give certain inputs to them, and they convert the jobs from position to requisition. So these are all the possibilities. And you might also find a couple of scenarios in which the existing customer is on Oracle. They're using the Oracle HCM system, but only for recruitment, onboarding, performance, like the talent modules, they want to use SuccessFactors. So there is a lot of options. So again, the same thing applies depending upon what version of Oracle they have, what type of fields that they have, and things like that. We'll be able to generate an integration, develop an integration, and move the positions, open vacancies from the Oracle core HR system to SuccessFactors system. But end of the day, when we are talking about the recruitment solution, we talk about creating a vacancy, getting it approved, and then proceeding further with the selection of the candidates. So what we'll do is just navigate to the recruitment solution and see a little bit of options that we have. Okay. So before that, we also need to understand the different menu options that we have in this particular system. So you're going to get access to something similar to this, okay, for your practicing and then trial and error. And depending upon the permissions given, the menu items will change. So if you are given permissions only to the recruitment solution, then you will not be able to see all of this, which is compensation, development, because these are all other modules. As a super admin, I'm able to access all of them. Okay, so if you're given onboarding permissions, then you will be able to see only onboarding and offboarding. So now if you have recruiting permissions, you will also see this here. Okay, so these are the few things. And other thing to consider, this system can be logged in with our own username and password, or if the customer wants to have it with the single sign-on enabled, also synced with their Azure AD or maybe Microsoft, that can also be done, but that is done as a different mini project, which we need to involve the teams from the customer and everything. So what I can do is right now, I will log in with one of the recruiter, okay, and I will just go through their dashboard to see the number of jobs that we have and to also understand the different options which is available in the recruitment system. So we have this functionality, which is called as proxy, which is nothing but as an administrator, I can log in as someone else to show and to understand what are the different options that I have. And right now, if I log in with their ID, so I'll be able to go through their options that I have and also perform the actions like them. Okay, so let us get into the recruiting menu here to see what all we have for us. So this is one of the dashboard that you have for the recruiting solution, all right? So although this is not a part of the recruiting marketing, but it's good to know because this is how you are going to test the system once you get the access as well. Okay, so you have to create a vacancy and see whether it's been posted or not. And once you create a vacancy, you have to make sure you have entered all the information properly. Okay, so this is a typical dashboard. Unlike any user who is available in the recruitment system will be able to access this. Okay, so this dashboard shows all the open vacancies, all the filled vacancies, and also closed vacancies. Right, this might be created from Employee Central, the core HR system, or this might be also manually created from the recruitment solution itself. In order for us to create a job, so we have to follow this process, which we click on create new, and it is going to ask us what type of job requisition you want to create. And this is where you also have to decide how many type of job requisitions that the customer might have. So usually what happens is if you're working for a company whose size is 500 to 1,000, they might have 1 or 2 templates, one for the junior level and one for the senior level, or maybe one for white collar employees and other for blue collar employees, which is contractors. Okay, and if that is the case, you will see 2 options here. If not, you will see only one option, which is a basic job requisition. We can call this whatever we want, which is a part of a recruitment solution. So I create a blank requisition with certain details. Okay, so we have to put the title over here, saying that we are hiring an SF consultant. All right, and approval date, it is automatically taking 3 days, and we will put a recruiter whose name is Tessa Walker, and hiring manager I will give it as James, because there is one person who is James Green, who is a hiring manager. And if I click on next, I'm just creating an online form to create a vacancy. That's it. Okay, so I just created it, and if you observe here, I have few things which needs to be filled, okay, with respect to this particular job. So some of them are the job details to understand where is this candidate going to be joining, which company, department, is it in IT, sales, HR, whatever it is. And then we also see certain other details about the position. So what about the position code, the employment type, all of this. So the salary benefits, okay, what about the salary? How much are we giving and what location? Are we paying the candidate in INR, USD, Canadian dollars, Singapore dollars, whatever it is, because they might be located in multiple countries. All right, and then we have some of the job details, which is the job advertising details. All right, and we have some questions and also some of the recruiting team people, like who is going to access this job, who is responsible for posting this job, and who is going to take care of the movement of candidate from one status to other status, okay, for example. And then we have the comments section to put some comments. All right, if I want to go to the top, you see that there is this particular form is also attached to an approval workflow. So first step is approval by HR, second is approval by manager, and then third is completed. So this particular section that you see here is called as route map in SuccessFactors language. Okay, so this is always attached to this particular form in order to get this job approved. So the step number 1 that happens is you are going to create a vacancy. The step number 2 is you're going to get the vacancy approved. And then once the approval is done, you are going to take care of the job posting. Okay. Now, as I have created it just like that, I will now pick up a filled job requisition template. So we will quickly review what are the details that might be entered over there. So one of them is digital expert. This is a filled job and it might be also approved, so that we will just see what are the different options that are available. Okay, so this is all filled with proper details. This particular job is going to be posted in the US. Okay, so this field will decide where to post the job. Okay, if you select this particular thing and if you change it to Spain, the job posting will appear as Spain. Okay, so similar to that. And we also have all the details filled. So this is the position number, because this position might be coming from the Employee Central or even the on-premise solution. So it's mentioned over here. And a few other things that we need to consider is the job details itself, the job advertisement details. All right. Here you have some of the fields which is respect to internal job title, external job title. So which means this is the title that is going to be visible for us in the career site. Okay, so this particular digital expert, what you see, is going to be available for the candidates when they search for the jobs. So the internal job title is for people who are applying internally within the organization from this option. Okay, If you're using it for the external people, so this is the designation that is going to be looking like. Okay, so we have another option which is not available in this template, which is the job description. Okay, a typical job description might be looking like this. Okay, as a normal job, if it is a consultant, if it's a manager, if it's something like that. So the recruitment team might have created a template like this, okay, which will have some requirements and skills and everything. So this should be entered over here when we create a job requisition, and the same using certain mapping will be actually moved into SuccessFactors recruiting marketing side, which is the career side. So there are some known issues which always happen, saying that I have just posted my job, but it is not available in the career side. What might be the issue? So there is a limit of 36,000 characters for the job description. If by any chance it is getting exceeded, the job will not go through. Okay. For this, we have to do some synchronization and for some setup, some initial setup using the command center, using the career site builder. Okay. So which we will also see how it works. But whatever information that is actually mapped from recruiting management solution to the recruiting marketing, which is nothing but the career site, will be actually the key to pass the data from one system to other system. All right. So this is a typical form. Now, once the form is created and approved by all the parties who is involved in this process, the recruiter will go to a section called as job postings. So this job postings will decide on where this particular job needs to be posted. So right now you see two postings: internal career site posting, external career site posting. Okay. So usually you will have more, which will also say internal private posting and external private posting, which means you also are allowing to post it in multiple categories. But for us to understand, if we post the job in an external site, this is going to be our career site for this organization. Okay. If one job is posted by this company called Reliance, for example, so if they select the job needs to be posted in external career site, so that will be the candidate facing site, all the marketing sites that we saw. If they post it internally, then that job will be appearing in the internal career site for the organization. So they would have implemented recruitment for them, right? So it will be posted internally. So whenever there is a job, the internal candidates, the internal employees can take a look and understand and apply for that job. Okay. So whenever we select this particular option, there is a URL which is generated, and we can open that URL to go to the career site. So right now this will not work because it's a demo system. Okay. So in reality, what happens is there is some mapping done between the recruiting solution to the career site. So this is the deciding factor on where the job should be posted. So this is how you're going to do the testing. Step number one, you're going to create the job requisition, get it approved. Okay, and then once the job is approved, you're going to post the job in the career site. All right. So if you have any existing customer within TCS, maybe the test system, you can probably try it with by teaming up with them, whoever is working with SuccessFactors recruitment, or maybe the other option is you can use this demo system to set it up and then post the jobs and use it for testing. Okay, so few other things to mention about it here. So whatever we are passing the information from recruitment solution to the marketing is done through a mapping tool. Okay, so that mapping tool, we will just quickly review it. It is called as marketing review. Okay, so it's called marketing job field mapping. So this is one of the options that we have, and we are going to select the template. So if it's saying that we are selected the standard job requisition, so this might be the name. So we are mapping the job title to external job title. So if you see here, it is the marketing field, which is the career site field. this is the management field, which is the recruitment solution field. So we are saying that if the external title is mapped to the job title, then it will be appearing for us in the career site. So if you are mapping the external job description to the job description of marketing, then the description is also flowing through. Okay, if you're talking about the city, state, and everything, so you have mapped it to the location. So and then we have some other fields which are also mapped. So basically, if I want to send some data from the recruitment management solution to the marketing solution, this is the way to do it. Okay, you have to map it. Now, there might be some scenarios in which like you might have missed to map for one template, but you have mapped it for other template, and you see the job description is blank, even though if you have filled in the job requisition. So then you have to come here and see whether this particular thing is mapped or not. Okay, so this is how we can categorize and tell the customer that, okay, whatever information you want to pass it, this should be mapped, and this is done as part of the configuration. All right. So then in the recruitment solution, whatever we are going to learn, for example, the similar training that we are having for marketing, if we are going to have it for recruitment, we will get into more details, because recruitment solution is comprised of 4 different XML templates, which we will also learn on how to create it, on how to code it using XML, and also how to kind of connect it with the system, so that once the solution is developed, then we kind of post the jobs and do the testing. But as we are talking about the recruiting marketing right now, so just wanted to give you an overview about the recruiting management on how it works. Okay, but if you have any doubts before we proceed further for the other topic, you can feel free to ask right now.
So as a SF consultant, our job is to create this template and create this career site. So this job posting and all will done by HR or the SF consultant. Who will
Yeah, in the
handle
test system, when you are trying to configure for the client, right? So
Hmm.
you're going to do that, okay, because you are the one who is going to test the system and see whether it's working or not. But in the live scenario, once we go live, obviously the HR or the recruiter, whoever is assigned, will actually create it. Okay, but in order for you to configure the recruitment solution, it's a lot of stuff that you need to do, where we go to the provisioning, which is the backend tool of the system, and we do all that setup, and then we do the testing. But just to answer to your question, in the test system, while you're developing the system, yes, you're going to create the template, get it approved, and then proceed further.
More query, like is the only integration between RMK and RCM is that field mapping or something else?
Yeah, this is the only, I would just call it as a field mapping, that's all. So there is nothing else, because these two systems are developed in such a way that once you post the job, using this mapping, the job should be posted, that's all. But
So if
there is
any
another
issue, then I have to go to that field mapping and check. There is no other place where it.
Yeah, there's no other place, but I'm going to show you one other place, which is in the career site builder, to see if the jobs are posted or not. We can do some reverse testing using that tool, but we have not gone through that yet. We will see that as well. But this is the primary mapping that we have to do to make sure the job is posted successfully in the career site.
Okay, is there any rule for like the number of fields checked and others? Like this, if the RMK field is 15, then other side will be also 15, and it is numeric and all.
Not really. I mean, we don't have any issues for this, usually because we are only mapping some fields, which is talking about the city, location, and job description, title, etc. So we don't have any issue for that. We usually don't use any number fields for that. So we don't encounter any issues as such. Okay, so now we will just review some other topic for today. All right, before I go ahead, and I will just need to open that particular screen to show you the other section that we have. So this is the other topic that we have for today, on how do we understand the mapping and all that stuff. So which we already discussed on a high level, but just to take you through this procedure. So how does the job data mapping work? Okay, I have already shown it to you in the front end. So like I mentioned, we need to understand what are the key fields that we need to map for posting the job into the career site. So some of the companies will say that I would need the location, job title, and the duration of this job to be posted, okay, to be made available in the career site. Some customers will say, I also need to show them the salary range, all right? And I also need to show them some of the location details and salary range. And some customers will show some jobs, which will be usually in the manufacturing industries, to show them, is my job available in shifts also? So there was this one customer in my experience in which they wanted to have 4 fields displayed. One is the job title by default. Second was the location of the job. Third one, is it a contractual or a permanent job? And fourth one, is it like a shift job or a normal 9 to 6 job? Okay, because they wanted to inform the candidates even before they apply, because after selection procedure and everything, it's not good to know. And hence they wanted to have these fields. If you come across certain situations, we have an option to map a custom field, which is not a part of the standard field, to recruiting marketing, so that we can bring the value of the field in the job requisition. So we need to have that value in the job requisition first. And once you have it in the job requisition, we need to move that particular field into recruiting marketing using the same job mapping, the field mapping that we saw. So these are a few of the recommended fields which they say that this should be used in the mapping for recruiting marketing. Okay, so how is it done? You already saw it. This is the recruiting management field, which is in the left-hand side. The right-hand side will be the recruiting marketing field. Okay, so you use the mapping tool and select the relevant fields and click on Save, Validate it. And after a few minutes, the job will be run in the backend. Okay, for which there is a procedure, which I will also show it to you as and when we proceed. So we have to do that. So right now we have not gone to the configuration mode yet, but just trying to understand the various options. Okay, some of the steps to understand how do we configure this mapping. You see that enable necessary features in provisioning, which is a separate topic altogether, which we are going to also take care of it. And then configure recruiting settings tailored to organization needs. It's nothing but collecting the details of the customers, branding guidelines, the colors and the images, so on and so forth. And then we need to talk about the integration with recruiting management. How do we establish the connection between recruiting management and then the marketing to identify and understand how the system will understand, right? Saying that, this job should be posted in this site. And we all know that we will have minimum 2 systems, one for test system and one for production system. So we need to ensure that we put the right URL and the right setup done in the backend as well. Okay, and then manage candidate relationship management, which is nothing but a setup between the career site with the application. So there are a couple of options that we need to enable in the backend as well, okay, which we will also see. And then enhancing candidate experience. So you can use the job publishing option that we have in various methods. Like we saw, the internal job posting for internal employees, external job posting for the recruiting marketing side, and we also have certain other postings in recruitment management solution, which is like an agency posting. So we can maybe use it accordingly. And then once everything is done, we kind of initiate the onboarding, which is a part of onboarding solution. All right. And this we already discussed yesterday, the utilization and then analytics, okay, which we are also going to see it as a separate topic, maybe towards the end, because once we understand all of the configuration, we can move into this. So this is just to understand how is the candidate application ratio. Okay, so this is one of the tools that we can enable for the customers. And again, when we scope it, when we talk about the scoping and everything, so we have to make sure we allocate certain time, because this depends on the number of statuses that they have in the pipeline of the candidate selection process. Okay, so this is the basics of this particular thing. And we will go to the next topic of the other thing, but I want to show you one other part in the recruitment, as we talked about. Okay, so now imagine we have posted the job, we got the posting done, the job description is visible for us in the recruiting marketing side. Now it's the time for us to actually get the candidates on board, right? So this is the pipeline which is developed again in recruitment. Okay, so this pipeline is called as candidate talent pipeline in SuccessFactors terminology. All right, so this is developed and created as part of the recruiting solution. But why I'm showing you this is because when you apply for a job as a candidate through the career site, as a candidate, we will also be able to see in what status I am in right now. So if I have just applied, I'll be in the new application status. Okay, and then if I move the candidate from new application to pre-screening, then it will also be visible to me. But one thing that we need to understand is what are the type of statuses that we need to be created here, because this screen also has certain standard statuses, which is 1, 2, 3. These are the standard ones. And from here till here, you can customize it as per your requirement, as per the customer's requirement. You can have multiple sub statuses like this. You can have multiple interviews if you want, and you can also move the status. I mean, you can arrange the sequence as per your requirement. Okay. Once the job is posted in the career site, you get the candidates and they will be available here. So we move the candidate from one status to other status, all right? And who does this and who is given the permissions to do this is all discussed in the recruitment part. But for us to understand the current status which the candidate is in, this pipeline will matter. Okay, so this pipeline will help you to understand the status, and the same will be mapped to the analytics tool to show what is the current status of the candidate. If they are in the new application, it will consider it as new candidate. If they are in the process of offer, so then it will show up as offer management. So now if I want to give you a typical scenario in which one of the business team member in the customer side will come to you and ask, I want to understand and generate a report for the candidates who have applied versus the jobs that are posted. So this is always a confusion. Okay, if you're only working on recruiting marketing, you will say that this kind of report should be generated by the recruitment consultant. Okay, but if you're working only for recruitment management and not marketing, you might be getting into a situation where you will say the recruiting marketing consultant should do this. But both the parties, whoever is involved, can do it. They have to generate a report to pull up the details of the job postings versus the candidates, right? So job postings is done in RMK, jobs candidate applications is done in recruitment. But using the ad hoc report feature, which we will also talk about in the end maybe, we can generate reports in such a way that we can build a small Excel-based report to know how many candidates have applied on which date versus how many candidates have been selected or rejected on a specific date. Okay, so these are the common questions or queries which you will get during the requirement gathering itself. So they will ask you, if I want to generate this kind of report, whom should I ask? Should I go ahead and do it myself, or can I do it? So for that, we also need to know about the reporting functionality on a very high level, on a basic level. Okay, so this particular status is linked to the candidate status as well. So we are keeping in touch with the candidate during our process. This entire concept of having the status visible to the candidate and involving the candidate in different phases is called candidate relationship management. So whenever the job is applied, they would have uploaded certain basic details like resume, some documents and everything. But whenever we move the candidate into shortlisting, we might ask certain other details, asking them to provide their previous employment details, and we might also have to ask certain details about their the employment details, and then some reference details and everything. Okay, and then when we move them to the offer stage, we might have to ask them about their recent pay slips, okay, to calculate and provide them the salary. And we might also ask for some of the report given by the previous company or something like that. In some of the defense companies and some of the government related companies, they also will ask for police clearance certificate. They might also ask for certain verifications. So all that is configured in recruiting management solution. But where will the candidate access it from? From the candidate profile, which is created for themselves, right? So this particular linkage, if we are able to grasp, that's more than enough for our testing. Okay. So once the process is completed, the candidate is selected or maybe rejected. So the recruitment process ends, and the job posting that you have done in the career site will automatically be removed as soon as the candidate is hired. Because there is a small field which is available in the system which says number of openings. So the number of openings, if it's 1, if it's already filled, then the job will get closed automatically. Okay, so this particular linkage is what we are going to understand as well. All right. Now the next topic, we have another section altogether. So this module is all about how do we kick off the recruiting marketing project. So what are the key elements that are required for us to start the project? So far, whatever we have done is the prerequisites as to understand the recruiting marketing solution, to understand the linkage between these two modules and everything. But now we shall just try to go through the kickoff on how and what is required for us to do it. So the first and foremost thing that we always need to inform the customer, even before we start the requirement gathering, is about the overall flow. So this can be given in whatever format that they want. So if I want to just give you a couple of scenarios, there might be a customer whom you are working with, okay, so which is a new customer for you, and they have never used a site for this job posting. They only had one link which says for careers, click here. And when you click on that, you upload your CV and you're done. That's it. So this is customer number 1. The second customer that you're talking about may be having a recruiting site, but with not a lot of options. Once the candidate applies for that job, they don't have a system to communicate between each other. So it's like the job is the job application is sent and we are done with it. Okay. And the third scenario might be that they have implemented a solution which it was homegrown, okay, using some developers within the organization. They tried to implement the solution with certain coding and everything. But now, as they have purchased the licenses for recruiting marketing, they want to move to the recruiting marketing page. Okay, so these are the 3 scenarios let's talk about. So how do you approach? So if it is a net new customer with no site at all, then you're going to show them some of the sample sites and then tell them this is how it is going to look like. We need the data in the specific format. You're going to share the guidelines. Okay, that is very straightforward. The second scenario, they might be having a basic site, but they would not know that, what all information to put in that particular site. So then you give some examples saying that whatever is missing in your corporate website, okay, put them here, which is kind of candidate facing. So which might be certain things like the recruiting process, which might be things like the salary structure or the benefits that you're going to get, and what do we do and who we are. What about our organization's CEO, managing director, how it started, the number of locations that we have, all of this. You can give them suggestions. Okay, and then the third scenario in which they already have a well-built site with some, homegrown software using certain coding, you can tell them instead of exactly migrating the same stuff, try to think of enhancing it by putting some extra details. Okay, so doing it in a different way, because right now we are using some standard elements to build the site. So it should also be easy for you to change the content. So maybe if there is any job fair, they kind of use a video to advertise the job fair. So if there is any need of posting the job in multiple locations, maybe they can use it. Okay. So these kind of suggestions should be given as part of the consulting. So this is how we inform them during the kickoff meeting. We also inform them during the requirement gathering and demo sessions as well. Okay. So nowadays, there's a new trend, especially in the North American region and everything. So whenever we want to post a job, to attract the candidates, there are some video advertisements happening. Okay, where there is a recruiter will come in front of the camera, say that, hey, candidates, there is exciting news for you. We have a job opening in this particular location, and you can go ahead and click on this particular link to apply for this job. Okay, so this can be recorded and maybe uploaded into YouTube, and the YouTube link can be put in the career site. So this is one of the suggestions that you can give. And if there is anything that needs to be showcased, as maybe some of the customer has a very beautiful campus and they want to showcase the candidates to understand how our facilities are. So instead of typing it and having them as a content, you ask them to convert them into a YouTube video or something like that, put that video over the website. So these are the few suggestions that we are going to give and implement, not only concentrating only on the solution, but thinking from their perspective to make the site look better. Okay, so these all details are designed in such a way that it is easy for us to configure, and at the same time it's easy for them to update and do the necessary posting accordingly. All right, so now when it comes to the design flow, the overall design process flow itself, what do we do first? We do a kickoff meeting to explain them what is our methodology that we follow in SuccessFactors. Okay, we have certain details and one of the presentation, which we can also discuss what all are covered in that particular session. Is it going to be an explanation about the module, the best practice scenarios that we are going to suggest, the methodology, the timeline, the involved people? We have a separate template, which is standard given by SAP. You can use that, customize it to the customer's banding, and then you can use it. So once the kickoff is done, we are also going to explain the timeline taken for this and the parties involved for this particular detail. Okay, which means who is required for us, and from the customer's team, do I need a marketing team member? Do I need some designing team people, or one of the stakeholder who is responsible to approve the design and everything? So this happens during kickoff, and we move into the configuration workshops, which is nothing but the requirement gathering workshops. So this is where we're going to spend quite some time, like maybe 2 days minimum, to get their branding guidelines, okay, to get their images, content, videos, if any, okay, because based on our previous discussions during our demo, some of the alignment meetings, we would have told them that we need certain details about this particular site. So we collect all of these details, okay, and we also understand at the same time what should your career site URL look like. Is it jobs.thecompany.name.com or AE if it's in the UAE, if it's .com or .au if it's Australia? So you decide all of that, because there is a small setup process that we need to do as a consultant to make sure we make the site live in the production environment. So this is something different. Okay, we discussed about that as well. And when we come to the site design, so this is where we are going to understand the number of pages. How many pages do you want? Is it 1 home page, 4 company page, and then 10 strategy page? Or is it like 20 strategy pages? Or maybe the customer might be saying that I have 3 group companies within this parent company. Okay, I need a different site for different companies. Is it possible? So we have a concept for that as well, which is called as brand management, which we will also talk about when we look into the career site builder, where we categorize the details accordingly. You can make sure to develop the site in such a way that it looks different for all of these different sites. Okay, and then when we are talking about the site design, this comes hand in hand. The content organization. Let us assume that we build a draft saying that our homepage should have 1, 2, 3, 4 components. Our component, our category page, the job page should have like 3 or 4 details. So how do we organize that? Do I need to have 10 pages and the links should be given in the homepage? or should I actually have it separately? So all of these details will be designed and discussed during the requirement gathering session itself. Okay, and this will be again dependent upon the customer, because in few customers there are certain marketing teams, there are certain content development teams who will take care of this scenarios. But if you're talking about a mid-sized company, the HR team itself decides on how should the overall design look like. So it would be usually kind of more back and forth conversations with the customer to understand what design they want based on our previous discussions, because we would have shown them some of the sample sites, and they will actually relate it to it and then make it better. Okay, one such scenario is if you're implementing it for one of the food and beverage industry. So what usually they do is they have their own competitors in every field, right? So they go to their websites and see what they have presented. If you're working for an oil and gas company, they will have their references. So all these things, when you're discussing with the customer, you should have at least one reference with you to tell them that okay, this particular company, also use recruiting marketing, and they put the content in a similar way. If you're working for an airline company, you can compare it with some other airlines, saying that they have displayed the number of benefits that the airlines employees get. Okay, the number of leaves and all that stuff, whichever is given. And what about the family benefits and then the accommodation benefits that they give? Okay, so these are a few examples that you need to suggest in this content organization and site designing phase. Okay, and then once we are done with that, we also take care of the required fields in the recruiting solution on what are the different fields that we need to have it so that we will be able to configure them if some of them are missing in the job requisition, and which is used for our jobs to be posted. Okay, and we also categorized what are the internal jobs and what are the external jobs that needs to be posted. So this is how the flow it's going to be. And the reflection of this in terms of the documentation will be discussed during the workbook discussion. So like we talked about the requirement gathering sessions always. So we have a specific format which is called as a workbook in SuccessFactors. We reflect all of this, documentation into that format and take a sign off from the customer. Okay, so this is the flow we already discussed on a brief, but this is a flow that is going to be. Okay, the kickoff meeting is done, and then workshops for the design and everything, we do it. And what are the few things that are required for us during the kickoff presentation? We need these things: the customer's name, logo, include category pages, action items, which is a typical standard project, so that doesn't need any much explanation. Okay, and then from the readiness, from the readiness, we need to have the customer's goals in terms of what do they need for the design and what type of brands or maybe the different options that they want to create. And this is one of the important aspect on how many languages they need to have this site, because you might be having an idea. SuccessFactors can be translated into whatever language that we want. Okay, based on the languages, we need to enable them in the backend. Okay, and we need to get the translated content from the customer. So if you're working for any of the customer in Europe, they might be needing their own language, right? So in that case, you can enable that language and ask them the content for that language, and you'll be able to translate it. This will again reflect back to the scope, because one additional language will cost you maybe 15 additional days. Okay, and then because you have to configure that and also test whether it's visible properly, and you also need to move the configuration into production system. So each and everything matters when you are taking the requirements. So in order to avoid that deviations, we always make sure our scope is not deviated much. Okay. And then how we do the initiation of kickoff meeting is that you talk to the customer's spokes, okay, whoever is required. Like we already discussed, we need the marketing team, communication team or the web designing team, whoever is involved, because we just take the inputs, okay, and then we use certain standard documentation that is available within us from the SuccessFactors portal to showcase them. And we also tell them that these are the different options that you have. You can pick the best lot out of it. And we proceed further with the options of designing. Okay, we also provide some examples, which we already talked about. We review the customer's needs and map it to the workbook. Okay. And once we are done with that, we also make sure to explain them that this is the site design that you want as a draft. So once we have this information, we go back and we actually work on the configuration in terms of how many pages do we need and what are the colors and everything, because the customer would have already shared it with you. Okay, after this particular section, it is the job of the implementation consultants to first set up the career site design. Okay, on the other hand, they also need to build the mapping and integration between the recruiting management solution with recruiting marketing. Because once we design the site, post the job, it should be available in the career site. So this setup is also done by us using the career site builder, which we will talk about it when we get to that particular section. All right. So this is all about the kickoff. This is all about how do we collect the requirements in theory. But now once we see the workbook, you will understand what are the different concepts and details on how do we capture for that. And we will be able to download that particular workbook from the SAP Partner Edge.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which feature is typically included in SAP SuccessFactors RMK? Option A, Candidate Relationship Management. Option B, Inventory Tracking. Option C, Customer Billing. Option D, Project Management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to excel in attracting top talent? Our SAP SuccessFactors RMK course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP RMK. It's like a toolbox for creating great job campaigns and making recruitment marketing super effective. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's made by experts who know the ins and outs of recruitment. Your teachers are pros who've worked with SAP SuccessFactors for years. They're here to guide you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found it super helpful to boost their recruitment skills. Best part? It's super affordable. This amazing chance to learn won't cost you a fortune. Ready to master SAP RMK? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
I have logged in as one of the administrator cum recruiter, okay, in which to show you the list of jobs that I have. Okay, so these jobs are available as part of the recruitment, which can be created either from EC, which is, there is a concept called position management, okay, in EC, the Employee Central, or they can be created manually like we saw yesterday. So this is the first step to create the job, to create a vacancy. All right. Now we will just go through a couple of configuration options that we have to see how the overall process is linked. Okay. Now, can I ask you, what are the prerequisites for having the job requisition created? I mean, once we create a job, obviously we need to know the number of people who are going to work on it. That is one of the primary prerequisite. There is something else that we need before we post the job, right? Can someone recall about that?
The location.
Yeah, that is one of them. But something else should be done before we post the job, like internally within the organization.
Need to take approval.
Yes, that is correct. So that is absolutely correct. So the approval workflow should be created. Okay. We are designing the stakeholders in such a way that we have the approvals in place. And once the approval is done, we go ahead and post the job. Now let us quickly see the option to create the approval. Although this is a part of the recruiting management, it's good to know for you, okay, so that you will have an idea about how do we create it and where do we create it. So in the admin center in SuccessFactors system, we have a centralized place which is called as admin center. So for a few of you are from the SAP background, you might be used with all the T codes and the short codes that you go, and then for some hiring action you will say PA40, PA30, all that, and then I go to SC01, for certain things you might be used to all of that, right? But for SuccessFactors, like the home page, which will have a lot of menu items. Similarly, if I want to do something from the admin perspective, I go to admin center. From the drop down of my name, I go to admin center. And once I come here, I have an option of tools. So when I click on tools, I will have a lot of options which are related to different modules. It depends on what kind of permissions that we have given, because the entire system of SuccessFactors work on role-based permissions, which means you might be a recruiter, you might be a normal employee, but based on the areas that you work on, the permissions can be given in the backend. How do we create the permissions? Where do we create it? We are also going to cover. That is one of the topic for us. Okay, but just to have an idea, if I want to be a recruiter, I need to have certain access to create my job requisition. I need to have access to the candidate dashboard. And I also need to make sure that I move the candidate from one status to other status, and also see the jobs that are listed down for me. If I'm a normal employee, I don't need to see the recruiting dashboard. So in short, the menu item that is here itself should not be visible for me. I need to have only few things. One is home and the careers, which is common for everyone. And if I have employee central as well, maybe the org chart. Okay, some customers will say it's okay to show them. Some will say I don't need it. And maybe some of the other details about my employee file. So these are the 4 or 5 options that I can see it as a normal employee. So how is it controlled and where is it controlled from is done with the role-based permissions. Now, the other advantage of over here is one user can play multiple roles in the system, which means they can wear multiple hats. They can be also a normal employee with the normal access like everyone. They can also have recruiting privileges, which means they are acting as a recruiting team. And they will also be able to manage the onboarding, for example. Whoever is joining and getting converted from a normal candidate, like a selected candidate to hired candidate. If that is the case, we can go ahead and do that as well. Okay. So these are the few things that can be done using role-based permissions. The other thing is we can categorize the role-based permissions based on the department as well. So if I'm talking about a corporate company in which you have 20 different departments, but each department should have one recruiter who is working on it. And that particular recruiter who is assigned to that particular department should be able to post the jobs which are created and approved by a specific department. If this is the case, we are going to manage all of that in the role-based permissions. We will see that in a little detail with the configuration perspective. But for now, we will see what are the options that we have in the admin center. In order for me to actually go to this option, I need to have some permissions, and I go here as an admin center and go to the see all in the tools. So now if you see, if I collapse all of them, so these are certain areas in which we kind of enable or we have given the permissions somewhere in the system so that it's visible to me in my login. Okay, so each section has a lot of options. So if you observe, we have mobile, we have onboarding, we have payroll, presentations, recruiting, reporting. There's so many options. Okay, so which means all the permissions are given for the admin user. And within recruitment, you have these many options where you have to click on it and then go to that particular section to create something, to configure something. You're not coding anything here, you're just configuring something. Okay, and once we go here, the first step that I'm going to do is the manage route maps. This is one of the common option that we use for performance and goals management module. We also use it for compensation. We use it for recruitment as well. Okay, so what does this mean? This is just a place where we are going to create the number of steps that has to be displayed on top of the job requisition. Okay, let me pick up one approval workflow, which is the route map in systems language. So if this is the job requisition template, standard job requisition, these are the steps that should trigger for the approval. So it is created by the recruiter, okay, or someone, and then it goes to the hiring manager for their review and finalization. It is very straightforward, simple approval workflow. Let's try to take another workflow from this list itself. So this has 3 steps. One is the create job requisition, and second one is the hiring manager approval, and third one will be the recruiting team action, which means the team will approve it. So by seeing this, what you understand is this is also one of the part of requirement gathering with respect to the recruitment system. So first you capture all of the requisition fields, okay, as part of the requirement. Then you capture the approval workflow fields, which means who are the stakeholders that they need to approve the job requisition. Okay, you're going to collect that. Once the job is approved, we are going to post the job, and then the candidate will apply, right? That will follow, that will come later. But in order for us to understand the approval mechanism, we have to go to this option as a roadmap. A detail about how it is created, all that can be explored maybe a little later. You will have access individually. You can also go through this option and then see how it works, how it is linked and everything. Okay, so this is one of the steps that we have in the approval workflow. Now, similar to this, I have some other options which are required for me to know in the recruitment system itself, which are dependent on marketing, right? So we have the approval workflow. Now we shall go and access the rating scale. So there are 2 options. One, I can go here and go to the recruitment section and then pick up the relevant option. But this is a lengthy process. Instead, if I know that particular transaction, like similar to SAP's transaction, in SuccessFactors, we call it as a keywords. Okay, and we can call it as an action as well. So I can search here in the tools, or I can simply type the starting word of it and it will appear. So if I'm looking for rating scales, I get it here, and when I click on that, it will take me to that particular screen. So for every transaction, for every action that we need, we can just type the few characters and then it will take us there. All right. So this is one of the part that we need to also have for recruitment. And where this is used, why this is used is also good to know information. It is used in the interviews. So as part of the recruitment system, we have to create a job, get it approved, and the candidate applies. Then we have the selection procedure starts, right? And once the selection procedure starts, we shortlist the candidate. We kind of evaluate the candidate during the interview. In order for us to rate the candidate accordingly, we can have this rating scale. So this rating scale is completely customizable. You can have up to 1 to 5, 1 to 7, 1 to 10, or maybe your own rating scale. So this is very straightforward. You have to come here. If it is the first implementation, the screen in the rating scale designer will be completely blank. Okay, and you have to create one from the scratch. You put the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and put the labels accordingly and put some description. So this is also required for us to rate the candidate from the interview perspective. Okay, and this option is also common for us in the system, where it is used in performance and goals, recruitment, and even compensation sometimes. Okay, so these are the few things that are required for us. The second thing, the other thing that we have within recruitment is the offer letters. Now we are talking about the recruiting sequence. The job is approved, and then we also saw the rating scale for the interview. Now we have the offer letter templates. So when it comes to recruitment process, I'm also going to show you the pipeline, how it looks like. We have the offer management to be done on the system as well. Okay, so how it is done? There are different companies, for example, or there are different locations, for example, for this client. So you can suggest them two ways. If they have country specific templates, we can go ahead and create the templates accordingly, country specific. If we are going ahead with an approach of department specific, then we are going to create the templates according to the department. So this thing is available for us also in the system to create a template. Now, if I pick up one template that is already created here, okay, so this is a sample offer letter that has been created. So it says, dear candidate, on behalf of the company, we are pleased to offer so on and so forth. This is the position details, and these are the compensation details, benefits, and some of the other things, which is an offer letter. And how does it look like? We can preview it when we generate the offer letter from the system. Okay, so this letter is generated based on certain values, which are again coming from the job requisition, maybe, which are also coming from the application, which are coming from the what do you call the offer letter, okay, the offer approval template, and many other places. So in short, if I want to generate an offer letter, all the placeholder values that I have here, which are highlighted in yellow color, are available somewhere in the system. Okay, so this is the offer letter creation procedure. So like this, in order for us to create the recruitment flow completely, there is a set of processes. There is a sequence that we need to follow from the backend, which is provisioning. We have to enable certain stuff, and we have to make sure the configuration is done, and then we connect all the dots with respect to the process. Okay, now if I reflect back to the pipeline that we have, we will just understand what all are required. So this pipeline, if you observe, as soon as the candidate has applied, they will be available here. Okay, and then we move the candidate from one status to other status, and from here to shortlist and interview. We talked about the interview rating, which is required, but there is a lot of other configuration that is also required for this, where we can connect the Outlook or Exchange server into the system, and then make it available for the interviews, okay, where we can book the calendar of the interviewer from the system itself. All right, and then we have the offer letter management. First, we take the approval of the offer within the stakeholders, and then later we go to the offer letter generation or the contract, which we can generate from the system. All right, and then the flow continues. If the onboarding module is enabled, then we initiate the onboarding. If not, we move the candidate to hire, so that this candidate is available for us in EC. If EC is in scope for this customer, we see in a specific place where we can start the hiring process, convert the candidate from being selected to an employee, so that the employee record is created in the system. Okay, so this covers the entire flow as an end user. But when it comes to configuration, we need to break it down into multiple pieces, and then we see how it is available. And even before we go to this entire process, if we have the recruiting marketing, we have another step by going into command center and linking these both systems. Okay, so which we will also cover once we all have the access, wherein we go to the system, link it, and then we can complete the configuration end to end. All right, so now as we have seen the recruiting process in general, let's briefly talk about the role-based permissions, which is again common for all the modules. So like we always we're talking about the role-based permissions in SuccessFactors. It is common for every module. So what I'm going to do is again go to admin center, and before we go to the admin center, we will also talk about the basics of role-based permissions. In every module, there are certain predefined roles given by SuccessFactors. So in recruitment, we talk about some normal roles, which is recruiter, hiring manager, and maybe a second recruiter, like a coordinator role. We might have a CEO, a VP, whoever it is. So what we have the flexibility is, we can call the role in any name, that doesn't matter. But there are a set of roles that we have for each module. So if you're referring to recruitment, we have this set of roles. If we are talking about performance and goals, we have certain roles. And if we are talking about the core HR, we have the employee role, manager role, HR business partner role, and maybe a coordinator role, okay, something like that. So depending upon the module, we have role-based roles which can be assigned for various actions. In order for us to understand about the roles, assuming that you're seeing it for the first time, there are two important things that we need to know. One is the permission groups. Okay, so one step is the permission groups, and the other step is the permission roles. Okay, so this is called manage permission groups, and this is called manage permission roles. Okay, in order for us to access these roles, I mean, how do we get this option at all? Because so far what I was saying is, in order for us to see certain options in the system, we need the role to be assigned, right? So let's assume I'm new to the system. I've just logged in with an administrative login that is given by SAP, and I don't even have access to this. Where will I create the roles from? If that is the case, we have an option of role-based permission access. So this one, manage role-based permission access. When we click on it, we can add our user to this particular page so that we are eligible and we are also given access to the permission groups and permission roles. Before having access to this, the first step that you need to do is go here and give the access to yourself, which means adding your user over here. Okay, so let's assume I have admin user. So these are the different users that I have. If I say I need to give HR admin access, I will say grant admin, grant permission. Okay, and then once I have given the grant permission, let me expand.
Users is created in the test system.
Yeah, your user will be created and then given it to you with full access. Okay, but these are the options that you can access whenever you want.
Okay.
Yeah, like I have logged in with this user, right? So it says RMK00, something like that. You will also get your own individual user, okay, where you can access it and then go to all of this option. And when we talk about the Employee Central basics, maybe during the end of the sessions, right? We are also going to understand how do we upload the users and what are the different things that we need in order for us to upload the users, and some of the admin related stuff with respect to EC as well. Okay, yeah, so now assuming that we have a user, I have given myself permission, which is HR admin, so that I should be able to access role-based permission groups and permission roles. So this is also one of the common question in the troubleshooting. If you guys are working for any of the support project, some users might come up saying that one of the new recruiter joined and I have to give certain access, but I'm not able to get this option for that recruiter. They are able to get the admin center, but they are not able to access permission groups and roles. So the first thing that you have to do is go to this role-based permission access and add them over here so that they are eligible now to go to this option, which is permission groups and roles. Okay. The first prerequisite is met now. Now we have the access to these two things. The ground rule is for every group that we create, we have to have a role linked to it. So it's like this. We create a group with a set of people. Okay, so we create a group with a number of people. So a number of employees. We create a role with number of permissions saying that, okay, this user should have access to recruitment module, performance module, and some of the sections in Employee Central, and many other stuff. In order for us to have that role created and assigned, right, we have to create the group. So if you ask me which should be created first, it doesn't matter. You can create the role and then you can create the group and link it to each other. If you create the group first, you need to link the role later. If you create the role, you can link the group later. Now let's talk about the typical permission group that we create for recruitment. Okay. So if you see, I have searched for REC and I have a group which is called as recruiting admin. So in the recruiting admin, okay, when I create it, so I have this many users, around 31 users, which are already there. So in short, so these are the users who are eligible to access the recruitment module and also perform certain steps. Okay, what are they going to perform will be covered in the role. So, and if you observe here, we have, there are two roles which are created and assigned to this particular group, which means whatever permissions that I have enabled in this role of recruiter is available for me as a user who is available, who is added here. Now, first, let's get to the creation itself. We create it like this. We have the group name to be created, recruitment. Okay, I will just create it as recruiting access for now. And here I have various options. I can either pick up by the user, which is a normal traditional way. Okay. I can also pick up by the username, which is nothing but the login ID of the system. And I can even pick up some other fields which are available in this particular list. So in short, where is this list coming from? On what basis? In order for us to create the users, the employees in the system, we might have used a format of the Excel sheet, which is called as a user data file, right? So in the user data file, whatever fields that we have is available here. So if I just quickly review it, we have citizenship, city, compensation, information, country, and some of the other custom fields. And here we have, okay, 1 second. Yeah. So here we have date of birth, position, division, ethnicity, future leader, gender, hire, and all that, right? So these are the fields that are visible for us because of the UDF, which we call the user data file. But the traditional way is to do is pick up the user, click on it, and then start typing the starting letters of the user. So I know one of the recruiter, I select like this and put it here. And I have another user, for example, maybe James Clean, okay, who is one of the user. So I select it and put it like this. Now, if you're not sure about the user full name, you can also pick up using the user ID, which is the username. Okay, so I create it like this and I update by clicking on it here. So these two users are available now in this group. But have I already assigned it to the role? Not yet. Okay, because this is blank. Nothing is available here. So I've just created a group. Okay, now there is another thing which we also need to know, which is another option to exclude some people in this group. Okay, why do we even have this option? I will give you a scenario. So in SAP system ECC, the on-premise, maybe when one of the users is going on long vacation, maybe 3 months, 2 months, we have an option to deactivate. I mean, for a temporary purpose, right? So here, what we can do is for that particular time, if one of the employee is going on leave, and if the organization decides that while the person is away, while the employee is away, let's not give them any permissions at all. So if that is the case, we can go here, pick that particular username, okay, and then put it here and add them so that for that particular duration, the roles will not be given. So even though they are able to access the system, but whatever roles are given with respect to recruitment will not be available for them. It will give them an error message saying that you don't have authorizations. Okay, so this is usually done by the admin. Okay, the system admin, whoever is available and assigned in the organization of the customer. So this is an option that we need to just know. So in case if you get a query from the customer, can we do this? The option is available where you can exclude them for a specific period, but it has to be done automatic. And there are certain questions which might also come up saying that, based on their leave start date, can we put some, condition or maybe a business rule to activate and deactivate the permissions? The answer is straight away no, because it is not talking to each other in terms of the rule and the permissions. So all that we can do is exclude them by going into this particular option. Okay, so now I have created it for testing purpose. Okay, so let me say testing. I will click on done. Okay, so this one, I will click on done so that my group is created. Now I will go to the role and I will start creating a role. So I will say, give the same name. Okay, so this some of the description, this is for recruiting, training, and testing, for example. And what type of the role is this? Is it an employee or an external onboarding user? So this is only relevant for onboarding module. So you don't have to worry about it. So employee, okay. And then when I click on next, this is where I'm going to add all the permissions based on the modules. So it is a huge list. I have performance and goals. I have the career development planning, opportunity, many other stuff, which is common for all the modules. But for us to easily understand, there are two things. One is the administrative permissions, which is administrator. Whenever you see the administrator, you get a word which is manage. But whenever you see the normal end user permissions, you see another section which is common on the top. So whichever you see as manage in this list is given to the administrator who is going to manage certain stuff. Okay. The other permissions that you have on the top, like recruiting permissions, employee central permissions, this is given for a normal end user. By the word manage, what does it mean is we create the system administrators when we implement for some customer, right? So we have to give them permissions in such a way that they are also eligible to log in and perform certain actions. Okay, they also can access the role-based permissions, for example. They can also access certain admin related stuff which is required for us. In short, whoever needs to be made as the administrator for a specific module, a SPOC for a specific module, needs to be given this access of manage. If not, if the normal permissions are required, then we can enable it from here. So as we are talking about the recruiting, we will go to the recruiting options. We have one specific section of recruiting. So here, if you see, there are a lot of options within this particular section. So it's saying that do you want to have access to background check, initiate permission, update permission. Or can you also have certain things which is about jobs applied? We have onboarding update. We have some of the SF API permissions, which is nothing but used for accessing the data dictionary, which means the technical fields in the system. So these are the few permissions that are available. And I also have some options which are related to the careers tab. If I enable this one, the careers tab will be visible here for me in the top. Okay, and then I have some interview scheduling permissions, some of the OData API, which is again to look for the technical fields in the system. Okay, and I have some of the options for the posting, upload of candidate CVs, bulk create, mapping, etc., etc. There are a lot of options that we have for recruiting. So likewise, we will have options for all the modules. So if I want to give all the permissions in the test system at least to see what are all available, I can select all. And then I can also pick up some other details about the employee data. Okay, so because this user is also an administrator who is working on Employee Central. So I can give this. And under general user permissions, I can give access to user login, a live profile access, which means that I can see my profile. And I can also give an option of permission to create forms, in which I have to give saying that I need to select this user to create the job requisition form. Okay, all the templates will be visible for me here. Okay, so if I select basic job requisition, all of this. Okay, so these are the few templates that I can create when it comes to the recruitment part. So I'm going to give this permissions. Okay, so I have selected a couple of them, and I have a lot of other permissions that can also be given. So an entire section of requirement gathering will be based on the roles and role-based permissions when we talk about any specific talent module or some other module. So how do we actually get into these particular details? It's not required for us to just go in the initial stages itself, but we do also maintain a specific sheet for the role-based permissions. Okay. To understand what are the different users that they want and how many groups that we need to create and what are the different roles that we need to create to accommodate the request. Okay, now if I go to the manage option, under manage as well, I have something related to the recruiting. So the option says manage recruiting. Okay, I can search for this like this, or I can also search in the top. So here it says manage external user accounts, external candidates, hire candidates, all of this. Okay, whichever is required as an administrator. So for admin, usually what we do is give all the permissions. Okay, so that they will have it created. And when I go to next, whatever I have added will be visible for me here. Some of them are user permissions and some of them are administrator permissions. Okay, so this can be added on whatever section that we want. What happened? Like it went. Okay, so I think it went back. It didn't get saved. So likewise, we can add the permissions, create it, and add the user to this particular group. And once we have created that role, okay, for whatever with whatever option that we have, I can go to this particular group and click on it, okay, and see if it is assigned. If it is not assigned, what we'll do is go to this particular section and imagine that I have given permissions for this role. Okay, I need to do the assignment. So right now, there is something called as RMK with site builder, which is given to a specific role. So I can say that give role assignment, recruiting, and go to next. This is the employee. So this is for a manager level that is not required for us to give it in recruitment. Okay, and we are giving it to all employees in this case. Let's not give it to all employees. So this is the group that we just created, and select, click on next. So this is assigned now, and click on save. Okay, so it's saying that you have given it to all employees. The access population is 1,378, too large. So do you really need to give? Okay, it's just giving as an option. So we can give it because it's a test system. But when we are doing this job in production, we have to be very cautious about who has permissions. Okay. In short, if I want to give access to certain modules using the role-based permissions, this is the process of creating a role and creating a group and see how it is going to work in the front end. And this is common for all the modules. Now, once I have created, once I have created the role and group, if I want to understand what all are the roles available for a specific user, there is an option of view user permission. Again, in the admin center, I can click on view user permission. I can go to this step and search for that user for whomever I have given access to. Okay, I'll instead use the first name. Okay, I have this user, and when I click on this, it's going to give me a huge list of permissions that I have given. The left side, the left-hand side, whatever you see, is the permissions that are available for this user. Okay, the right-hand side is the number of roles that we have given and assigned to the same user. So what do you understand by this is, as the same user can be a part of different roles and groups. Okay, but there should not be conflict in one way. If you're giving some permissions in a specific group, so the same permissions should not be repeated in another group because it might cause some issues. Otherwise, there is no limit to have the same user in almost everything. Okay, the user that I have picked up right now is also working on multiple modules in the demo system. Hence, you see a lot of groups that are available. So these are the permissions that are given. Now, if any of the user wants to have a similar permission like this, the best way is to understand. You come here, click on view user permission, see what are all the groups that are added for this particular user, and then you can add the same, you can add into the same roles, you can add into the same groups. Okay, this is one way of looking into it. The second way is the administrator, whoever was assigned to recruitment, has left the organization, is going to leave in few days, and you get a request from the team saying that I need a user to be created. At the same time, should have the similar access of the person who is leaving. If that is the case, you can come here, see whatever roles that have been added, and accordingly you can give the permissions. Okay, and the third way, you might get a support ticket, a query from one of the employee of the organization saying that, I have added the person into all the relevant groups, but this one permission of creating an offer letter is not available for this user. Can you just check? So one of the group might be created, but one small role might be missing for that user. So for that as well, to compare, you can come to this section and see what are the different roles that have been created for this particular user. Okay, so this is the concept of role-based permission. Now let's quickly review the role-based permissions that are required for recruiting marketing as well. Okay, we have created one group which is for recruiting marketing. So I think it's created with the name of recruiting marketing RMK or something like that. Okay, or maybe it's not created. So I will review the roles maybe. Okay, let us go to the manage permission roles. Yeah, I see that there is one role which is created with certain details. Okay, which is very basic, but we need to add more to it. We will add it when we get to that particular section. We will do it on the flow of the configuration itself, and then we will understand who are the different users that needs to be added. So in case of the access, once the access is set up for you all, right, we will come here, add more permissions to it, which is also creating of job requisitions and everything to the same role, and we will assign it to a group by creating it here, which says recruiting marketing access or recruiting marketing consultant, something like that, the career site builder access or something. We will add it and then link that particular two things so that we get access to the entire system. I will access one of the recruiting management workbook to give you an idea how the requirements are usually taken. Okay. I'm going to open one of the filled workbook, and I'm also going to open one of the blank workbook. All right, just give me a second. So I have just opened it here. And meanwhile, can I ask one of you to understand if you have access to this particular portal, which is called Partner Edge? I think I remember.
We have access for Partner
Yeah,
Edge.
you have access. Okay, so if it is okay for you to share the Partner Edge, I will just guide you, where exactly you can download the workbook. Only if you're okay to share. Yeah, otherwise, yeah, okay.
You want me to go to Learning Hub or?
No, the Partner Edge itself.
SAP Partner Edge, right? You're talking about?
Yeah. If you just type Partner Edge, I think it will take you there. No problem.
In the meanwhile, I have a doubt. If you go to Command Center, if you can open Command Center.
We have not reached to that stage. I mean, I have
just wanted a query. My personal.
Okay, fine. Let me just open it then. Command Center is not logged in. I will just quickly log into it. I will share my screen. I will take the access back, Sagar, until
I stop sharing.
Okay. I have logged into the command.
So when you go to the analytic and administration.
Okay. You mean here?
Yeah, the second one.
Okay. This one.
Where you will be getting the details of the.
Yeah.
So you go to the status mapping there. I just want to know if there is an empty status mapping how it is getting linked.
Okay. Got it. So you're trying to set up the analytics admin for the customer, right?
Right.
Okay.
So if you see the status mapping there, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
So if I go there, how can I try to link? I don't find any data here. So how can I link it?
Yeah. We'll let it load 1 second.
Because the command center and the data all are it is as such right now.
Okay. So this is because we don't have any linkage done between recruitment and marketing yet. Okay, in this instance at least. But in your instance, if the setup is already done, you should see the recruiting statuses here. Whichever is not mapped. Okay, and this mapping, just to be mindful, it has to be done only one time. You cannot change it forever.
Understand.
Okay.
So
and one more thing.
How it is being done? The integration setting is being done. If I see there is a integration done already, and all the data, the prerequisites are also fulfilled.
Okay.
So where I am missing then?
Yeah. Okay. Was this the same query which Sagar raised yesterday that you wanted to quickly check?
Right.
Okay. Yeah. So usually what happens is we need to do this integration settings first. Okay. For us to see the statuses, because it's going to pull the data from recruitment. Okay. And I hope you have are able to see the site name and everything here. Okay. And then all the other details properly.
Yeah, it's already done.
It's already done. But you're not able to see any statuses at all, is it?
Yes.
Okay, that is actually weird because once you set it up here in the integration settings, it should get updated within some time. It will not take a lot of time.
Okay.
Are we sure that we are
what I understand from one of my experienced colleagues, it's need to be restarted. I mean, something has to be restarted, system or application, something. After mapping, it has to be restarted is what he said, but I did not fully understood.
Okay. Because there is another option that we can go here with the career site builder itself. We have to do the sync of the job, okay, and also ensure if all the site configuration is done properly. Can I also understand this? Like, are you doing this setup for the first time, or is it for the already configured system?
The system is already configured. This is not the first time, but they want this to be activated.
The analytics only, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Because, yeah, the sync also is this is what I have been told. Okay, 24 hours something it will take for sync to show up in your screens after setting up.
Yeah, that is also one of the things, like depending upon what condition you have put in that analytics admin, right? So it has to pull the details from recruitment screen to here. So if you just can go ahead and see that, okay, why it is giving me an error? If you see once, what is the timeline that you have given here to get the data?
Okay.
Or you can also do one thing.
Where the
If
sync
you
is
have
being done, can you tell me where the sync will be done?
Yeah, this one in this step, right? If you have
Okay.
selected this one, just unselect it, save, and select it once again and save, so that it will pick up the details once again. It will run a job in the background and pick up the details.
Okay. Is the backend job to be scheduled, or is it all like it's
No, automatic.
okay.
Yeah, automatic.
Okay.
You don't have to do anything.
It's automatic. It's yeah.
And you also see one other option here, get data. Okay. So if you are not able to get it this way, you select this one. If it's already selected, remove it, save it, and then also select it and save it once again.
Okay. Okay, let me try this today.
Yeah, sure. Yes. Okay. And I think you have logged in. So we can go to the option of the HXM suite, which we have the products from the top. Yeah, products. And we can go to the human capital management. Yes. And SAP SuccessFactors. Correct. Okay. Now, this is one of the page which you keep accessing when it comes to SuccessFactors. All right. And I hope a couple of them are already aware of it. So if you scroll a little up, Sagar. Yeah, here we have different sections. One is about market, sell, build, and implement. Okay. So these are all the resources for us as implementation consultants, pre-sales. We might also do some RFP and everything, right? So there are certain resources which we can access, and we can also share it with the customers. And this is categorized based on the module as well. So, if you're working on some pre-sales activity, you need a template to be downloaded for some of the kickoff presentation, or maybe some of the deep dive presentations. You can find it here. So instead of spending a lot of time offline to gather all the data, you can pick this as a template, change according to the customer's branding, and then demo it. So this is one thing. And the other thing is, if you scroll down, we have an option to access the implementation assets. Okay, further down. Yeah, this one, the blue color bar, little up. Yes, this one. We can click on this one, and we will be taken to one of the other page. Yes. Now, if you scroll down, we have an option to access all the implementation assets. Okay, so this one. In the talent management, in the core HR, these are the details about employee central payroll and everything. So if you scroll up, we have for recruiting and recruiting marketing as well in the talent modules. Okay, sorry, so I'll scroll down in the other section. Yeah, so if you click on recruiting, okay, and scroll a little up. Okay, so if you see here, this is just giving you an update if something is updated over here, all of this. And now if we scroll down, we have some of the assets. Yeah, so a little up somewhere, we have a section which is talking about the assets. Okay, the implementation assets towards your right hand side. In the second section, okay. Not here, a little further down. Yes, towards your right hand side. Okay, under the implementation and training assets, yeah, this third option, implementation assets for SAP SuccessFactors recruiting. Yes. Okay, now if you observe in this page, you have an implementation guide, which is setting up and maintaining SAP SuccessFactors recruiting. So you can download it from here. It's an extensive, a document which will show you step-by-step instructions to set up recruiting. Okay, if you're stuck somewhere, and you can also refer it back. And this is periodically updated after every release after 6 months. So this is one of the document. Okay, and if you scroll a little down, if you go down, you have one option of recruiting management implementation workbook. Okay, so you can maybe download this now. It is getting downloaded. So meanwhile, we can go to the other option, the other tab. We will download the recruiting marketing book also.
Are you able to see the Excel sheet?
Not yet. I am able to see only this Chrome tab.
Okay, maybe I have restricted my screen. Okay, now you check.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, now I'm able to see it. Okay, so this is one. And we shall download the recruiting marketing workbook also from the previous tab. Yes, this one. So these two things that you can have access to, and you can download it for your implementations. One thing. If you go back to the partnerage, Sagar, I'll show a couple of other resources as well. So these are the workbooks that you downloaded. And if you go one step back in the previous page, we have certain documents which we can use it for our kickoff presentations, and also a one-pager guide to share it with the customers. So that is also there. And if you want to download the implementation guide to see what option is where, you can use this one as well. Yeah, basically here you have the product brochure, you have the learning journeys, and all of this stuff. So whenever you get some time, you can review all of this, and then you have a lot of information here. Okay, so towards your left-hand side, you see the L2 presentation, right? So if you want to have it used for any of the meetings, like a proposal meeting or a demonstration, you can use this as well, which will show you all the features, which is standard SAP, and it will be very helpful for you. Okay, so this is going to give you an idea about what is recruitment all about. You can put the customer name accordingly, and access, give them an overview about the module itself.
But how this is going to give a profit, I still not understood, like the way it is given here, right?
Yeah, this is for the customers itself, like if they are very much new to SAP and SuccessFactors. Okay, so SAP has created the document in such a way to tell them from the scratch. Okay, and what is recruitment, what is the impact that is going to create, and what are the functionalities of recruiting, and what are the things that you can do using the recruitment module, etc. Okay, yeah. Now let's see the workbook. First, the recruiting management workbook, and then later maybe we can see this workbook. Yes. So if you click on the table of contents, the second sheet. Yeah, so this sheet is going to talk about all the requirements that we capture. In session, what we did is we went through some of the options which are listed here to understand the requisition fields, the requisition approval workflow, which is the route map, and some of the status pipeline. Okay, and how do we capture the pipeline of the details and everything. And we also talked about the rating scale, offer letters, and everything, right? So if you're instead of the recruiting marketing topic that we are talking about today, if we are talking about the recruiting management, we will go in this sequence. Okay, so saying that, okay, in each and every step, what are the things that we need to capture? How do we convert them into a requirement? And how do we take it from the customer? All of these details. Okay, so this can be captured over here. And then if you go to the requisition, the fourth sheet, recruiting roles, teams, group. Yeah, so here's where you are going to decide what are all the roles that you're going to give it to the customer. These are the standard roles. Like we discussed, for each module, we might have certain standard roles, a recruiter, hiring manager, all of this. This has to be also discussed during the requirement gathering on how many roles do you want and what are the roles that we are going to assign it to them. Because the recruiting module requires some of the XML permissions and XML configuration that is required. So maybe you can, have it as a reference. So we will, collect these requirements and then capture it here. Okay, now if we go to the requisition field and buttons section, the sheet. Okay, so this is where we are going to capture even more in detail. What is the technical field, which is towards your left-hand side, the status, and what would be the label looking like, the requisition label. Okay, and what is the type of the field? Is it a text? Is it a string? Is it a pick list? All of these details are captured over here. Okay, and then the necessary permissions in each of the status is also captured here. Like, is it a standard field versus a custom field? And we are going to reflect back the roles that are available in the previous sheet, the OG, recruiter, and everything. Okay, and we are also discussing about, do you need to have read permissions, like a read-only access to the system, or do you also need the edit-only access? Okay, all of this is captured in this sheet. So likewise, we have a lot of sheets that we need to be filled during the requirement gathering. I mean, why I'm showing you this is, like for having an idea about how is the recruiting system configured based on what requirements that we have captured. Okay, once we have the list of fields, we all have the approval workflow, which is called the route map in the system language. If you have reviewed the system, we had 3 steps in one of the approval workflow. We had 2 steps, one section from step name to step name, that is one section, which is also called as one step. So here we are trying to understand how many steps do you need. Okay, so the first step is created by whom? Is it by the recruiter or the hiring manager or someone else? And what is that step name called? Okay, and do I need to give full access to that step or a limited access? And all of this is captured over here. Okay, so once you create the job, the approval workflow should be linked in specific space. That is also a part of the recruiting configuration. Okay, so like this, we have some other sheets where we capture the candidate profile details, application details, and also the number of statuses, okay, on what is the status that we are going to configure. And we are also talking about the status names. In the front end, you might call it as application, new application, but for the candidate, you might call it as something else. All of that is captured over here. So everything put together in this particular sheet, in the extensive workbook, is needed for us to configure the recruiting system. So similarly, we have the recruiting marketing workbook as well. Okay, where we have to talk about a lot of details with respect to the brand guidelines. We talk about the colors and everything. So if you go to the table of contents, yeah. So we talk about all of the details that are required for us in the configuration. Okay, and if you pick one page, which is like a home page, by little in the left, yes, here. So here it is asking you what should be the home page looking like, and what is the type of the component that you're going to use, and are you using it in all the devices like desktop, tablet, and mobile? Because this detail is captured when we sit with the customer. Okay, but usually what happens is they will not give it to you in the same format that we need. It depends on the customer's location as well. If you're working for any of the European customer, they will be more than happy to fill it for you. If you're working for any of the customer in the Asian region, then they are a little hesitant, to fill this. But just to give you an idea, we are reviewing this, but we are also going to review this in detail when we talk about the topics of the career site builder and the command center setup. Okay, and the content, the images or video links that you have. So this is optional. They can share it with you in a shared folder, or maybe they can also send it in a zip drive or something like that, zip folder where you can download. So all this comes into picture when we are talking about the requirement gathering for recruiting marketing. Okay, and I have a couple of a sample branding guideline document. Okay, maybe I can also tell the team to share it with you so that you will be able to access it whenever you want. Okay, so with this, the recruiting part is fairly completed only theoretically. Okay, not the practical part. Just to have an idea about what are the different components that are available for us in the recruitment.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which platform does SAP SuccessFactors RMK integrate with? Option A, Microsoft Excel. Option B, Google Sheets. Option C, recruitment marketing platforms. Option D, accounting software. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to excel in attracting top talent? Our SAP SuccessFactors RMK course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP RMK. It's like a toolbox for creating great job campaigns and making recruitment marketing super effective. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's made by experts who know the ins and outs of recruitment. Your teachers are pros who've worked with SAP SuccessFactors for years. They're here to guide you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it, our students love this course too. People just like you have found it super helpful to boost their recruitment skills. Best part? It's super affordable. This amazing chance to learn won't cost you a fortune. Ready to master SAP RMK? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Now we will get into the actual topic, the recruiting integrations. So when we call it as an integration, it is not a real integration. It is just a mapping between a connection establishment between these two systems. The reason being, like I said in the first session, that recruiting marketing was developed by a company called jobs2web.com. And then later SAP took over it, SAP SuccessFactors took over it. And then the initial setup was always with these guys that are the jobs2web.com people. Okay, when I started my recruiting marketing, back like 6-7 years ago, then the setup was still controlled by SAP and the jobs2web team. It was not given to the partner entirely. But now it is not like that. With the new version of the command center, they have given it for everyone, and then we will be able to use this. So we now know what is the recruiting marketing all about, the career site. So there are a few things which we need to consider for the recruiting marketing to be connected with recruiting management. Okay, although the new names, you also have to be like aware of it. The candidate experience and the recruiter experience are the new names. So candidate experience is the recruiting marketing, and the recruiter experience is the recruiting management. So there are few stuff that we need to do, which is the real-time job sync. Okay. Where do we do this? It's ensuring the job postings that will actually get posted from recruiting management to the marketing, the career site. And there is a small, setup that we need to do in provisioning in the backend to make sure the jobs are flown properly from the recruiting system to the marketing system. So when we start trying to set up this instance in the test system, we have to do it once. And when we also do the cutover, the migration to production, we have to again schedule this job. Okay, how it is done, where it is done, we will actually go through it a little later. But yeah, we will understand the prerequisites that are required for us to do this real-time job sync. And there are some support queries which will also come with respect to this. Sometimes what happens is when we have scheduled a job for whatsoever reason, when there is a patch upgrade released by SAP, this job might have been stopped working. Okay, so for that, the troubleshooting will be to see whether the job is coming or not, which is one of the primary requisite. And we also need to see whether the job description is maintained. If the job description is over and above 36,000 characters, we don't have to count it, but by seeing it, we will be able to understand sometimes. And we also need to check if we have used any special characters, junk characters in the job description. If everything is ruled out, then we go ahead and see the real-time job sync if it's working or not. Okay, we run the job, we remove the posting and then put the posting back again. Then there are high chances for the job to be started working. We will be able to see that job in the career site. So this is one of the support query as well, which will usually commonly come as. The second thing that you see here is API credentials and security key. So in order to have that connection established, SAP SuccessFactors have come up with, have set up something in the provisioning, which is called as the integration between two modules. There are some settings that we need to go through. So the settings are, we have to create an API key, which is very straightforward. It's an alphanumeric key, and we have to put that key in provisioning so that we identify the customer A with an instance 123, for example, is connecting to the same career site. We are not connecting to any other career site. Just to make sure that connection is established, we have to enable the API credentials and put it in its place. We will see that. And once this is done, it will also ask us to turn on the sync, okay, which is the real-time job sync, which is a part of that particular integration. We have to enable that in Command Center and put some details also in the provisioning. So this ensures that the connection is established between two modules. So candidate single sign-on. So this is by default enabled nowadays. Earlier what we used to do is we had some credentials for the candidate, which was separate for the recruiting marketing side and which was also separate for the recruiting career side. In case the customer wanted to implement the recruiting first and then went to the marketing, then they had two credentials. But now it is made as single. You don't have to do any other setup for it. You just have to sync these two systems, like connect to these two systems, and it is done. Okay, recruiter single sign-on. Yeah, this is one of the thing which we have to do. Basically, what happens is when we have to give some permissions to any of the recruiting user, it can be a recruiter, it can be a hiring manager who wants to post the jobs, needs to have the permission to post the jobs. That is available. And then when we have to have the functionality to post the job in the career site, there is something called as recruiter single sign-on. The only primary requirement is it should be unique, which means if we are all added, we need to have different email addresses in the system. If we have the same email address for two users, then the sync will not work. Okay, the single sign-on will not work. So in order to access the career site builder, we have two options. One, using the command center as an administrator, as a consultant. The second will be, we can also access it from the system. When I say from the system, from here itself, by typing career site builder. Okay, if this has to work, the recruiter single sign-on has to be set up. How do we do that? We need to make sure we have the unique email address and things like that. Okay, another thing is about LinkedIn integration. So there are two things when it comes to LinkedIn, okay, which is always a little confusing for the customer as well. One, we post the jobs on LinkedIn, okay, which is a part of recruiting management. Second, we apply for the jobs using LinkedIn, which is from the candidate side. So you might have seen some websites in which you will have an option to say apply with LinkedIn, so that as soon as you enter your LinkedIn credentials, it is kind of connected with the instance, and there are some fields that has to be mapped in the backend. And once that is mapped and connected, you're going to establish the connection between LinkedIn, and it is just making the life easy for the candidate. Instead of creating a new profile with username and password, email address and password, it is going to fetch the LinkedIn details. And one other thing is, if I have properly maintained my profile in LinkedIn with respect to which organization that I was working, what is my duration of that particular experience, all of that, then everything will be auto-filled in the recruiting profile when I apply for the job. Okay, so this requires some licensing from the customer side. They need to have licensing from LinkedIn, which is called as a recruiter license. Okay, so LinkedIn will charge certain amount for having that contract. They might have it annually, biannually, or maybe for 3 years as well. But there are two things. When you talk about the LinkedIn thing, we have to be very clear. Do you want to post the jobs on LinkedIn, or do you want to have an option to allow the candidates to apply from LinkedIn? If I want to post the jobs on LinkedIn, that is a separate license. Okay, they need to have certain slots, and it is a charged basis on the jobs that they post every month or every year. Okay, based on that. So hence we collect these details and then set it up. And this is optional. Not every customer will have this option of apply with LinkedIn, only if they have the licenses. Next comes the job board integrations. So job boards are nothing but our Naukri Gulf, Naukri, Indeed.com, Bait.com, Monster.com, and we also have Gulf HR, Gulf Talent, Talent HR. There are so many job boards which can be seamlessly integrated with recruiting as well. So this is always a confusion topic again. To just give you an overview, SuccessFactors acquired jobs2web.com, right? And made it as a recruiting marketing. Similarly, when SAP was completely integrated with the SuccessFactors and all the modules were there, they also acquired a company called as Multi-Posting. So this company used to do the standard integration, or maybe the standard setup between the ERP systems, the HR systems, to the job boards. For example, if I have Naukri.com to be integrated with any of the HR solution, any of the recruitment solution, this company, the Multi-Posting, used to do some setup between these two companies, and then it was being done. But now what SAP did is they acquired this complete company and called it as Recruiting Posting, which is again a subsection within the recruitment module. All right. So in that company, there was an option of integrating or setting it up with more than 4,000 job boards, which means you have any job board on the planet, you can connect it with SuccessFactors now. What is the advantage for the customer? So usually what happens is when the job is posted on their career site, that one piece is completed. And the second one is they might have some third-party like job boards as well to connect and then integrate it with. So in the traditional way, what they have to do is contact that vendor, send them information, and they will do it for the customer. That is one way. Second, they have to build some custom integration to have the jobs flown into that particular website. By doing all of this, they can achieve what they want, but when it comes to the maintenance, it is a problem, right? When we have an option directly to integrate with the particular job board, the posting and removal of posting will be easy for the recruiter. So they can decide, I will post the job in my internal career site for the first 7 days. And after 7 days, by putting the end date, it will automatically remove the posting internally. The next day, the posting will start from the external website, within the organization. We can post it, and then it will be available for everyone outside the organization. Let's say we post the job for 14 days, and even if we don't find anyone externally, then we can use this job board posting to source the candidates. By this, process-wise, it is straightforward. But from the business point of view, if you think, it will make a lot of difference to prove that they didn't find anyone internally, they didn't find anyone through the corporate website, which is nothing but the career site, and hence they went ahead and outsourced it to some of the job board, to get more traction. Okay, so this is one of the things that you have to explain when you talk about the job boards. From the setup perspective, it is very straightforward, and from the impact perspective of the customer, it plays an important role. Another thing, if you have like a recruiting consultant and recruiting marketing consultant same, you don't have to worry about it. But if you have two people working on two modules, then it's always a conflict. Sometimes saying that the job board setup should be done by the recruiting consultant, and some people will say the job board setup should be done by the recruiting management marketing consultant. It doesn't matter. We have to go to the option of recruiting posting. I will quickly show you if the instance has this. So we have an admin center option, which is called as manage recruiting posting. Okay, we have to get into that, and we will find a list of job boards, and we have to connect with that. So manage recruiting posting is the transaction. With respect to the recruiting marketing single sign-on, there is no other setup, but there is one place in the command center where we have to enable that, which we will cover for sure. Okay. Okay. What I was trying to say is we have the recruiting posting, right, which is connected with more than 4,000 job boards. It's always a confusion who is supposed to do it. Either of us, like the marketing consultant or the recruiting management consultant, can do it. There is a transaction in admin center, which is called as manage recruiting posting. Okay, so I can navigate it through these tools, or I can also go here. It is called as manage recruiting posting. Okay, when I go through this particular option, you observe this URL here. It is getting changed to something else, which is called as multi-posting. Okay, so this one. So hence, this particular company had developed this, and then SuccessFactors integrated with them after purchasing the company itself. And we have the screen, which is managed within the admin center itself. Okay, so a quick overview about this. We have the posting profiles, and we also have the job marketplace, and we have the job boards. So these are the few things which we always come into. So first thing, if I want to add any job board, so I will go here and search for that job board. So now click, for example, and search for it. And then this is not available here in this instance. Maybe I will check Indeed. Why is this not available? Okay. Sometimes in the test instance, not everything is available. Add job boards. Let's see here. Okay, so this is the nowcree.com. And if you see here, it's saying paid. When I want to add this job board into this instance, into this particular customer's screen, I will need to provide certain details, which is the account details. Okay, so this is the instance name. We need the API key. Who will give it? It will be given by the Nowcree team. And the template name is from our side. Microsite is nothing but where do you want to actually post this job. So for each and everything that we have here, so if I just type in some junk characters and go to next, I can have this particular Nowcree job board added to this instance. What it does, it's kind of an enablement of adding the job board and making it visible for the recruiter, so that if the recruiter wants to post the job, they can go to the posting screen from the job requisition and then add it. Okay. So similarly, we have a lot of job boards, even LinkedIn, Monster, all of this here. So few are free job boards, few are paid. It is visible here. Okay. So there are a lot of job boards. First thing we need to add, and then we post the job accordingly. And this thing should be done only in the production system, and there is no way where we can test this thing, because unlike we have the test system versus production for SuccessFactors, we will not have the job board vendor to be giving us test and production. So the only way is to test is using production. Okay.
For this screen to display these job boards, is there any prerequisite?
No, it is by default, because earlier we had some setup to be done in provisioning, but now what SAP is doing is for all the new instances, they are giving the URLs already, so which is linked. So all we have to do is give the permission for the administrator about this one, the manage recruiting posting, whatever you see here. So this permission given, that's all.
Okay, so my query is, if there is a new job board to the market, So how it gets updated here?
Yeah, SAP will do that. They will automatically keep updating if there is any new job board or something like that.
Okay.
So far from at least past 3-4 years till from when the integration, I mean, from when the company was acquired, right? I don't see any issue with the job board because whatever the customer gives is almost available here.
So is there any chances like if I don't find a job board, I have to go and be in connect with SAP?
Yeah, there are two scenarios. As you have asked this question, there are two scenarios. One, you find the job board, but you're not able to establish the connection for whatsoever reason. Okay. The job board vendor says that all the details that I've given is correct, but SuccessFactors is not able to, establish the connection. I have faced only one issue one time in one of the US data center. Okay, because that instance had some problem. So hence it was not working. The connection was not getting established to that job board. It was like so many back and forth calls with the job board vendor with SAP. But finally, we came to know that there is a problem with the instance itself. So they had to do some settings in the backend and fix that finally. But yeah, rarely we get the scenarios because for every job board that we are going to add, the setup is separate. The credentials are separate. It's not common. So we cannot even give them details even before we know what are the job boards that they want. Okay. So if you talk about Naukri, the credentials is different. If you talk about Indeed.com, the credentials are different. Okay, so if I talk about Monster, they need something else. Okay, I'll just quickly show you. So they need the login ID and password. If it is LinkedIn, they need the recruiter license of LinkedIn. So you have to add it and send some screenshots, maybe like this, saying that these are the details which I need for setting up your job board into the instance. And then accordingly, the customer will provide it to you. You try setting it up directly in production. Although in the test system, this is what we can see, but the integration, the real integration setup is done in production only because it doesn't allow us to use the test system. All right. So this is again a topic within recruitment, but either of us can set it up. But it depends on how many job boards do we have in scope. All right, and this is also one of the setup and prerequisite that we will need to ask during the requirement gathering itself, because what the customers will assume is if I post the job on recruiting site, which is the career site, all my other job boards also will be notified about it. No, that is not the understanding. You have to make sure you post the job individually. And also to give you a background, when you search for some KBAs, you might also find a term called eQuest. Okay, now that we have recruiting posting, right? Earlier, SuccessFactors was integrated with a company called as eQuest. They were managing the job boards for SuccessFactors, and the number was not huge. Although if I want to post it on LinkedIn, some of the known job boards, it was working. But when you search for some documentation, wherever you see eQuest, it is kind of outdated now. Okay, you are going to use only the option which is recruiting posting. Okay, so back to our documentation here. We talked about the job board integrations. All right, and then
can you show us the integration sites, places where these integrations are?
Yeah, I will show you. I mean, right now we're going through the documentation. Once this is done, I need to log into the command center and show it to you.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, we will definitely cover. Okay, next thing is the overview about all the integrations that we talked about so far. So field mapping, where is it done? Although it's called as integration, but it's just as field mapping that we saw it in the instance, right? So if I go to this field mapping again, if you type market, that's enough. Okay, no, not here. We need to go back to the admin center as we are in the multi-posting screen, the recruiting posting screen. So I can just type in market or marketing. I'll get this one, which is called as recruiting marketing job field mapping. So this is the first option that we are referring to. We also saw this maybe yesterday. So I have to do all the necessary field mapping here so that the data is flown from the recruiting system to the career site. So that is the only requirement that we have. So if you get a query saying that I want to showcase the location, the state, and also some of the other job description apart from that, we come to the screen and map it accordingly. Like I said, there might be some other requirement to show something else, which is not listed over here. We have to do a small workaround for it, which we can see during the configuration of the system from the career site builder. Okay, we can make use of one of these fields and convert that field into the desired requirement of the customer, and then we can map it as an alternative. Okay, so this is one of the integration. The second
is there
one
any
is
limitation for custom fields to be created?
Yeah, so there is no limitation as such, but the thing is, when we go to the career site, right, we don't want to show maybe more than 5 or 6 fields, because the look and feel of the job will be not good, right? So usually what they say is, I need to show the title, the start date of the job maybe, and then the location, and if there is any special requirement, like if the job is on shift or something like that, that's all. So you can add any custom fields and convert them into the mapping, but it is not required. And one thing that you have to know is, okay, the custom fields that you're going to use for mapping from the recruiting, marketing to management is only this one, only 5. Okay, but 5 is more than enough according to me, because you are already showing the title, which is the standard one. You're showing the location, which is the city or state and country. And maybe you have to show 1 or 2 maximum whenever you go to that website. So let me just show you. We open the Teltonica, right? If I go here, so this is what I'm talking about. I need to show the title versus the location and the job area. So this customer wanted to show the job area. Someone else wanted to show the date when the job was posted. And some other customer wanted to show one other field next to it, which says a shift or something like that. So maximum requirement that you will get is 3 or 4 or maximum 5. Otherwise, you will make the screen very clumsy and then it will not look good. So that is also one of the reason we tell them, you map it whichever is key, and not to worry about all of them. Okay. So the next thing is career site builder, which is all non-technical users to build and update career sites easily, which is, a standard thing. There is no consideration that we have to do. And the global job distribution, this is also not required for us to set it up separately. It's all about the job that we schedule in provisioning. And once we schedule the jobs are posted like within 20 minutes. The timeline that is given in the production system is somewhere around 20 minutes, because every 20 minutes the job posting will work, it will be scheduled. Although we have scheduled it in the provisioning system, for us to see the job in the career site, it will take 15 to 20 minutes is what SAP also says. But if the clock is running, for example, now the time is 8:50 on my PC. So if I post the job now, and if the job is running immediately, then the job is available instantly. Okay, so you understand that, right? When it's the near of that minute, then it might be posted immediately. If that timeline is crossed, then you have to just wait. But in most of the cases, customers have never complained that the job posting is taking a lot of time. Only in rare cases for a specific issue. Okay, and this is just an overview.
This job distribution, we have to separately schedule it based on the requirement.
No, there is only one job that you are going to schedule in provisioning, okay, which is standard. So we don't have to ask anything to the customer. We just have to tell them that we have scheduled a job, just for them to know, because if they are asking what is the linkage and how do I know whether the job is posted or something like that, we just ask them. That's all. And there is another way to test it. If you come across some situation where the job is not posted or something like that, if you hear that from the customer, there is another way to test it, which I'm going to show you when we talk about the CSP, the career site builder.
So once this is running, all the data from the RMK will go, RCM will go to RMK, all the jobs.
Yeah, all the jobs, yes, correct. So if you remove the posting in RCM, then the posting will be gone in the career site also. When you post the job, after a couple of minutes, like some time, the job will be available. If you make changes to the job description sometime and save it, remove the post and post it again, then the job will run and pull up all the recent data. So both systems are connected. Okay. And then the further thing that we have is just a benefits, like which is a key to explain it to the customer. That's all. Saying that what is the benefit out of it? Like it will increase the efficiency, better process. It will give the candidate experience smoothly and all that. Okay, and what are the configuration and setup requirements? So basically,
yeah. So what
yes,
my understanding of this sessions, right? So this RMK is nothing but it's basically one platform which is bringing all the recruiters under one umbrella, just like a Zomato, right? So all the
right.
restaurants we have, and Zomato she's not cooking. Zomato is not cooking, but he's a supplier, giving a end user. It's nothing but a Naukri, basically. RMK is one kind of a Naukri or a monster portal, but in a SuccessFactors way. It's pulled all marketing now. I mean, job portal marketing companies under one umbrella. It's giving a one connect to them all.
That is correct. Yeah,
is that what my understanding correct?
Yeah, that is one thing. And just to add to it, if the customer wants to have a specialized or a specific, configured career site with a third party, that they're going to spend a lot in the development itself. But with using RMK, then they can manage the content themselves. They can alter the content whenever they want without any charges. Okay, and then if you're talking about Naukri and Monster, they are going to bring the jobs. Okay, and only for the posting. But here you get a package which is the ATS, the application tracking system, with the posting system as well. So it is in, like you said, in Zomato, where everything put together in one application. They are doing the same to make the life easy for the recruiters. And another thing is, using the recruiting marketing site, you have the candidate relationship management, where you have the linkage between the candidate and the organization seamlessly. Because in most of the companies, that is missing.
Yeah, but again, I still need to have the licensing for all the relevant job portals. I mean, I must need to take the licensing for that, but I'm just giving a connect here. That's all what I'm trying to do, right?
Yes, that is correct. Yes.
Yeah, so I'm here now. I'm paying Naukri. I'm also paying Monster. I'm also paying to the SuccessFactors for having RMK. So there's a plus and minus here, right? That's what I'm understanding overall.
Yeah, that is true one way, but the other way, if you look at it, if you have Naukri, you're paying the license anyways to send the jobs, right? But if you want to give them information about your jobs to post it on their portal, they're going to charge extra. So instead, what you're doing is you're doing it yourself from the customer side. So that is one of the advantage, I would say. Because once you set it up with the license.
My postings are appearing in my website, not on Naukri, right?
Yeah, it will be appearing in Naukri also, post the setup. That's the reason we configure the job boards. So whatever we talked about the job boards, right? For example, Naukri, Indeed.com, or whatever that you have, if the customer has an account with them, like the subscription, so far what used to be done is they pay a certain amount, they send the details to Indeed.com, okay, or Naukri.com, and ask them to post. And once the job is posted, or like once it is removed, you have to again contact them and ask them to remove the posting. But now the recruiter manages it even with the job boards. They can post it on their job board, which is directly connected. And when the job postings needs to be removed, they will remove it as well. So what I have heard is, for a few customers, when they want to post the job on LinkedIn, okay, apart from their company page, if they want to post it's specifically with the description and everything, LinkedIn charges certain fee to manage their jobs, okay? And some of the other job boards as well, they charge some fee to manage their postings, only the postings. Okay, so hence, when SuccessFactors is connected with them, that particular cost is also saved, which is over and above. Yeah. So that is a selling point for the job boards. That's all. So they're just trying to put everything together in one system so that the recruiter is the one who will manage and decide where all my jobs should go. And when we reflect back, now if you have the same subscriptions with LinkedIn, Naukri, or some other job boards, it's very difficult for the organization to manage where are the candidates coming from. But with this system, you're also understanding the source. Is it coming from a job board, or is it directly coming from the company career site? So accordingly, I can decide where I need to put more money. Do I need to invest a lot of money to post the jobs on LinkedIn or job boards, or do I need to put a lot of effort in posting it internally within my organization's career site? Okay, so it will give them an overview about how the overall traffic of the candidates is coming through. So business-wise, from like the bigger decisions that we take, it will impact a lot. But as a system functionality, yes, I would say that it's straightforward. It's no fancy, nothing at all.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I get it. Thank you.
Yes, no problem at all.
What is this ATS?
Yeah, ATS is, it's just a term that is used. Okay, it is called as application tracking system. You can call any of the recruitment solution which is available in the market as ATS. So it's just a term, like we call. So it is just called as application tracking system, where we have an application to track the candidates and to monitor the overall process. So it's just a term, that's all. Okay, I mean, in a couple of the proposals that you receive from the customer, they would have mentioned it as we are using an ATS currently, but they would not like to reveal the name. Okay, so sometimes they would have just mentioned that I'm using an ATS for my existing process. Now I'm looking for SuccessFactors. So you can just ask them what is the name.
So for them, as a name is nothing but ATS. It's nothing but a SuccessFactor RMK, right?
Yes. Yeah. Recruiting basically as a package. Yeah. Okay. The next is the configuration and setup. Like these are the few things which we already talked about. We need to enable some features in provisioning. We need to manage some settings in the admin center and also configure the career site builder. And some of the other things are set up email campaigns for using candidate relationship management. This is again a topic which is relevant in both the modules. I will maybe show it a little later. Like it's an email campaign, for example. You have a pool of candidates and you have to send an email to them if there is any potential job coming up. If you think that some of the candidates who were applied a few months back and you are giving a second chance to them, so then you can set up an email campaign and send it across. It's all about having that relationship between the candidate as well as the organization in a centralized system. In a traditional way, if you don't have a system, you just have to take the emails, save it somewhere in one of the PC, and if that recruiter remembers, well and good. If not, the candidate is gone. We lose the database, right? But here you're just making use of one centralized system to manage all the postings, candidate database, at the same time job posting management, reporting, which is like one-stop solution for everything. Okay, and then the last thing is partners may need to request site manager access. So the site manager is nothing but the command center. So in SuccessFactors terms, they call it as site manager, where it is used for managing the site. So it's nothing but the command center. And now as both are integrated, the command center and career site builder, so it is the same request that we are going to put in with SAP. Okay, so that's about the document here. Now, as we are talking about the configuration and setup, as a consultant, we need certain access, which we all know by now, which is command center and career site builder, right? So I'm going to show you the one of the document which I've just made, to show you the portal. I'm sure you all have this access, I think, the HCM Cloud Ops portal. So this is the one which we use for all the consultants to raise any request for the customer instances. Okay, I would call this as a homepage for all of us, for the partners, especially who are in the implementation and support. Okay, so if you get any customer on board for any module for that matter, Employee Central, Recruitment, Onboarding, Performance, we need to raise a request from this portal. Okay, and how do we log into this? Using with our own user ID, which is linked to our corporate email address. So we log in with this, and the first page that you see here has certain details about operation requests, demo requests, and support. So, and there are certain announcements that keep on coming here. If there is some update recently done with respect to any of the data center, then they would have updated here. And if there is any issue with one of the data center or maintenance which is happening over the weekend, that will also come here. Okay, basically it's kind of a homepage that we have to use on a daily basis, I would say, so that we can keep on hearing on whatever the changes have been done. Okay, and whenever there is a new data center launched, that will also be posted here. Not only here, some other websites as well, but for all the partners to communicate, they kind of put all the announcements here. Okay, and does the customer gets access to this? No, strictly only the partners, and especially when we talk about the partners, whoever has the authorizations to sell and maintain the services of the customer. So if I want to just explain about what is the partner relationship, that we will have with SAP, some partners are eligible only to sell the services. Some partners are also eligible to sell and implement the services. Okay, so there are some terms which we agree with SAP, which is PE sell, PE authorize, and PE services, which means partner selling the licenses of SAP, partner selling the services also for SAP, and there will be some fee which is given to SAP from every partner annually. Okay, and that's when we are going to get that set up for us. Okay, and in this page, if I go to the first option of operation requests, you can also see it whenever you want if you have this a login. And if I go to operation requests, I have certain things which is common for all the modules. Some of them are BizX provisioning.
Yes, one question. Okay. So, for example, right, I mean, TCS, I'm working with the TCS, right? So yes. I'm a partner for my client. Okay. Correct. That way I'm okay. So I'm also having an implementation project within project, I mean, in-house project for TCS
within
itself.
TCS, okay.
Right. I mean, TCS is implementing RMK, example I'm saying.
RMK, yeah. Understood.
Right. So here in this case, I'm also a customer. I'm also a partner. Right?
Yeah.
So am I allowed to do configuration changes here, or I need to engage someone else?
No, you can do it in-house. You can do it in-house because you are already having that authorization to request for access, and you also have authorizations to implement, right? So you can do it, but the procedure remains the same.
Since I know TCS is in a partner, I know that. For example, I have some ex-person working with some company, right?
Okay.
How do I know that whether he has access of implementation or not?
Okay.
So maybe
Yes. So usually what happens is when you get a customer and when you onboard that partner, right? So SAP is the one who will verify whether they have the implementation services access, okay, or are they authorized to do that or not? And the partner, if they don't have access to implement, they will not have the full access to this portal. So there is no way that you can give them authorization to work. That is one way of verifying it.
In provisioning, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
And I will also show you how the email is generated from provisioning so that you will also get an idea. So you are the one, if TCS is the customer, you have all the right to decide whether this partner is eligible to access my system or not. Even though SAP has sold the licenses to you, you're the one who will decide whom you need to work with. And you can control their access whenever you want. Okay, but
so basically on the provisioning side changes, right? So my client also have an IT team. Like they are more talented, I would say. I mean, experience-wise also, they're more experienced than us. But they don't touch provisioning. They'll ask us to do the changes actually. They're certified, SAP SuccessFactors certified.
You mean got it.
But they don't touch provisioning. I asked many times why you don't secure this provisioning access. Probably what you are saying, I'm just trying to connect the dots. Probably they don't have a implementation. Partner license with them.
Correct. Yeah, that is one thing. And as a customer, you are not eligible to log into provisioning, and you don't get access also. Because again, you have to have the authorizations and everything. but only for partners like TCS and even my organization for that matter. We are also using SuccessFactors in-house. We have developed everything, and when we want to go for a demo, we will use our own system instead of using some other system. Okay, so likewise, you need to have that authorizations given by SAP, and it comes with a fee.
Good.
Yeah. Yes, and similarly, I mean, it's the same criteria for Ariba. You might have heard about Ariba, which is for sourcing and procurement, and all the other SAP modules. Earlier, we used to call S4 HANA, and now it is called Rise with SAP and Grow with SAP, right? So all the authorizations come with a specific price with SAP that the partner should pay, and that is when they are authorized to sell, resell, and also services. Okay. So having discussed about that, we have this place for all the modules in general. So if I click on the first one, customer instance access, then I'll be able to request for access of a specific customer. And how do I request for it? If I go to this instance, okay, from SuccessFactors, and I have one place which is called as manage provisioning access. Okay. So this is where the customer needs to add your corporate email address so that the system will trigger an email. Okay. And using that email, you can put a request in HCM CloudOps portal. So this is the step number one that we always need to do when we talk about a customer. So as this is maintained by SAP, you see all of SAP email addresses. Okay. Because whoever has this access of provisioning, they're been just added over here. But in short, if I want to get an access from the customer side, earlier we used to fill a form and do that, but now it is again automated. The customer needs to log into this, both in test system, production, development, whatever it is. They have to put the email address, kiran. Whatever. Okay, and if it is HP, we put hp.com, whatever the organization name is. If you put that and click on add, the system is going to generate an email saying that provisioning authorization request is given to so and so. And once we have this, we go to this portal, okay, HCM CloudOps portal, click on this request and upload that email and select the module that we need to have the provisioning for. And we get the provisioning access. Okay, so that is step number one. Now, with respect to other modules like onboarding or maybe LMS, there are certain specific requests. Why this is given is because onboarding, again, we might need certain details with respect to some of the form. And for LMS, we might need some of the issue with some content because it's, again, a third-party module which was acquired by SAP. And similarly, for RMK, we have RMK Site Manager Assignment. So this is the one which we need to select in order to get the approval from the customer. And there is an approval format which is mentioned over here. Okay, so when we click on that form, so it is going to ask you like this: the partner organization, which partner are you working for, the consultant name, email address, and then the customer name. We have to put the customer name. And here, like the instance ID that you have, all the customers will get a unique ID, the number called as site ID. So that site ID is nothing but the ID which is tagged to the recruiting marketing site. One for test system and one for production system. They always give two instances. If the customer wants to have another one, like the third or fourth one, really they will have it. They will give it to you. And one of the customer engaging partner, engagement manager who is in touch with SAP will get these details and they're going to forward it to you. And you have to put them here and submit the request. And while you're putting it, you also need to know the data center of that particular site, because SAP would have given you all of that details to the customer, and you get that, and you submit a request. Okay. So in addition to this details that you're going to enter, you need to get an email in this format. You have to send an email to the customer saying that SuccessFactors Site Manager access approval for like TCS. Okay, the customer name is TCS. Customer ID is nothing but the instance ID. Okay, and then we have the RMK environment. Is it in DC24, DC12, or whatever data center is? Site name, usually it will be the customer's name. Site ID is a unique ID, which is a numeric number, 4-digit, 5-digit number. And then we mention our consultant email addresses and name, so that only whoever has this email authorization, so they can request for the access of command center. And how will SAP do this? In terms of the provisioning, now SAP has made an automated system. So it will generate an email from the system. Once we put a request, the verification will be done through our certifications and done. But for command center, it's still manual. There is a team who works in SAP who will take care of this. They receive in their queue, they manage it, and they check if everything is fine. They also check if the person who is applying for it has a valid certification, and in 1 or 2 days they give us an automated email reply saying that here you go, you have the command center access now. If something is missing, if the email address of the customer is not mentioned over here, okay, because they have to also put the proper approver signature. If they have not mentioned anything, instead of that, they would just say thanks and their name, it will not work out. It should have a proper signature which will show the customer's name and designation maybe. Okay, we put in a request, and once we put the request, okay, so these are some of the customers, it's okay. I have put a lot of requests, and then it will be visible here for me to track. Okay, and these are a combination of recruitment systems. Some of them are EC systems and then RMK systems, but I can track it from my HCM CloudOps portal. Okay, if it is approved, it will show as approved. If not, it will be denied. All right. So I assume some of you have access to this portal, right? The HCM CloudOps portal. So you can just log into it, and then maybe you can just see as an overview. Okay, and this is the same portal where we
getting our practice access also, we need to place a request here. How do we?
No, for the practice access, you will already have one of the URL which will be given by ZaranTech. Okay, so you can directly log in with command center, not the command center, but only the career site builder. Because usually what happens is the command center and provisioning, it is linked with one of the S-user ID, right? So that will not be shared. Instead, you will have access to the career site builder. But internally, you can do one thing. You can check if TCS has bought the recruiting marketing licenses by SAP. If they have bought one, it's nothing like it. You can work on your own system, okay, so that it will be useful for the further demos and the configuration as well. So you can just check it. And may I know, Sagar, does TCS have its own instance for SuccessFactors internally? Are they using it for?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
great.
Yes. Right, Rani. Practice system instance we have, right?
No,
yeah, we have.
We have a demo practice system.
Demo system.
Yes, we do have. We have to request them.
So he's asking the same question.
No, I'm asking both actually. So do you have a system with something like this, which is an instance given to TCS only?
Yes, we do have.
This is the demo instance, right?
Yes.
Another thing is, does TCS use SuccessFactors for recruitment and some other stuff, or some other portal?
That we are not sure of.
No, TCS doesn't use RMK.
Okay,
right?
But
we have a lot of clients, so probably for a demo related work and all that, we use the same system.
Same system. Okay, got it. Now you need to figure out if you have the recruiting, marketing, and recruiting management licenses bought internally for TCS. If that is the case, maybe you can use that instance. Apart from the demo,
I think TCS should have it, because all of the modules TCS is a partner for implementing and development. So yeah, probably they'll get demo purpose. Yes, they should get it, I think.
Yeah, for demo they would have one for sure, like similar to this thing. But maybe they might also have another instance for their internal development, for using it internally. So if you kind of figure it out, you can use that one as well. Okay, fine. So now we are done with this. Now let's just quickly log into the command center and go through certain details about the command center as well. And earlier, SAP used to give the instances free of cost, one each per partner. But now everything is chargeable, so many of the partners have lost access about that as well, because it's really tough to have one instance per consultant. So what they've done is through the company itself, now you need to have a paid instance for everything. All right. So now I have logged into the command center. Okay. So the command center screen looks like this. Although this is one of the access which is given by ZaranTech, it is also associated with one of their name. Okay. It is going to be displaying like this. And here, if you observe, the data center of this instance is 40. And we also have the details of the site. Okay. And if it is a staging site, you will have BizX40.stage, something like this. If it is a production site, then you will not have that thing. So you are going to get two logins, two different logins, for one for test system and one for production system. As they have requested for a normal instance for our training purpose, it's showing like this, which is BizX40 jobs2web.com and all that. So why this is important is for us to know what type of request that we are placing with SAP. What is the data center that this instance is hosted at. Okay, so this is one thing. And this instance, the site name is given as like this because this is also the same which we have used in the instance. So when I say the instance, we go to show version information, 2137 ending with. Okay, so same one is linked here. So which means this recruiting marketing company ID is the same across all the three, so that we are linking it with the same instance. Okay. Now, if you have any other customer or maybe some other site in the same data center, you will have them listed down here. So this is common portal per data center. If the same one is like you're working with any of the North American customers.
Command center login also with the same URL, right? Or a different URL?
No, it's a different URL.
Login. Yeah, it's for common URL. For everybody?
Yeah, it is common, but for each data center, the URL changes.
So if a person works for multiple countries,
multiple,
for example, different projects, multiple customers. So you'll be having different command center, or may all the names will be displayed here?
No, you will have different command center logins.
Okay, so every time I have to log into different command center. Okay.
Yes, correct. URLs. So I have one is we have one KBA for that as well.
Yes, I think there's a list.
Yeah, there's a huge list, So it is displayed here. If the data center is rack space, this is how the URLs are going to look like. And different data centers, here it's showing you an example, 10, 12, 44, DC2. So the URLs will change. It depends on what region they are in, and it depends on how many customers that you're working with. Okay, so if you have this customer in the same location in US itself, then it will be the same URL with 2 or 3 customers listed down in this place. Okay, if it's different regions altogether, then you will have different URLs. But you are logging in with the same user ID and password that you have for your organization. That will not change. So once we have this one, when we click on this, that is when we are entering this particular customer. Okay, so if you're having another list over here, like 3 or 4, once you click on that, you're going to start working with that particular customer. Okay, so when you get access to this command center, this is called as the V2 command center, version 2. Earlier, what used to be done is we have a separate configuration to be done in command center, and we have a separate configuration to be done in career site builder. But now the command center is used only for very basics. And what is that used for? To see whatever is the site name and the site ID, which is a numeric number here. And a couple of other things are to set up recruiting advanced analytics. Okay. And another thing to check is the jobs which we have already posted. If we need to see what are the jobs that are posted, we can export it from here. And sometimes for some reason, the job sync might be running in the backend, but the jobs will never get posted in a recruiting marketing site. So at that point of time, we might need command center. What we'll do is inactivate all of the jobs like this. Okay, and then once we inactivate, we kind of run the job in provisioning once again, so that all the jobs which are posted will again get pushed. It's kind of a refresh that we do. Okay, so these are the few things that we use it in command center. And as a first time, when we immediately get the command center, we turn on this button which says enable career site builder and save it, so that we also get this option. This will be done for the very first time. Okay, and this option is given, which is use multiple ATS. So this is required if we are using any third-party recruiting system as well. So which comes with an additional integration to be done. For example, I have one scenario in which this customer is located in 4 countries. The 3 countries is using recruiting, marketing, and SuccessFactors solution for their job postings. But for the other country, the Canada, the country in specific Canada, they're not using recruiting marketing, but they're using their own homegrown portal. So what they want to do is pick up all the jobs from recruiting marketing and then post it on their website as well. If that is the case, we have to also build a custom integration to know what about the URLs and everything. So that's when we have to enable the use multiple ATS. Otherwise, you don't have to do it. And yeah, so now you had asked a question about it. So it's mentioned here also, application tracking system. Okay, so this is just an overview of the command center. And you will get one for test system, one for production system. Once you have the site set up, you can click on this by and it will take you to the career site. But right now we have not set up anything, so it is not working. And the second thing is we access the career site builder from here as a consultant. Okay, so when we are a consultant, we are responsible for the implementation. We access it from the command center. If not, if you are giving the same career site builder access to one of the customer, you're going to access it from here. Okay, with certain role-based permissions done and with certain setup that is required to be done in the backend. If you use this, you will be able to access the career site builder. So right now it is not working because the integration is not set up. I mean, the mapping is not done with this instance to the career site builder, hence it is not working. Okay, we will just go through a quick overview on what all we have, and maybe tomorrow we'll get into the actual things of setup and the configuration as well. So this career site builder has some of the options which is related to the pages. If I want to add some content in one of the page, I'm going to do this here. So as of now, it is completely blank, no components. Okay, so likewise, we have the 4 type of pages, right? We discussed home page, content page, which is like a company page, an information page, and a category page or a strategy page, which is used for the jobs, and a landing page, which is kind of a hidden page. So if I want to click on view more or to access the information, click here. If I want to have that kind of URLs, I go ahead and create a landing page. But in all of the pages, you can use as many components that you want. When I say components, it's nothing but the building blocks. Then we have certain global settings, which is talking about the styles, the colors, and also the different options of the font, all of this, which is done in part of the global styles. The header and the footer, what colors do you want? What are the options that we want? All of this is done over here in the global styles. Okay, so you keep using this career site builder until you build the entire site, starting from the header till the footer and also the sub pages. You will need to do everything from this screen itself. Okay, and we also have some of the tools. So these are the first things that we need to do even before we get into the pages to establish the connection between the recruiting system to the marketing system. So one of them is manage API credentials. As of now, it's blank. We'll set it up maybe tomorrow. And the other thing that we need to do is also here by going into settings, which is called as site configuration. So where we have to put all the details and we need to go to this place to put the data center and the instance ID and everything into provisioning so that these both are connected.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which component is crucial in SAP SuccessFactors RMK? Option A, Candidate Tracking System. Option B, Financial Reporting. Option C, Sales Pipeline Management. Option D, Product Development. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to excel in attracting top talent? Our SAP SuccessFactors RMK course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP RMK. It's like a toolbox for creating great job campaigns and making recruitment marketing super effective. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's made by experts who know the ins and outs of recruitment. Your teachers are pros who've worked with SAP SuccessFactors for years. They're here to guide you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it, our students love this course too. People just like you have found it super helpful to boost their recruitment skills. Best part? It's super affordable. This amazing chance to learn won't cost you a fortune. Ready to master SAP RMK? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
There is some documentation which we have. We shall go through that, and once we are done with this overview, we can also get into the system. So, additional setup in Command Center. So what are the things that we are going to do in the Command Center and in the career site builder? Okay, so we are going to enable the career site builder itself in provisioning, which we are going to see it in the backend, and we also need to also update the recruiting marketing URLs, a couple of URLs, just to identify and let the system know that we are linking up with this data center, the exact data center. Maybe it is available in DC40, DC20, DC2, whatever it is. So we have to enable that one. And we make sure update the email address for recruiting users, which means the email address should be unique. Like I said, if two users have the same email address, it will not get synced. Okay, it will not get updated, and the career site builder permissions are not given. So I think by now you would have got the system access. That instance has only recruitment in it and some other options. But after the setup that we do today, right, we are also going to verify that and check if your user is synced so that you all can get the career site builder access. And we will work it out in such a way that we are also going to start the configuration from the scratch from career site builder itself. Okay. And then we have the mobile apply, account creation, verification, which is again a normal process which we need to enable in the system. There is an option in the recruiting where we enable the mobile apply. So this is just to ensure that the screen is accessible in mobile apply also. So the feature that I told you, right? Instead of the full layout, we have the reduced layout. So which is this one, if I'm referring to this, home. So right now, if you see this particular thing is full screen. Let me just check. Okay, there is one more layout which will have a limited one. Can probably, this one also. Just pick once and try to show you. Okay, so this is something similar to the mobile apply. What do we mean is, if you are using this layout, apart from the header, they have all used the shrink layout, right? Which is having gaps in either places. Okay, now if I click on some of the pages, view all jobs or something like that, it is going to show me in a compacted format. The advantage here is, if I just move the screen here to whatever size it is, the overall layout of the page is not going to affect. Okay, so I get the headers and everything intact. And if I have a tablet, maybe of this size, it is still not getting impacted. Okay, so the page is not broken. So I mean, this is what I mean. All the images that we have, all the components that we have, will automatically adjust to the size. Okay, so if I see the expanded version, these three are in 3-column component section, right? But if I use it in the mobile, like or a tablet, so I can test it this way. So this is what you have to also tell the customer, that this particular site is not only responsive, it is kind of mobile friendly. The UI is adjusted in such a way that it doesn't break. So no matter how big or small is the screen is, the resolution remains the same. It will automatically adjust. And in Chrome, we also have an option where we can test it out, like to see the various devices. Okay, I'll figure it out and then let you know also on what is the option that we can use to test the scenario. And once we go live with the customer, once we are done with all the configurations, this is also one of the part of testing that we have to do to explain them the mobile apply scenario, and also tell them that it is mobile compatible or tablet compatible and every other device compatible. So if it's a very, very big screen, then there is a chance where the images might be expanded a little bit. But if it's a smaller screen, 14, 15, 16 inch, there is no issues at all. You can easily see it in a good way, and even in the tablets. Okay, so these are the few things that we need to know. And when it comes to the command center overview itself, so it's just as telling you that what is it all about. We already discussed it verbally. Okay, so it's a backend application which is used to manage the CSB, the career site builder. We need the SUser ID to log in, and we have only two things. One is stage or production, preview and production. Okay, only consultants or SAP have access to command center, not customers. This is generic. So what is done in the command center? So we have to do the system configuration in terms of the colors, in terms of the pages, mapping, and also translations, if any, all of that. And we also have to update some of the user permissions in the system so that we get the details. Okay, this is very straightforward. It is a configuration thing, detailed process, recruiting backend system that is understood. Before using CSB, an integration must be established between recruiting, the ATS, and the recruiting command center, which manages CSB tenants. So only consultants or SAP can configure the command center. So why they're saying this is always because you need to have a SUser ID and have a valid certification, and hence you will be able to request for command center access, right? So for the first time, you need to have the command center access to go into CSB. But once you give permissions and set everything up in the CSB, then it's okay to use the CSB directly. But there are only very few limited options that you need to do using the command center, like analytics and everything. Okay, so this is as well very standard. So command center URLs. So where is the site built, and how is it hosted? So like we discussed, it only has two environments. One is the preview and production, while stage preview is used for building a career site, and production is a live career site environment. There is one small thing that you need to understand, that whenever we are dealing with a test system site, the URL is given by SAP. We don't have control on it. So it's almost like this. This is the client name, okay, and this is the data center. It might be 12, it might be 22, it might be 42. Okay, it's .stage.jobs2web.com. So I was saying that the Jobs2Web company developed this recruiting marketing site initially, right? So this is how the URL is going to be. But when you move into production, you can have your own website. Okay, so something like jobs.theclientname.com or careers.clientname.com. So in this site, okay, whatever we are accessing is the test system of this particular customer. Okay, and then if I go to the jobs.teltonica.com, which is one of the customer, so they have the production site given as jobs. that customer name.com. So that is how we are going to identify whether it's a test system or a production system. All right. So it is not secure. It's saying we'll continue to see if we have got the right site. Okay, instead of this, let me access another customer site. Okay, so this is one again built on recruiting marketing. One of the customer, we can see this. It is a production site, so hence you have the URL like this. If it is a test system, you will have the URL like this. So one more thing to mention, when we are doing the configuration, right? When we also talk about the migration from the test system to production system, we are going to do some setup with the IT team of the customer to make the site live, to make it available on the internet. So there is a process in which we have to raise a request in the CSV, which we are also going to take care of. And we have to install an SSL certificate to make the site live. So that process is also discussed during the requirement gathering to identify the SPOC between the customer, so that we don't have any issues when we start the implementation. And it's also better to inform that we are going to develop this site on a platform which is maintained and developed by SAP, but it's just that you need to make it secure so that it can be linked with your corporate website. Okay, so these things are also discussed with the customer. All right, then next, moving on, we have the data center, how it is identified. We also talked about this. It is going to be like this. Data center 12 stage example, it comes like this. Data center 40, it comes like 42, 40 or whatever. And the production is like this, BizX data center, jobs to web, something like that. If you have stage, you also understand that it's a preview system. If you don't have stage, you can confirm that it's a production system. Okay, so this is one of the identifier on how to do it. So login credentials, it is not relevant. I mean, it's not really required for us to cover because it's allowing only our S user ID to log in. Okay, so this is how I was saying that after logging into the career site, you might see not only one customer, you might also see multiple customers. So for the first time when you log in, so you will have only this one, and the site says active, and the career site builder is enabled, okay, but it's not configured yet. But if you see this one, the recruiting marketing management data center, it's blank, which means the complete setup is not done yet for this particular instance. Whereas if you see here, I also have something called a sales demo. In real case scenarios, instead of sales demo, you will have the actual data center. Okay, so this is how it is also going to look like and work for us as a consultant. Okay, and we will be able to access the career site builder from here by clicking on one of the customer and then access the career site builder. Okay, so this is just a screenshot from the command center. So they have clicked on one of the link, one of the customer, and we get into this screen, which we are anyways going to see in the system itself. Okay, so this one is no longer supported as per the recent release. We don't have to do any feeds or something like that. It is removed now, so it is a part of documentation, so you can ignore it.
If this recruitment part is not enabled, then where you have to enable that?
Yeah, in the provisioning, which we are going to see.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, and then how do we enable the recruiting career site builder? Okay, in provisioning, we have to go here, and it's saying that there are some options like this, which we are going to see in the provisioning system itself, and put a tick mark next to it, similar to what we do for other modules. So just to give you an overview.
Sorry to interrupt. Okay, so I think it's do we also have a practical screens or only PPT runs in your training? How it is going to cover?
Okay,
are we enabling something?
We are definitely working on the system. Okay, so here I have already opened it, in which we are going to work on the command center and also the provisioning. Okay, but this access will not be given to you. You need to access maybe your request your own sales demo instance in your organization. But for now, we are going to enable everything in the live system itself, as if we are doing it for the customer. But I'm forced to use this PPT because I've been told that I need to go through the documentation first and then go to the practical stuff, so that both are aligned.
Okay. Yeah, because from last 5 days we were only running through the PPTs, right?
So for the next 2 weeks, it will be only system, so you don't have to worry about it. But to support this configuration, I definitely have to go through the PPT. If you don't need this one, if you think it's okay to skip it.
No, that's good.
I won't.
No, it's good, but I'm just asking.
Yeah. I think after this one, we're going to enable everything in provisioning from scratch. Going to see what are the things that are required for us as well. Okay, we enable this provisioning, and usually how it works is, especially when it comes to SuccessFactors, if you're running through the PPTs, you will not maybe make a benefit out of it. We need to just definitely jump into the system and see.
Yeah, that's correct. That's the reason I'm asking, because this sort of information is available on many sites too. I mean, not everything what you have put, but but with that we were not felt benefiting like Udemy and all, right? There's so many courses available.
Yes.
But we want something else. So I just wanted to. That's the reason. This is good. Content is good, but I'm just requesting. Okay. Yeah.
Sure, no problem. And one more thing is, you might find the same content in the Learning Hub also, but this is kind of a simplified version where you are touching upon specific modules that you need, like a specific topic in a sequence. So that is the only thing. And what we'll do is maybe, going forward, we'll not stress a lot of documentation. We'll go to the system and have this as an overview.
Yeah. So the way, if you do more practice, right? So
yeah,
I don't know how much I remember with the PPT. In SAP, I learned in that way, right? I mean, it's we used to write when we used to learn these things. A lot of notes we used to take up. And after the notes, we used to, the trainer also used to give a kind of he used to do setup and all those stuff, configuration, right? Same thing we used to practice as an examples with the different company codes and different locations, etc. So that's how we practiced in SAP. So
So usually that is how it is done in SF also, for sure. But it's like first 2 days, we spent time for recruiting also, right? I mean, you didn't have access to the system, but after a couple of days, we're going to do a lot of testing and some of the configuration. One of you will be creating one of the homepage. We all can create one page and see how it works. So we'll do all of that going forward. But first few days, I understand it's more of the documentation and an overview. Like I am only showing it and you're not working on anything. But once we set up this career site builder linkage between recruitment, you all can have access to CSV in the demo instance server that you're going to get, and we are good to go. Like you can access it and change everything. All right. So we are going to quickly enable this things in provisioning, which we will see it in the provisioning itself. What are the other things that we need to do is the recruiting marketing data center URLs. So there are some URLs that we need to mention in the provisioning as well, so that we pick up the right data center. Okay, and then we have these things to also see that there are some settings in provisioning where we will, copy paste some URLs from one of the KBA article, because for each data center we have different URLs. Okay, so this is all, we will directly see it in the system. And administrative permissions, what are the permissions that are required for accessing the CSV is what it is given here. Again, we will do the same in the system itself. Updating email address. So, here it's saying that you will be logging in as a default administrator, but once you create a user, there should be one email address linked to that particular user, so that it's clear and it will get synced. Okay, and this is one of the example which they're saying. You have to create a role, which we also saw during the recruitment stuff, a role and a group. We create a role with necessary permissions in it, like the recruiting marketing stuff, the career site builder permissions and everything. Okay, and then we have to do this. So mobile apply, where to enable this? This is the transaction, manage recruiting sites. We enable the mobile apply and save it. Okay, and then account creation. This is again for the candidate. We will cover this during our testing as a candidate. Okay, for if not this particular site, we will post the jobs and create the job requisitions, apply as a candidate, and see how it works. So this is the candidate related stuff. And then apply with LinkedIn will look something like this, and we can enable that one. Okay, so I think this is the documentation that we are going to go through, but we will directly jump into the system of provisioning first, and then the command center. Okay, so just to give you an overview about how do we request this, I'm sure you already know about it by this, but just to mention it once again, we have the HCM CloudOps portal, which we also saw some screenshots yesterday, right? In order to get this provisioning access, the instance ID or the company ID which is given by SAP to the customer is given to us as a partner, like consultants. So we get that in the email format, saying that this is the instance ID, this is the data center and everything. So all you have to do is pick up that company ID and go to the system and go to the manage provisioning access, okay, in the instance in SuccessFactors. And by going there, you're going to add your own email address, the one which we talked about. Once you get that email, maybe I will try to arrange for a sample email also if you have not seen. Once you get that email, you have to upload it in the HCM CloudOps portal. And after a couple of days, you are given access to this URL. Right now, I'm working on sales demo, but I also have some other customer instances, many customer instances, which is from a European data center, which is from a American data center, and also some of the Middle East and Indian data center also. All right, because based on whatever customer that you work on, the URLs will change. The same root cause, I mean, the same thing will be applied for command center as well. Right now, it is saying 40. So because the sales demo, instance of the recruiting marketing is hosted in the 40 data center. Okay, so that's how we are going to read it. This, again, another thing to mention, this provisioning is common for all the modules. Okay, so it is not specific for recruiting and performance and employee central. It is common for all the modules. If you're a consultant, implementation consultant, primarily, you're going to have this used a lot in the initial stages to enable a lot of stuff, to also go through a lot of stuff inside the system. Okay, and similar
one query, while making changes in provisioning, is there any audit report or anything that gets triggered?
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have the audit report, but if you want that really to be generated, SAP has an option where they can give you the logs of provisioning. Okay, so you can request from them.
So if I'm an easy consultant and if I make change in onboarding, so then it may impact, right?
Yeah, it may impact, and that's why when you request for access, also the disclaimer is given in such a way that you're responsible for any changes that you make. Okay, and then the customer also will not give access to like maybe 8 or 10 people. They will give only for 2 or 3, whoever is relevant to that particular project. So it's the complete partnership, ownership of the partner, where we have to take care of the provisioning system. We should not, tell anything to the customer because they don't have access, first of all, and they will not know what is going on in the backend. So the ownership is completely done by the partner. There are sometimes, what happens.
Sorry, you were saying something. Yeah.
No problem. Go ahead.
Just a question, like, is there any limitation to client? I mean, whoever is owning, right? Is there any limitation to him to provide a number of provisioning access for partners? For example, I have my client, right? So we have 5 consultants, example, right? So is there any limitation for him? Because he's not only working with me as an vendor, he may have multiple vendors too, you know that, right? He is supposed to provide access to them, and also he's supposed to provide to us. So, but will that limit SAP to him to restrict the number of provision access?
No, actually, there is no limitation as such. The customer can add the email addresses as per their need, because there are some big clients in which it is assigned to a big company like TCS, for example, and you are handling their support services. Okay, and not every time the same person should be available in the office, right? So maybe 10 to 15 people who are belonging to that support team will have access to provisioning. Okay, but in 99.9% of the cases, no issues will happen wherein the consultants are misusing it or something like that, because it's all customer data. But yeah, there is no limitation for such.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So basically, the provisioning is a golden client of instance, is what we can say. I mean, it's a backup and also have extra configurations in provisioning.
Yeah, it is kind of a backend system, I would say. That's when you are working on any of the web URLs, right? You have this
front-end
server,
backend,
content backend, right? Yeah, so you can say that it's similar to that, because all the data in terms of the settings and everything is saved here, but this particular unique ID is linked to the front end, the instance, depending upon the data center. So when SAP is creating one company ID, they're also going to create the company ID in provisioning. Rest all the options are same. It's just a copy. So whatever we enable for this ID will be enabled there as well in the front end. That's
so the sync between instance and provisioning automatically will happen, or do we need to push them? For example, if I write any business rules in instance, right? So will that automatically copy to provisioning? I'm just asking because in SAP, right? What happens in SAP? Because my mind always goes with SAP, right? So in SAP, we have development, for example, development, testing, and production. Example, right?
Production. Yes.
The landscape of the system. So I do all the changes in development, and I'll move that changes through
test.
Test for testing system. But however, we are moving changes from development to production directly.
Production. Correct.
So the production is the final version. So the backend, I can't say it's a backend system, but I say it's a development system, right?
Development system.
But however, production will also have a copy. We say as a golden client, or everybody have their own naming conventions. But SAP standard languages, we say it's as a golden client, right? So
golden client, correct.
The backup and everything, even the names and everything, right, without scrambling or without manipulating, same copy will be available for us, but we don't touch that system.
Touch that.
If production breaks or anything happens, then that golden client comes into the picture. Till then, we don't have access for a golden client. But the sync will happen between golden client to our production client. It will happen through some RFCs, right? So automatically, dynamically, the syncs will happen between production to golden client. But this language of instance and provisioning, right? I know that little bit difference, but I had in my mind a doubt from long time. So why this was SF is put in this way, and how the syncs will happen between provisioning and instance.
Okay. So I totally understand because you're from SAP background, you want to relate it to it. Okay, first of all, SuccessFactors came with only the concept of test and production. That's all. They didn't have a concept of development at all. Like I'm talking about back in 2009, 10, 2000, before SAP acquired, right? And now after SAP acquired, they always had this option of 3 systems: test, development, and production. Only on need basis, if some of the customer is migrating from SAP on-premise to SuccessFactors, then they went ahead and gave another system and called it as the development system. Okay, but usually all the configuration, when we do it in test system and move it into production directly. If you want the development system to be as a backup, there is no sync happens. We have to do it manually itself. Okay, so that's how the SuccessFactors is built. Second thing is, if we want to have the sync to be done directly from production to development, so you can have a request raised to SAP directly and ask them that, please clone this instance. And SAP will not accept for all the customers unless you have a very good relationship with them and also a lot of modules enabled. Only in rare cases they will do it. Otherwise, they will say, please contact the partner. So they will help you to copy it. Okay, so this is one part
Yeah,
of
generally in our client, it will happen. The refresh will take into the picture for every 6 months or so, periodically.
Okay.
The test system will get refreshed.
Synced.
Synced, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But here it's not like that. It will not happen unless you touch it. Okay, because that's how the design is made.
Yeah, I'm talking about SuccessFactors only. I'm talking about SuccessFactors system.
In your TCS system, is it?
No, my client. My client
okay.
have a refresh for every 6 months.
Okay, but that refresh, are you talking about the upgrade or the refresh done by SAP?
I think it's done by our own.
Kiran, like every time what they do is the EC system, they try to replicate it. Like every 6 months before the releases, they try to copy the production instance to the lower instances.
Okay,
so this happens.
And who will do this? Like SAP does this, or some you guys will manually do it?
No, we don't do it manually. This will be scheduled, and SAP only does it. So this is how it happens.
SAP does it, or the client SME does it. I really don't know.
No,
but
it is
the
SAP.
Client SME.
SAP, like we in my previous project also, we used to schedule. They used to schedule a time. So SAP does the refresh. We don't do it manually. The consultants don't have that provisioning.
Correct. Because we as consultants will not be able to do the complete sync without the manual intervention, right? So we have to click on certain stuff and do it. But if SAP is doing it, they have some specialized tools, because I worked with SuccessFactors directly, and then there's a complete team who will be responsible for cloning these instances. Okay, so based on certain customers' requests, they are going to do this. But it's not automatic like in SAP maybe.
Yeah, in SAP also it's not automatic. We have to do a lot many activities for that.
Yes.
All right. That part I understood, but how is this differentiation and syncs will happen between provisioning and instance?
So now
I just want to.
now let's talk about that part. So basically, for every unique instance that is created by SAP, right? This one. So for testing, like for demo instances, this is the naming convention. But usually, if it's the client, then they will go with the client name itself. If it's TCS, they will say TCS T1, okay, TCS P, something like that. Okay, so that's how they do it. And if we need to change that, we can also change it by going into this company settings. Okay, so that's one part. So what they have done is based on the data center. Okay, so because the options in provisioning is common for everyone, like no matter which module you use, it's common for everyone. And they just enable this one. I mean, it's like adding our user in one of the portal where we need to get access. That's all. They do this, and this ID is going to decide the particular access, and it will be always in sync. I mean, whatever we are going to enable with respect to this ID here, if I put a tick mark saying that these are the languages that I want, the front end, the instance automatically understands that you have enabled it. So that's how it is. It's instant. So they have done the linkage in such a way that, whatever we do it in the backend will reflect in the front end immediately. Only for few things, like when we talk about the recruiting marketing jobs, if I want to sync the jobs from recruiting to marketing, then it is not automatic. So we have to schedule a job. So likewise, there are multiple jobs. Even in EC, we have a job called HRIS sync to get all the employees synced properly. Okay, so but in
provisioning normal, also we can see the employees. No, right?
No, we cannot see the employees. But I'm talking about the job schedule.
Okay, so it's one way or two ways. So like from instance also it goes back to provisioning. If any configuration changes, we do it. No.
Yeah, only in certain sections. Okay, so there are few things in which we have to update something in the front end. Okay, let me give you an example. In recruitment and performance management, okay, so there are something called as the templates, right, which we updated using the XML. So first way, we do it in provisioning. Okay, we update that XML in provisioning. But what SAP has given as a new option, if you can make a change of the field in the front end also in the instance. So if you're doing that way, only few steps are only few options which are available are getting synced back to provisioning. But otherwise, usually like a majority of it, like 70 to 80%, it's just only from one way. Whatever you do in the provisioning will get reflected in the instance.
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so this is generic for everyone, for all the customers. The options that you see and the look and feel, it's completely the same.
Sorry, one more question.
Sure.
So
Sure.
in provisioning, if I get access, right? For example, I'm certified in EC. Okay.
Okay.
I got a provisioning access from client.
Yeah.
So is that RCM onboarding related topics also enabled for me in provisioning?
No, it
because
will not
in
be
instance,
enabled.
in instance, it's all client, right? He can manage my access, whether
Correct.
I'm certified or not, right? But in provisioning, I must need to have a certification, right, to enter into the provisioning system.
Yeah. Yes.
But now I got only EC certification. Now, if I want access for something, for example, RMK is having, definitely it is having some limitations if I don't have a certification. Similarly, other modules can I do with the EC?
Yeah, so basically how it works is it depends on whatever licensing that the customer has bought. Okay, so rest everything will be grayed out. You will see it, but you will not be able to enable it. Okay, so it will say that you don't have the licensing for it. So for example, here, this is
so
the
I
demo
do need
instance.
to enable them, or automatically
you cannot. No, you cannot enable
for
them
example.
also.
Here I see the tick marks, right? I'm understanding here the tick marks means, for example, succession talents. For example, I don't know what to say, but instead of EC, right? If I see any topics related to compensation, so should I need to enable with a tick mark, or it automatically I'll get it?
So you will not get anything. So for the first time, only few things will be enabled here, and rest everything will be blank. So you have to do it manually, one by one, depending upon how many modules you have. So if you're working for EC, you're going to enable all the EC related stuff. If I'm working for recruitment, I will enable all the recruitment related stuff, provided the customer has bought both the modules. If they have not bought it, right, then this will be kind of disabled. You will not be able to enable it at all because it will be kind of a grayed out.
Even if I don't have a certificate, that point of a time also it will gray out.
No. Only if the customer doesn't have the licensing.
Okay.
But if they
customers
have a
licensing, but I don't have a certification. In that case, what happens?
You can enable it. So there is
still I can enable it, right?
Yeah, you can enable it. Yes.
Okay.
So that's why
that was my question. For example, I wanted to work in a compensation. For example, I have a certification of EC. I wanted to. I also have a knowledge about the compensation, but I have not yet certified. So, I mean, maybe it is in a different scenarios, right? For example, client have more knowledge than me in a compensation, but he do not have a provisioning access. So he wanted to take help from me since I am a partner. So he wanted to get enabled this in the provisioning, something he wanted to do. I mean, these cases I come across. That's the reason I'm asking.
Yeah. It is common actually. Yeah. That is why we will not tell that, like openly to the client, but we will say that we can arrange provisioning access for you, and then we will be able to enable it for you. I mean, do the changes. The option that you asked will not restrict us. You have only EC certification, but if the client has licensing for recruitment, you can make changes in recruitment also. So the system will not understand.
Okay, so I don't need a recruitment certification in provisioning, right? But for command center, maybe it is needed, right?
Correct. For command center, it's needed because whenever you put the request itself, it will ask you if you are certified or not. Yeah.
Prerequisite kind of a stuff. Got it.
Yeah, prerequisite. Yes.
This, I mean, since Kiran, you've done many modules, right? So this was a kind of a limitation only for RMK, or any other modules also we have in this kind of scenarios, like where if you have a certification, only those options will enable something like that.
Yeah, so usually, when you have onboarding 2.0, especially the new version, so you have to be certified in both EC and onboarding 2.0. Otherwise, you are not even eligible to get the provisioning access. So this is where many people will face challenge. They have good knowledge in recruitment and onboarding, but they don't have knowledge in EC, and that's why they're not certified. They're not able to request for access. So they are dependent on someone else within the organization to get the access who are certified. And maybe, it's internal understanding that they're going to use it for time being. So those scenarios.
Yeah, but that is also a big challenge. But for example, in TCS, I get many people who certified in onboarding 2.0. Example saying, right?
Okay.
Even for that matter, RMK also. Many people I get who are certified, but to get to make them enable to work in my client environment, so I need to bring him into my client, and my client has to approve that. That is all.
Correct.
They feel unsecured, right? I mean, insecure. The client, right? Who I don't know who is this person involved, right?
Yes, exactly.
So that was the challenge which I faced actually. Okay, all right.
Okay, but I think whoever is working for that particular client, you already will inform them this is the guy who's going to work for this particular task, right? Usually that's how it is assigned. They also need to know who's going to access my system from the email address and the name and everything. So is that the case? I mean,
yeah, that is the case, but we will have a project specific, since it is not a product company, right? So we have a project specific people who is working. Those people only supposed to work. It's not that
understood.
Because TCS is vendor, so it's not that you open for everybody.
Everyone. Okay, got it. Like if you are working in one location, one team, you are the only one who is responsible for that client.
We need to tag to client, right? So
okay, got it. Yeah.
We need to onboard him in on without onboarding also certain things can be able to done. But client specific is completely different. That was a kind of a different limited challenge we will have for that.
Okay. But if you have some other person in another location of TCS, you can still not use him because you don't have a tag to the client.
He is not onboarded to our client, right?
Client, so, understood. Yes.
So for example, I am working for Infosys. TCS is working for Infosys. Or TCS is working for, say, for example, a company like Pepsi, for example, right? I mean, or HLL, Hindustan Lever Limited, example, right?
Yeah.
So certain people will be onboarded. They'll have both mail IDs and both IDs with Hindustan Lever Limited as well as with TCS, right?
TCS.
So I have different people who has an enabled, capability of working, but they are not onboarded in HLL.
Right.
So understood. That will be a question actually.
Yeah. This is usually a challenge in big companies like this. But if you're talking about mid-sized partners, we never face that challenge. Whoever has a certification can be informed to the client, saying with one email, saying that okay, this person has the certification, and we're going to use this access, and we will get them on board immediately. But yeah, in big companies, I understand the process is different, so it will take some time.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. And this is a kind of a workaround. So now let's say you are working on EC, okay, and you have the certification, you have requested for access, and one of your team member has certification in recruitment and marketing. They have enabled, they have requested for access for the same client. You as EC consultant can also change recruitment stuff, and then the client will, not know because you're anyways authorized to do that. So that is the way it is set up. But it will not restrict with your own ID because once you log into this thing, if you have everything enabled, you will see all the options visible to you.
Oh, this is for entire company code relevant. Okay.
Yes. This is for the entire company, the organization. So let's say this is Pepsi. This is one of the client. So for this client, whatever changes that you're going to do here, is visible to you by default based on the licensing that they have bought.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Per company.
All right.
So if you go up here, if you have multiple clients attached to the same data center, you will see that huge list. Of late, if you are working on multiple clients with the similar region, you kind of request for access again and again, right? So everything will be listed down here, and that is where some people will make mistakes. Instead of clicking on the first one, they click on the second one and then do some stuff like disable some stuff or enable some stuff, and it will have a great impact. Hence, provisioning access is controlled, very well. At least in production system. Yeah, correct.
Understood. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it was a healthy discussion, I would say, because it is all required for us. Now, once we click on this particular company ID, we get to this screen, which is a huge and extensive list. So how will I know as a first, in a new person in SF field all together? So as and when we learn some module, right, using Learning Hub or using some training or whatever medium it might be. So for every module, there are certain specific stuff that we need to do, like enable in the system. So now you're saying that you have already some clients, you can probably go ahead and log into that client and see if you can enable certain stuff, or maybe in the test system, at least test system of provisioning. Okay, because it works the same way. You will have one provisioning for test and one for production. And if you have the development system, then you will have 3 different logins for the client, and 3 instances, the front end, 3 instances, which is the backend provisioning. Okay, so it's like 3 logins you will have, and you can just try and see what are enabled. Maybe you can enable it and then see how it works in the front end, and later you disable. It's not an issue. Okay, so there are a lot of options. A couple of them are categorized into features, and under the features, the first thing that we will always enable is the languages. If we are restricted only to 1 or 2 languages, we enable that, because by default, English, UK and US are enabled in all the instances. But if we need any additional languages, we need to just enable it here. Okay, so the reason that we enable here is because it will get updated in the instance, and you will be able to translate all the configuration in the instance as well by selecting the language change. Okay, so this is the first thing that we are going to do. Okay, and apart from that, depending upon what modules that the customer has purchased or they have the licensing for, the relevant consultants will enable it. So now if the performance management is not enabled here, you will not even see in the drop down of the instance. So this is the primary key that we need to enable. So similarly, if I don't enable the recruiting, okay, I have the recruiting stuff. Okay, let me just search for it. Okay, I have one option called as recruiting. All right, so if I don't enable this, I will not get the option in the front end at all, even the menu item, because it says you have not enabled it. So in short, if I want to tell you, so when you enable these things like recruiting, succession, and here you have the compensation management, succession management, you are enabling the module itself. Okay, if the customer doesn't have licensing, this will be grayed out. So this is what I've seen in most of the instances. Okay, and once you enable this one, for each and every module, there are a set of things that you need to also put a tick mark as. Where do you get it from? You will get it from the Learning Hub, or you can also get it from the implementation guide. So like we saw in the Partner Edge, where we have module specific documents, you can download the implementation guide for each module, and you'll be able to understand what are the things that are relevant for my module to be enabled. Okay, now we are talking about recruiting. The first thing that we need to enable is recruiting, and then further we go to other options. The best way is to search with the keyword of recruiting. We go here and we come to this section, which is talking about only recruiting module. Okay, from here till here is only related to the recruiting module. Although there are certain generic options that we also need to select, but these are the few things which are required for recruiting to work. Okay, so some of them are use email ID as external applicant user ID, applicant as pop-up, radial search, enable job alerts. All of this is kind of the prerequisite for us to have that feature enabled in the role-based permissions. So let us assume you have not enabled agency access here. It's unticked. So when you search for agency access in the permissions, you will not see it at all, because this feature is not enabled for that instance. Hence, you are not able to see it in the permissions also. So you have to,
Sorry to interrupt. So
no
this
problem.
one, right? I mean, do I get any F1 here? Like, I don't know whether you have SAP screens seen knowledge or not.
Yeah, I have seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, you've seen, right? So whenever I have a doubt, right? I mean, how this will work, enable recruitment. When I place a cursor and do F1, right? So I get information. If I disable it, what will happen? If I enable it, what will happen? I mean, it's not a total information they will provide, but at least I'll get some information and idea. Something like that. For example, I'm a new to this, right? Since you know that you enable them whatever is required, but I don't know what need to be enabled, or maybe if I blindly go and enable, what would be the impact also, I don't know.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
So how should a person like me who doesn't have zero knowledge in provisioning, I mean this, how should I understand this?
Yeah, unfortunately, like we have it in SAP, the help, right? We don't have it here, but the best way is to do it because is by following the guide or something. And in the test system, if we are enabling something extra also, it's fine. Okay, it doesn't impact. So as long as we get all the relevant options, we are good to enable it. But we don't have a checking mechanism where we can see whether these are relevant or not. But if we follow the guide or maybe the instructions given in the implementation guide, then that should be good. But we don't have any feature like that where we can understand.
Provisioning, we will have only one, right? We also have test also provisioning.
Yeah, we'll have test, development, and production. Like I said, one instance is linked to one. This one.
Okay.
For
so
test,
if I need to make a changes from provisioning to production, test to production, again I need to do individual configuration over there, or will it move with some transport request kind of stuff?
Yeah. So here there are few things again dependent on each module. In SAP, we generalize it, right? So for no matter which module that you're working on, even MMSD, finance, also you have transport requests, correct? But here it works individually because every module was put together and made as a big company as SuccessFactors, right? For recruitment, we download the XMLs and we upload the XMLs in production. Okay, it's kind of a manual activity. Okay, and for recruiting marketing, we have to enable this stuff in production one by one, not a lot of them. But for the configuration of the site itself, in terms of images and fonts and everything, we have a option to download it and upload it in the production system. Like it is a manual activity again, but we don't have something like a sync. But when we talk about this,
you do 2 times, right? So once in test system, and once you do the same thing, everything is good. Then you don't need to reconfigure, but you can just download it.
Download it, yes, correct. But in order for that to be uploaded successfully, there are like maybe 5 or 6 prerequisites that we need to do. Okay, and again, it's module specific. Now in EC, I will give you an example. So you have done everything in test system, you're good to go. But when you go to production system, these things which we are seeing is manual. There is no option. There is no transport. Okay, we have to enable all the steps that is required. We keep the test system open and production, we do all time, and then enable all of that. Okay, but when it comes to some business rules, some of the configuration of HRIS elements and some other things, we can run a sync tool. There is a sync tool available within SuccessFactors, which will kind of sync all of them. But there is again a catch. If you have used some common configuration, which is dependent on EC and onboarding, both will be synced. You cannot select, do only business rules of onboarding, do only business rules of EC. It will copy over everything. So when we use that sync tool also, it is little, tricky, but we can use it, yeah.
So in that case, there is a problem of moving the unwanted changes also to production, right?
Yeah.
For example, we 5 are there in our project example, right? So I am working on 2 objects on the same HRIS side, and a couple of my colleagues also is working on same area of objects. I mean, HRIS under HRIS. I mean, different areas we were working, probably you can think in that way. So if I run the sync tool, I completed my changes and testing everything is positive, then I'm moving it, okay? But my couple colleagues, they are middle of the process. They have not completed it. Okay. But when I move this change from my side, if I run sync, so will their change also goes to production, or how it will happen?
Yeah, it will go. Hence, what we do is in SuccessFactors, we only have one person assigned for these activities. We'll not work on multiple people. You might have 3 or 4 people working on different areas of configuration, but when the cutover is done from test system to production, usually it's only one person.
No, not in that case, right? I mean, see, that's what you're saying is in implementation, it will work. In support, right?
Yeah.
So we get the requirements in the form of tickets, right?
Okay, understood. So
2 tickets I'm working, 2 tickets my colleagues, couple of colleagues also is working. We distribute among ourselves. It's not one consultant working, right? So in that case, it's quite often and possible. I mean, it's a plain scenario for me, right? Multiple people are working on multiple items. So how do we manage this kind of a situations then?
Yeah, then you have to do it manually itself. It's like manual is recommended. You cannot do it in general, because if you are running the sync tool and using it for small configuration stuff, then it will copy over everything. So better to do it manually.
Thank you.
It's mostly manually. And then sometimes, you have the scenarios also, like you are working from one of the country and one of your other colleagues, support colleague, is from a different country, and they are making changes to that specific country business rule or some concept. And you're making changes according to your country, for example. So there are scenarios like this also, but again, manual is there, and we inform each other within the team and be on the same page. That's all. But we can't do it similar to SAP, like where we select specific option and transport it.
That's a big problem here, actually. So because it's called in SAP language, it's called object dependent and object independent, right? So
yes, correct.
Even on one table we are working, and a couple multiple people are working, then the changes will store respect to the transport request. It won't move everything.
Yes.
So that's the safest way we are moving it. So the question for business rules also, you do the same thing. You do business rule configuration in EC once, and after that you will import export, or you will sync, or you will again do the same manual coding in business rules in production.
There are certain options to move the changes from one system to another system. You can do that.
Such as
one such thing is you download the business rule. Okay, like you can export it, and it will come in a CSV format. Okay, and then you export that rule in production, and you just verify it if you have got it properly or not. Usually for business rules, that's how we do it.
Or instance sync is an option where we do that, but generally.
And currently, we are using the transport bundle.
Now SAP has also introduced transport bundle.
Transport, correct. Yeah, but that's still not, widely used.
Not for all the objects.
Yeah,
correct. Yeah. And just to add to it, right, SAP is also thinking of moving everything into metadata framework. Now, recruitment is working on XML, performance is on something else. LMS, we have Plateau integration. So many stuff, right? So for each and every module, it's different configuration-wise. So they're trying to invest money and time to make it as a generic thing. So we have to wait and see. That's why
maybe the challenge for them is, like, as you said, right, as I'm learning from you, right? I don't know this. I thought, it is everything was from Everest. SuccessFactors they have acquired from Everest is what I know. I mean, this I have known from 10 years back. But I'm learning from you. RMK they have taken from jobs to DotCom. So different. It's not one company and one single setup is what I'm understanding. That may be a challenge for SAP, I think, right?
Yes. Yeah, that is the challenge mainly. So that's why even for onboarding, they phased out the old version because they ended the agreement with them, and then they started their own module like onboarding 2.0, and which is on basis of EC. So like that, there are so many enhancements, but considering their existing customers, from long time, so they're not able to switch over immediately, which will take a lot of time. So hence the scope also is a lot for the next 10, 15 years, 20 years also. I don't see any issues for SuccessFactors to phase out or something like that. I mean, now if I want to give you an example of Oracle, it's still doing good, but when it comes to enhancements, the way SuccessFactors is coming up with enhancements, it's not happening in Oracle. And no offense or no harm to Oracle, but just giving it as a comparison. So likewise, they're trying to improvise every 6 months, and then the usage of the modules are also kind of increasing on every year-on basis. So yeah, so we can expect significant changes coming in. Now, if we learn this after 1 year, there might be like 10 other features which we need to again learn. So it's like for the partners, for the implementation people, and also SAP, it's continuous learning. Unlike SAP, we have knowledge and it's there forever.
Yeah, that's true. But both having different ways of setup to encash money by SAP. I mean,
Yes.
That's a different area where even though if you have a knowledge about these things, you cannot work just like that, because every client is different, every alteration is different. It's not like, what I see here, right? I mean, I'm sorry to say that, but we don't raise tickets to SAP left and right. It's all our headache, right? I mean,
yes.
You hooker cook, you need to resolve the issue. Otherwise, you don't call as a consultant. Here it is not like that. If you are finding anything beyond the way, raise a SAP ticket and tell them, hey, this is what it is happening. Right? That part I really liked it.
Yeah, it's because of the timeline, it's all used as plug and play kind of thing, right? So that's why there is no other option left. So we have to go with this approach. And SAP also entertains that, because if you keep on coding and then spending a lot of time, then they will have negative reviews about the product and everything. So they have made it like as simple as possible, so that whatever is in your scope, you just do it, and rest everything will be handled by our engineering team, kind of.
Yeah.
Fine then. So we'll proceed from this. All the recruiting related stuff is enabled here. Okay, and if you observe one thing here, a few years back, like 3 years back, these options were not there at all in this tool, which is about recruiting posting API URL and all that. Okay, and then after the acquisition of multi-posting, which was again a company developed by a French company, that's why the URL is also saying FR mostly. So this was acquired, and they introduced these steps. And then we again had challenges. So we never know what type of URL that we need to put here and save it. So after a couple of releases, they also ensure that they put the URL and gray it out, so that we cannot remove, we cannot change. So it's there for everyone. Using this connectivity, we get access to all of the job boards that we are talking about in recruitment. So if there is any issue, SAP will ask when we have raised an issue to SAP or something like that, they might ask you also saying that what is the data center on base URL API for recruiting posting? Can you just give it to me from provisioning? So this is where we have to come and then tell them. So this kind of things is kind of good to know when we are working for support projects as well. Okay, and there are few things which is related to onboarding as well. So we have to enable onboarding integration. And are we enabling it with BizX integration, or the other one is decided by us as well? And by default, now we are always using the BizX onboarding, because the new version is like that. Okay, so there are a few things that we enable here. And when it comes to recruiting marketing, so there are very, very limited options that we have to enable in provisioning. Unlike other modules, unlike recruiting management, for recruiting marketing, we only do this one. So enable this module so that we enable that particular section in the instance. And the job marketing, career site builder, and candidate account simplification, these three has to be enabled for sure. Okay, and these things like enable job search UI, multi-language job search, okay, if the multiple languages are required, and enable default search to all languages. So these are the part of things that we need to be enabled as part of recruiting marketing. Okay, you might be wondering, what is this option, right? Enable candidate account simplification. Like I mentioned earlier, we had recruiting management system as one system. Recruiting marketing was, integrated by jobs2web.com, and then we brought in and we tried to connect both the systems. So what used to happen is there was no linkage between recruiting management and marketing, because Even now, recruiting management only has its own career site, okay, which is very basic and minimal, which looks like an internal career site. It doesn't have a lot of fancy stuff that we will be able to enable. Okay, so SAP came up with an option called candidate account simplification. They did some coding in the backend, and they made sure both the URLs are linked with the same username and password of the candidate. So if I create an account, I'm creating it in both the modules. Although for the customer, for the candidate, it's one system, but for us to understand, it is two systems, right? So they have built that linkage also. So in some clients, what happens is maybe the consultant might not know it, or somehow they have missed it. So this would have not enabled. Okay, so they do the testing and see that whenever they are going to create a profile, they are not able to log in, or maybe once they create it, they are able to log in, and later once they come back, it doesn't work. So they try to reset the password, it doesn't work. So this is one of the troubleshooting that we need to do, like come to provisioning, see if this is enabled or not. If this is not enabled, just enable it and save it. So the issue will be solved. So it's kind of an update that we need to do for the instance, so that it gets updated in the front end as well. Okay, so these are the only few things that we are going to enable as a tick mark in provisioning for recruiting marketing. Okay, and if we do any changes, like for example, we do enable or disable stuff, we come back to this section, whichever section that we are talking about, it has a line. We click on save, and we put the instance ID from here. We can get it. So this one, we can try to just copy it. Okay, and then put the company ID here and click on confirm. So that is when it is going to save. Otherwise, if you just disable enable, it is not going to save. So we have to ensure we always do this. Okay, and there are some warnings which come sometimes. It's okay. Unless you don't get any error, it's completely fine. All right. So just to verify, we go back to the same section and see if that is enabled or not. So this is a part of our normal testing. Okay, we see this. And now some of the couple of other options that we need to do in provisioning with respect to recruiting marketing is, these are the company settings, which is like a general checklist. Okay, now, for example, if we are doing some troubleshooting for a software, we have a couple of things which we need to ensure whether it's enabled or not, at least the base is proper or not. So we have checked the base. Now we are going into another section, one step above, here in this page, where you see module specific options. All right, some of them are common. And then if you scroll down, we have a separate section for onboarding and offboarding settings. We have something called for documents, and we have for succession management. So all the succession management related to be done here. And we have the question library and managing plan template, which is again related to performance and goals. So like that, we also have for recruiting separately. So apart from whatever you have enabled, that is the step number one. Step number two, you have to come here, and each of this option that you see here plays an important role in the configuration of recruiting management. Okay, because whenever you want to have a job requisition template created, like we saw the sample in the front end, the instance, we are going to have a lot of fields configured in the XML, and we are going to upload that XML into this place. Okay, so if I just download one of them, because the one which is already uploaded, if I just download it and show you how it works. So I'm using the XML pad to show you. So desktop, okay, downloads. Okay, so this is how the XML looks like, and you have ensured that you configure all of these fields one by one, the requirements that you have taken. Okay, and you have put together everything, and then you have uploaded this thing here in provisioning. Okay, so when you upload this, that is when you're going to see it in the front end. Okay, but will I be able to see it like as an employee? No. There is some specific role-based permission that is given to that user saying that I have permission to create this form. I have permission to enable this form. So that is when it is going to get linked. So step number one, always in an implementation project, we gain access to provisioning from SAP. And second one, we enable all the recruiting related stuff or compensation related stuff, whatever it is. And then the third thing is we get into the module specific options that we have in provisioning. Okay. So this is the job requisition that you have uploaded. So tomorrow you get a support ticket asking for one of the field addition or maybe one of the field deletion, or let's say some of the field permissions to be updated within recruitment. So do I need to have provisioning access? Yes, for sure. If you have major changes to be done, but if you don't have major changes, or if the customer says, I just want to get this field deleted because I'm not using it anymore, then you have to tell them the impact as well. Just by deleting the field, the issue will not be solved, because whenever you have a field and some values are stored against that particular field, let's take an example of college. Okay, so you have asked for a college or university details in the application, and the customer decides that later I don't want it. Okay, so you should not delete that field. Instead, you have to disable that by removing the permissions of that field, because when you delete that field, a lot of junk values, characters that would have been already saved against that field will again get disrupted in the system. So better for the customer, we can say, yes, we have removed the field from your view, but for us as a configuration consultant, we just have to remove that from the permissions. Okay. And when it comes to a new field addition, we don't have any challenge. We can add the field and give necessary permissions. But whenever we are trying to delete or disable, we need to be a little cautious. So like that, I will not get into a lot of details with respect to recruiting configuration, because it's a lot. You upload the job requisition template here. You make changes to the application template over here. Okay, like one-to-one is linked. One job requisition is linked to one of the application template. So likewise, we have some other option as well, like wherein you design the application pipeline. So this is the place where you have to come and click on it and then create the statuses. Okay, so these are the different statuses that we saw, right? The phone screen, the shortlisting, interview one, and everything. So once you create it here as the first option, it is going to show up in the instance in the front end. Okay, and then later, if you want to make any modifications to that existing one, go ahead and do that in the front end itself. But if you want to add a new status from the scratch, you have to come to the backend. So hence, for certain configuration, which can be managed, which is already configured, you don't need provisioning, if I want to explain it in that way. For few things that needs to be done from the scratch, like a new addition or a new enablement, then you will need provisioning. So this is how it is categorized into admin and end user. So if you have any admin related stuff, like which is configuration related, you need the provisioning thing. If you are just managing the front end by changing certain options, then you can do it in the front end itself, from the instance itself. Okay, so these are the few options that we have with respect to the recruiting and everything, right? So now we will talk about the recruiting marketing stuff. So there are two things within this screen of the home page from this page. Okay, so if I search for marketing, so the first thing that I have is recruiting marketing settings here. And the second thing that I have is recruiting marketing data center URL. So these are the two things that you need to do as a first step, even before you go into the command center settings. Okay, so these two things will decide the linkage between recruiting management and recruiting marketing. Okay, now let's quickly see how it is done. Okay, so when I go to command center and click on the company ID and go to career site builder. Okay, I think it's timed out. Just a second. Okay, I click on this one and navigate to career site builder. Okay, So once I go here, I have a lot of options here, right? So the first thing that I'm going to do is go to settings. Even before I talk about the pages, colors, and everything, we have to go here and go to the option of site configuration. Okay. So this is the site ID, which we have got from SAP, and it is already linked here. This is the site name. Okay. So we can keep it as it is, or usually this will be with the customer name. So if the customer name is, let's say, Edge Group, maybe, something like that, or some real estate company. So this is how it is going to look like. Okay, real status. I'm just typing something. And company name is also the company name which is given by SAP. Okay, right now they have generalized it to the same. And site URL will definitely get updated, because once we have the configuration done, enabled, we're going to do that. Let's look into all of these options later, but this is the option that we are going to select. The site integrations. Okay, so the site integrations is an option that we have to do the first thing, where the company ID of the instance, which is this one here, is already available for us in the command center. So you are sure that you're working on the correct instance. Okay, so you don't have to remove this. Second, you have to select the data center. So is it sales demo 4? Yeah, it's a sales demo. Okay, I will just select the sales demo 2. I think this is sales demo 2, right? And data center, again, sales demo 2. Okay, because this is the data center that we want to link. Okay, if it is a customer's instance, we don't have this confusion, because we will say is it HCM 40, HCM whatever it is. Okay, we will do that. Let me just quickly see this URL once. Okay, this is the one. Okay, I'll just log into this. HCM EU10 sales. So by this we understand. Okay, I will need to figure it out, like if it's the right data center. So for now, I will select the sales demo, and this single sign-on security key. Okay, so whatever is entered here, if I want to just explain how it is created. So it is an alphanumeric security key, which can be generated based on our wish. There is no hard and fast rule. It can be minimum like 8 to 10 characters, just to be safe. So what we do is we have to use this particular password or a key as one time. We create it randomly, okay, with whatever characters you want. So right now they have given it as like this, which was enabled by the company. So you take this key and put it in provisioning, which says single sign-on key in the settings. Okay, so you have to put the key here, which is created from command center, which is the career site builder. Okay, so once you do this, you have selected the data center. You have to click on save. Check all the formatted correctly. Okay, so this is done. Okay, so it's all filled. All the mandatory things are there. So maybe the password is not getting accepted. So I will just add some more characters.
What is this URL enabled and recruiter sync?
Yeah, this one.
Yes.
Recruiting. Yeah, the recruiter sync, I will tell you. So basically, once we save this, right, all the recruiting users, whoever are in the instance in the front end, will be synced for the career site builder permissions. So without this, we'll not be able to get the permissions of career site builder, even though if you have added there in the front end in the instance. So
okay, so when I do this, if recruiters are not available, then this sync will whoever have the permission of recruiter, they will be displaying, right?
Correct. Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, that's how it is. So this URL, it's not required, okay, because earlier there was a feature which is called as URL, in which we have a separate, it is only used in the production system, where you can use a specific set of URL, okay, like I told you, in the test system, we get it as jobs2web.com or something, right? But in production, we get the name that is desired by the customer, jobs.customer.com or careers.customer.com, right? So if that is the case, we are going to use this, but nowadays we are not going to use this. This is just an option given. But recruiters thing, yeah, we have to turn it on for sure. And we can set it up for every hour or something like that. And it keeps running every hour. So for the first time, we kind of execute it and save it so that the sync happens periodically, and all the permissions are getting updated. Okay, so this single sign-on key, I think there is some format issue here. So I have to use another key, maybe like with an alphanumeric code or something. Let us see.
This is one-time config, right?
Yeah, this is one-time config, yes. Only for the first time. Okay. This is okay. This is. Let me change it to 4 and see if it saves. Okay, there might be some missing fields over here. That's the reason. Yeah. Okay, now it should work. So I'll put this password. Okay, so once we save it, it's disappeared. That doesn't matter. This is the thing which is required for us. So I copy this and put it in the provisioning as a one-time activity again and save. Okay, as soon as the password is saved, you go back and you come to the same option. The password is not visible. That is a known behavior. So just for the safety purposes, they have done like that, but it is saved for sure. Okay, so this is the first thing that you're going to do in Command Center. Although there are some other options, this is the first thing that you're going to do so that this instance is linked. The second thing is you go to Tools and go to the option of Manage API Credentials. So right now you see it as blank. So we have to click on Add New Provider as a first time, as a one time, and it is going to create a key which is like this. If you want to regenerate it, it's okay, but this is how it is going to create automatically. So this is the one which you have to copy it, go to provisioning, and put it in the API key like this. Okay, so you have to put the API key that you have generated from this place. So provider name, if you just click on this, it will say consider including site ID as part of the provider name. Your site ID is located in so and so information. Okay, so for now, I will put the provider name as SF test followed by the site ID. Okay, so let me just get the site ID, duplicate. Okay, I will be able to see it here also. Okay, I will put that later. I will just put it as 123 right now. And username can be SF test. So this also doesn't have any relevance. You can give, this is a recommendation given, consider including a combination of your company ID and site ID. Okay, so even if you put something else, it is completely okay, right? So now you have to reflect, copy paste the same things over here. So what is the username? You have used SF test. Okay, and the password will be, which is generated here. You can regenerate, you can put whatever password that you want. All right, and put it here. And this expires in seconds is just, for the job run that happens. So you can give 360 by default, which is like 6 seconds. 360 seconds or 60 seconds, that's completely fine. So we put all the details and we also enable this recruiting management real-time job sync. Although we have to schedule a job in provisioning, we save this as part of the configuration. And we also come here and save this. Okay. So the security key we already entered, but we have to go here again because we are making some changes. And put it here and save. Okay, now the settings are saved. All right. So this is one step that we have done for the syncing of the system. So the other step, we have it in marketing settings, the data center marketing URL. So this URLs, you will be able to get it from one of the KB article that we have, which I'm going to share you maybe next week because we are done on time. Okay, and we will review this once again, the one which we have just set up in the career site builder, and we will understand the URLs from where it is coming so that we will do it. And by then, your access also should be working. You can also navigate to the same section, maybe from one of your customers instance or this one. And we can check all of that.
Hey there! Want to excel in attracting top talent? Our SAP SuccessFactors RMK course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP RMK. It's like a toolbox for creating great job campaigns and making recruitment marketing super effective. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's made by experts who know the ins and outs of recruitment. Your teachers are pros who've worked with SAP SuccessFactors for years. They're here to guide you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found it super helpful to boost their recruitment skills. Best part? It's super affordable. This amazing chance to learn won't cost you a fortune. Ready to master SAP RMK? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.